The Date. A Keeper at Heart Romance, Book 5. Written by Melissa McClone. Text copyright 2020 by Melissa McClone. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa McClone. To Jenny Adams and Fiona Harper, my blinddatebrides.com cohorts and new chat buddies. Special thanks to Marcus Friend, founder of plentyoffish.com. Virginia Cantra and Gary Ingve.
Chapter 1. BlindDateBrides.com is running 13 chat rooms, 56 private IM conferences, and 7,828 members are online. Chat with your dating prospects now. Private IM conference. 25, 3 participants. English crumpet, who would have thought I'd meet the man of my dreams on an online dating site? I still can't believe it. Danica Bennett blew out a puff of air. She couldn't believe it either. Alone in her neatly organized cubicle in the otherwise messy San Francisco office of hookamate.com, she reread the purple words written in a funky font on her computer screen. English crumpet, aka Grace Marlowe from London, deserved all the happiness in the world. Danny sincerely hoped her online friend found wedded bliss with her new husband, Noah. Especially with a baby on the way. But living happily ever after didn't seem possible to Danny. A glance at the photograph of her family, her mother, her 3 younger sisters, and herself, only reaffirmed that belief. Winning the lottery appeared to be more likely than falling in love. Though she'd never say those words to her newlywed friend. Danny typed, the letters appearing in green, the color of money. Too bad her life wasn't as rich and bold as her computer font. San Fran Danny, it is incredible. Grace had only known Noah a short time before marrying the best-selling thriller author and then finding out she was pregnant. More words, rust brown in a plain but strong font, appeared on the screen. Kanga Girl, their mutual friend Marissa Warren, from Australia. The 3 had met during an online party for new members of the blinddatebrides.com website. They now talked in a private chat room to catch up on each other's lives. Kanga Girl, amazing, yes, but not that rare. 1 in 8 people meets their spouses online. Danny almost laughed. Marissa sounded like a commercial for online dating. Or like a happy bride. Which she would be in a few months. She'd fallen in love with her temporary boss, not someone she met on the website like Grace, though it wasn't for Marissa's lack of trying to meet a guy online. San Fran Danny, well, it's a good thing for me. Or I'd be out of another job. Even this awful one. She stabbed her fork at her lunch, a limp chicken Caesar salad left over from last night's dinner. Her meal was a metaphor for her life that was only limping along. Ugh. She hated that. English crumpet, what do you mean? Kanga Girl, you've lost me. The 2 messages popped up on Danny's screen at the same time. Oh, no. She dropped her fork. Distracted by her friend's happiness and her bleak prospects, she'd revealed more than she intended. The 3 of them had grown so close over the past 6 months, she'd almost let her secret slip out. Time for damage control. San Fran Danny, nothing. I'm just so glad you guys joined blinddatebrides.com. I don't know how I would have survived these months without your support and friendship. As she typed the words, a funny feeling settled in Danny's stomach. What kind of friend was she, keeping the truth about why she'd joined blinddatebrides.com from Marissa and Grace? English crumpet, you've been through a lot, Danny. Losing your dream job at that startup and getting used to a different one. Things will turn around. Just watch. Kanga Girl, and then, when you least expect it, you'll meet him. Your special man. Danny hoped not. Snores drifted from the engineer's cubicle a few feet away. Someone must have pulled an all-nighter. That was normal because the CEO thrived on pressure. He didn't care if it was killing the morale and health of his employees. But that was why she needed to get her career back on track first. She'd spent the last 6 months trying to find another job with no success. Distractions, especially men, weren't allowed right now. Kanga Girl, the only question is, How do we make it happen? We. Unexpected tears stung Danny's eyes. She ran her fingertips over the bracelet, silver with crystal beads, Marissa had sent her after a trip to Hong Kong. These women, even though they'd never met in person, truly cared about her. San Fran Danny, please. No one needs to make anything happen. I'm doing fine. No worries. English Crumpet, we're not really worrying. We just want to help. You joined this site for a reason, Danny. But not for the same reason as Marissa and Grace. Guilt welled up inside Danny. It was time to come clean. To stop lying. Her fingers flew across the keyboard with lightning speed, in case nerves and fear got the best of her. Or her boss showed up. San Fran Danny, I didn't join blinddatebrides.com to meet men. Kanga girl, then, why did you join? San Fran Danny, because. The cursor blinked, waiting for her to finish. Danny swallowed hard. Her online friendship with Marissa and Grace was the only thing in her life going well these days. Did she want to risk that? But what kind of relationship did they have if she wasn't honest? Danny took a deep breath and typed. San Fran Danny, I was forced to. She stared at the screen, her heart racing, her hands sweating. English Crumpet, did someone sign you up as my daughter did with me? If only. Danny snuck another look around the office before returning her trembling fingers to the keyboard. San Fran Danny, no, I signed up myself. Kanga girl? Danny felt sick, but she needed to tell the truth. Type it. San Fran Danny, I'm a spy.
There's something you should see. Bryce Delaney heard his assistant's voice, but he didn't glance up from his computer monitor and the database query he was writing. He didn't have to. Joel Chong would stand 2 feet from the edge of his walnut-stained desk, holding a manila file folder with a pen, blue ink only to tell the difference on photocopies, tucked behind her ear. Despite her college girl long hair and trendy clothes, his 41-year-old personal assistant was dedicated, thorough, and 100% predictable. Exactly the way he liked things. And people. I pay you enough to see for me. You wanted to be kept in the loop about security issues. Security was a top priority at his website, blinddatebrides.com. Bryce glanced up. What's up? Joel's gaze darkened with irritation. 2 red flags. Seriously? He didn't need this on top of the other problems they'd been dealing with. Scammers, spammers, hackers, marrieds, the list went on. It might mean nothing, she added. In the last year, they'd experienced a handful of false alarms. But it might mean we have a troublemaker on board. It wouldn't be the first time. He'd dealt with escorts, cheats, thieves, and liars. Had charges brought against the criminals when possible, too. He was determined that no one would take advantage of his customers. Too many people pretended to be someone they weren't, both in real life and online. He had experience with that. His sister, as well. But Caitlin was more trusting than him. That was why he'd started an online dating, make that a relationship service, to protect people like her. What do you have? He asked. Joel handed him a file. This client has been a member for over 6 months. Everything about her appears legit, including her background check. Her? Yes, Joel answered. No filters picked up anything to suggest she's an escort. Those were usually easy to detect since they asked for money in almost every message. But the chat filter pinged something, so we did a little investigating, Joel said. The subject spends hours logged onto the site each day, but she hasn't accepted a date yet, even though her profile has been marked highly compatible with several men. Bryce had worked with a psychologist to create an algorithm to match clients based on their interests, backgrounds, and personalities. Chats, based on compatibility, were also arranged with groups of well-matched personalities since many people preferred group interactions to one-on-one. Some clients, though, preferred to peruse the profiles and pick matches themselves. He opened the file and studied the photo of a woman. The messy blonde hair piled on top of her head and secured with a red bandana caught his eye first. Not the most appealing hairstyle. The picture itself was far from flattering. She wasn't smiling or looking at the camera. Shadows obscured much of her face, though she appeared flushed unless her skin was always red like that. Her profile stated blue eyes, but he couldn't distinguish the color or really anything about her. The compatibility program matched her, he asked. Yes. With 17 clients so far. 5 contacted her. Others must have seen something they liked because they emailed her, too. She replied to each one, but that was it. No additional correspondence. No chat invites. Nothing. At least she's following the guidelines about replying to messages, even if you're not interested in the person. Yes. He read more in the file. Clients turning down potential dates wasn't unusual. Bryce remembered a shy woman in particular, but several others had misrepresented themselves. Better to err on the side of caution. You've taken the usual steps? Joelle nodded. Customer service called to discuss her experience. She asked as many questions as they did, and they were on the phone for 2 hours. 2 hours? Another nod. I contacted her myself after that. She came across as highly intelligent and friendly, but remember that identity thief? Assume no one nice is also harmless. That's for sure. Bryce flipped through the other pages in the file. He noticed a familiar zip code. She lived here in San Francisco. Many scammers he dealt with were overseas. But this was his home turf. He would be able to follow the prosecution to the end if she were guilty. Where does she go on the site? Chat rooms, particularly the ladies' lounge, and private IM chats. She spends most of her time exploring the website. Not client profiles, but the content itself. Most people, whether or not they wanted to date, enjoyed checking out the profiles of others in their area. On some internet relationship sites that earn revenue through advertising, anyone could register and search profiles for free. Not on blinddatebrides.com. Only paying members, who'd filled out a detailed questionnaire and agreed to a background check if they lived in the United States, were able to search the database, read profiles, and contact members. Joelle continued. She's online during normal work hours and late at night. 2 different IP addresses have been linked to her account name, depending on the time of day. Nothing unusual about that. Work and home. Seems likely, but few employers would encourage their employees to spend that much time on a dating site while at work. Unless her boss has no idea. Bryce skimmed the rest of the pages and zeroed in on one of the red flags. She'd said she was a spy during a chat. Or her employer wants her checking us out. The online dating world was a cutthroat one. The competition stole from each other regularly, but pretending to want to meet dates went against the terms of service users agreed to when they joined blinddatebrides.com. She'd mentioned nothing about her job before saying she was a spy. What does she do for a living? Bryce asked. She listed sales as her occupation. That's too vague, given the list of options to choose from. Red flag number 3? Bryce nodded. He prided himself on making his website a safe and secure place for his customers to meet and fall in love. His sister's heart had been broken and her bank account drained, thanks to the love she'd found on a competitor's site. The guy had turned out to be the exact opposite of what he'd claimed to be. No one would pull a stunt like that on Bryce's website during his watch. I'll get right on it. Joelle smiled. I almost feel sorry for her. Why is that? Because, once you get started, you don't stop. He shrugged. Just doing my job. Remember, it's just a job. She pulled the pen from behind her ear. Grant is emailing you a file with additional information you might need. Thanks. As she left the office and closed the door, Bryce stared at the picture in the folder. He glanced at the username. Who are you, San Fran Danny? And what are you doing on my site? Chapter 2. At 3 o'clock, Danny sat at the rectangular table that functioned as the conference room and the break room with her 5 coworkers at the fledgling internet dating site hookamate.com. Their boss, James Richardson, paced across the floor of the converted warehouse. James wore ripped at-the-knee jeans and a black t-shirt. He pushed long, straggly blonde hair off his face. Fueled by caffeine and junk food, he spoke fast and loud. The guy reminded her of a stereotypical computer science graduate student in desperate need of a balanced meal, sunshine, and a girlfriend. His first 2 internet ventures had made him tons of money. He'd sold them and now wanted to replicate his success with a new online dating site. Succeed at any cost, Danny had finally figured out. So far, it wasn't going well, which explained why he'd stooped so low as to infiltrate other sites for ideas. During her interview, James had seemed more captivated with her double D bra-sized chest than the qualifications on her resume. Yet, he'd surprised her by asking detailed questions about her schooling and work experience. He'd known what he wanted in a marketing person. Danny had the skills and experience, so she'd made the most of what nature had given her, as her mother had taught her to do, and secured the job. The wrong move in hindsight, but all she'd been thinking about were her mother and youngest sister, who relied on money from Danny. Which meant she only had herself to blame for where she found herself today. She fought the urge to bang her head on the table for not understanding the consequences of her actions. The good news is, we had an increase in traffic thanks to Danica's marketing efforts. James winked at her. No one at the company except him knew she was undercover, so to speak, spying on the local competition, blinddatebrides.com. Unfortunately, we exceeded our capacity, so we're adding machines. But that's not a bad problem. The traffic will drive our advertising revenue. That means more money for us. Anyone have other ideas to generate more users? No one said anything. It might help to rethink our branding, Danny suggested. Taglines, image, ads, name. James clenched his jaw. Our company name rocks. Totally. Yeah. Danny listened to the men in the room support their boss, who they held in cult leader esteem. The only other woman at the table, Shelley, the office manager, shook her head and mouthed the word sorry to Danny. The responses didn't deter her. She had to do something. Say something. Look at blinddatebrides.com. The name of the fastest growing competitor brought groans from the 3 engineers, but Danny kept going. When you hear blinddatebrides.com, you can't help but think about brides. That word connotes weddings, which leads to thinking about relationships, marriage, permanence. That's appealing to users looking to fall in love. Only if you want to end up with a ball and chain, a Python programmer named Andrew murmured. Danny ignored him. Granted, our site's name is mate, but hook makes people think of. What? James asked. One-night stands, said a MongoDB developer who probably hadn't showered, let alone had a date, in a month. The guys laughed. Yeah, sex, the interface hacker offered. Sex appeals to many people, too. The 2 men gave each other high fives. Danny sighed. I worry the name brings about images of hookups, not serious relationships. No one spoke. There's such a thing as a niche market, Andrew said. Hookups can be our niche. And if that's the direction we want to go, it's not out of the realm of possibility. She stared at all the nodding heads. Male heads. No wonder women had a hard time finding decent guys to date these days. Not that she was interested in anything to do with dating. But if we're competing with sites like Blind Date Brides, we may need to rethink our target audience. I appreciate you bringing this up, Danica, James said finally. I'll consider it. Which meant he would never mention it again. That was how things worked around here, James's way or the highway. Her second week on the job, he'd given her a choice, join blinddatebrides.com or quit. She needed the paycheck, so she did as he'd requested. She'd enjoyed the challenges of being in on the ground floor of a startup again, but now she hated getting up in the morning. She still came into the office each day to put in her hours, so that had to count for something, right? Anything else? James asked. No one said a word. No one ever did except her. Get to work, people. James clapped his hands together. We don't want anyone to be lonely tonight. They need to hook a mate. The guys cackled. Frustrated and tired, Danny trudged to her cubicle. She'd stayed up late last night sending out another batch of resumes. Speaking of which, she'd better check her inbox in case someone replied. A click showed a notification, but not from a potential employer. A person named Big Brother on the dating website had messaged her with the subject, "I read your profile." Oh, no. She squeezed her eyes shut, another guy who wanted to get to know her. Her stomach churned. She hated this. Sure, she could hit delete, that was par for the course on many dating sites, but blinddatebrides.com was different. The website touted itself as a community where politeness and manners mattered. The company requested users to reply, even if the intent was to give someone a brush off. Still, the thought of telling another guy she wasn't interested in him made her feel physically ill. But what other option was there? Leading someone on when she was on the site under false pretenses ranked right up there with corporate spying in her book. She massaged her forehead to stop a full-on headache from erupting. Okay, one rejection wouldn't send some guy scampering back to his mommy in tears, but why did this keep happening? Danny had taken steps to ensure it wouldn't. What sense of honor she had left had made her fill out the match questionnaire truthfully, so she understood when the compatibility program deemed her a match with someone. But Danny had hedged against the computer algorithms by uploading an unattractive photo of herself. She looked downright ugly. While other women uploaded more than one picture to their profile page, she hadn't. She'd also downplayed her interests to make herself sound, well, about as exciting as a slug inching across a driveway at dawn. She'd listed the library as her favorite place to spend a Saturday night and a collection of Jane Austen novels as her must-have item if stranded on a desert island. No man should want to date her. Maybe Big Brother didn't. He might be one of those guys, the players, who only wanted to have sex. If that were the case, she wouldn't mind telling him to get lost. Danny opened her eyes and clicked on the notification to go to her message inbox at blinddatebrides.com. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject: I read your profile. Who are you searching for? Mr. Darcy? Or Mr. Knightley? BB. She reread the message. Twice. Okay, the fact this guy knew the names of two Jane Austen heroes impressed Danny, but who did he take her for? Intelligent impulsive Lizzie, or smug interfering Emma? Still, his message intrigued Danny. She typed a reply and hit send. With a satisfied smile on her face, she leaned back in her chair and almost fell over backward. Oh. What had she done? She shouldn't have replied the way she did. Danny grimaced. She didn't want to engage Big Brother into sending another message. She meant to tell him she wasn't interested. 2. Go. Away. Politely, of course. Only, she hadn't wanted to do that. Not when his email had been unlike the others she'd received. He'd obviously read her profile and asked his question based on what she'd written, not about her photo or bra size. He might be genuinely interested in her. Or something was wrong with him. Her eyes locked on the link to his profile. One click would transport her to a page about him and his photograph. Curiosity trickled down her arm to her fingertip, hovering above the laptop's trackpad. She wanted to learn more about Big Brother. Read what he'd written about himself. See his photo. Temptation flared. Danny moved the cursor to the link. All she had to do was click, but no. The less she knew about Big Brother, the better. Danny wasn't looking to meet a guy. She didn't want to meet a guy, especially one from blinddatebrides.com. Not under these circumstances. With a twinge of regret, she closed his email. Goodbye, Big Brother. Chapter 3. As Bryce sipped his coffee, Hoping the caffeine gave him the energy to get through the rest of the day, he stared at the 400 unread emails in his inbox. He wouldn't be able to open them all in the next 15 minutes, but he hoped to find one reply among them. He skimmed the list of senders and saw the notification from the name he was looking for. San Fernando. That didn't take long. His suspicions remained on high alert, but he was curious to read what she had to say. Which would it be? A polite brush-off or a straight-to-the-point "please don't contact me again"? He opened the message. To Big Brother. From San Fernando. Subject: I read your profile. Desperately seeking, Colonel Brandon. SFD. With a frown, Bryce reread the message before calling Joelle into his office. Who is Colonel Brandon? Didn't he kill Miss Scarlet in the library with the... No. That's a game. This one isn't a book. Jane Austen. Joelle stared blankly at him. Come on, he said. You must know this. She raised a finely arched brow. Because I'm female? Because, okay, she had him there. Yeah. I majored in economics, not English lit. Bryce had majored in computer science. He pressed his lips together. Wasn't there a movie? Not that I saw. Not with a Colonel Brandon. Colin Firth, now. Yum. Spare me. Joelle shrugged. Run a search on this Colonel guy, then. Or call your sister. Caitlin. The thought of his younger sister brought a smile to Bryce's face. Of course, Caitlin would be able to tell him. She was a fond of movie trivia, especially chick flicks, but a call to her would lead to a lengthy discussion about wedding preparations. Bryce was happy she'd found the love of her life on blinddatebrides.com. Her safety had been the driving reason for creating the website, but he didn't have time to discuss whether champagne pink or midnight blue would be the better choice for the bridesmaids' dresses. And he didn't want her probing him who his +1 would be for her upcoming engagement party. His search query resulted in 336,000 documents. The Colonel turned out to be a character in Jane Austen's Sense and Sensibility, but the descriptions Bryce read made little sense. One article called the Colonel sad and reserved. Another declared him a dull older man. Nothing explained why San Fernando was desperately seeking the Colonel. She was 26, according to her profile, too young for such an old, boring guy. Unless she was a gold digger. Bryce stared at San Fernando's picture. Her facial features were difficult to see, but she appeared to have a graceful neck. The red bandana was growing on him, too. Still, a woman in search of a rich husband would have uploaded a better photograph. But why had she responded so mysteriously, almost playfully, instead of telling him to get lost? She'd brushed off the other guys who'd contacted her. Was she leading Bryce on? Or not? He was annoyed. Intrigued. Attracted. Not attracted. This was an investigation, not a flirtation. Bryce needed more information to figure out where she was coming from and what kind of game she was playing. Then, he would know what to do. As he hit reply, a commotion sounded outside his office. He hastily typed a response. He would have rather taken his time, but that wasn't an option right now. Check this out, someone yelled. Am I really seeing this? A low hum buzzed. Not a good noise, either. Bryce hit send with a twinge of regret, but he needed to find out what was happening. We found a botnet from a third-party app. The words stopped him cold. That meant some hacker might have stolen personal information from customers who installed the app. No way. It can't be. He understood the disbelief in people's voices. The denial. It is. Did they get into us? Bryce bolted to the door. He remembered how a customer complaint portal had provided hackers access to a credit bureau's information. The noise level increased exponentially. His team sprang into action like an emergency room staff dealing with multiple casualties. Except these injuries weren't as easily diagnosed, and the damage unknown. Run forensics on the logs, he ordered. Confirm we're up to date on our encryption certifications. Already on it, Christopher, a rockstar caliber software engineer, said. Bryce nodded his approval. We need a snapshot of the database right now. I'll do it, someone said from across the room. Compromised data, he asked Grant, his number 2 employee. Compromised data, the stealing or copying of customers' personal information, would be a PR nightmare. Even if credit card account numbers hadn't been captured, privacy was a huge issue. Online dating may have become an accepted way to find love, but having their anonymous use of the website become public knowledge would embarrass some people. Grant rubbed his hand over his face. We don't know yet. Okay. Bryce projected calm. Then let's find out and go after the app. He wanted to jump into the trenches and dig his fingers in. Bryce was a techie at heart, but he was also the boss. Sometimes the two didn't mesh well together. Today, he would make sure things worked. He couldn't afford for them not to. Should we shut down the site? Grant asked. Bryce shook his head. Not unless we have to. Don't want to lose the revenue? The money didn't matter to Bryce. This was personal. I don't want to tip off the hackers. Not if we can nail them. It's a mess, someone murmured from a few desks away. Bryce imagined himself as one of the Jane Austen heroes San Francisco liked to read about, ready to clean up the mess and save the day. Yeah, right. He sat at an empty desk, one being set up for a new hire, and logged onto the system to double-check the database. Bryce wanted to see for himself that personal information, everything from names and passwords to credit card numbers, was encrypted. The data was. How strong is the encryption? Strong enough to keep a 100,000 computer botnet busy for years, a security specialist answered. Excellent news. But Bryce would still have to call their lawyer as soon as he had a better handle on things. It would be a long day. And most likely an even longer night.
Talk about a long day. Danny stretched her arms above her head. She needed a nap, but would settle for more caffeine. She'd spent her afternoon working on search engine optimization, aka SEO. A large part of her marketing job was increasing traffic. The more hits, the more clicks. And that meant more money, advertising revenue. But turning visitors into repeat users was important, too, and sometimes harder to do. Especially when the site lacked the content it needed to draw people back. The content she'd found on blinddatebrides.com. The content she needed to create for hookamate.com. Too bad she was more interested in checking her inbox to see if Big Brother had replied. She'd never been like this before, waiting for some stranger to email her, disappointed when he hadn't. She'd been distracted ever since she checked out Big Brother's profile. Talk about making an enormous mistake with a single click. He lived in San Francisco and was cute in a geeky way. In his picture, he wore a San Francisco Giants baseball cap pulled low on his brow. Dark hair stuck out from the sides. He was dressed casually in a Boston Red Sox shirt and a pair of faded jeans. The photo wasn't a close-up, but she caught a hint of a smile on his face. He almost looked shy. She liked that. A beep sounded. Danny rechecked her inbox. Jackpot. Big Brother had replied. As anticipation unleashed the butterflies in her stomach, she opened the message. To San Francisco. From Big Brother. Subject, Colonel Brandon. You're searching for a dull old guy who wears a uniform? The oh-so-romantic loves unconditionally Colonel was near perfect in her mind, but she saw how others might picture him as a dull old guy. Especially a man who, based on his attire in his profile photo, preferred baseball to Jane Austen. Danny laughed. Care to share the joke? James asked. She turned in her chair to see her boss standing at the entrance to her cubicle. Her cheeks warmed, but then she realized she had no reason to be embarrassed. James was the one who wanted her to check out the site. It's a message from someone on blinddatebrides.com. James's eyes narrowed. A male someone? She nodded. Just doing my job. An outstanding one at that. He beamed. When are you going out with him? I'm not. Unfortunately. Big Brother was the only man who'd contacted her she wanted to meet. Too many other fish to fry? Oh, boy. James had that all wrong. No. He must be a loser, then. So, how many guys have you gone out with from BDB? James never called their local competitor by their full name. He seemed to have it in for them, but she was too afraid to ask why. None, she admitted. He gave her the once-over. It can't be from a lack of offers. None of them meet your standards? Nothing like that. She peered over the cubicle walls to see if anyone was around or listening. I can't accept any dates, she whispered. Why not? And why are you whispering? Because of the, you know. I don't. She lowered her voice more. The spying. James sighed. It's called market research, Danica. Every company does it, so please get over your aversion to your job responsibilities. Checking out a competitor was one thing, but market research had never made her feel so tacky or dirty as if she were doing something she needed to keep secret. She hadn't told her mother or her sisters about it. Besides James, only Marissa and Grace knew. Danny wanted no one else to find out. I need to know everything about BDB.com, he continued. That includes their clients. The expectant look in his eyes sent a shiver down her spine. You're not suggesting I go out with them, he said a beat later. Meet whoever contacts you. Dates are the perfect opportunity to check out whether BDB customer expectations are being met or not. Put together a profile of their users for me, too. Her shoulders slumped. When James told her she would have to get her hands dirty with all facets of internet marketing, she had no idea this was what he meant. I can't do this, she said. I won't lead guys on. He smirked. They don't mind. Any guy would be thrilled to date a woman like you. Trust me. Her boss was the last person she trusted, but she understood what he meant. Most men never saw past her curves to her personality or even the color of her eyes. But this felt. It's wrong. What's the big deal, Danica? James sounded irritated as if she'd told him the website needed to be patched again to work with the few customers still using Internet Explorer. Meet them for coffee. You don't have to sleep with them unless you want to. Danny's stomach roiled. This is no better than catfishing. Did you lie on your profile? No, but. Start with the guy who made you laugh. Excitement shot through her. Okay, she liked the idea of meeting Big Brother, especially with her boss giving her permission, but that wouldn't be fair. I don't think. If you won't go on dates, I'll replace you with someone who will. Her heart slammed against her chest. She couldn't lose this job, not when her youngest sister would need help paying her fall semester tuition and her mother couldn't afford her monthly medical insurance payment on her own. James read the message on her screen. Big Brother, huh? I wonder what's big about him. She cringed. The guy didn't look like a player. Far from it. She was worried she might hurt him. Hit reply, James ordered. Danny didn't. Part of her wanted to quit. Right now. But with her student loans and family obligations, she needed the paycheck. That was the one thing she had to say about her boss, he paid well. And to be honest, she hated the spying part of her job, but she enjoyed the rest. Market research, the way her boss wanted it done, wasn't her forte. James reached around and hit reply. Tell him you want to meet him for coffee. But I don't want to meet him for coffee. I have no idea who he is. I know absolutely nothing about him. Nothing except he intrigued her. The way he'd approached her. His brief message. His quick reply. His picture. If you don't ask him out, James said with a steely glint in his eyes, I will. Danny gulped. He would follow through on the threat. I'll do it myself. James didn't move. A vein flicked at his jaw. I can reply right now, she added. Aware and annoyed as James peered over her shoulder, Danny typed an invitation to coffee. Tell him you'll treat, he said. That can make a difference to some guys. Ugh. Her exchanges with Big Brother had been fun and flirty, but her boss was ruining everything. Do I get to expense it? He tossed a 20 on her desk. No form needed. Danny hit the send button, lobbing the ball back over the net to Big Brother's side of the court. The next move would be up to him. She was torn over how she wanted him to respond. She hoped he ignored her request or said no because she didn't want to mislead him, but a large part, wanted him to agree to meet her. Just then, another notification from blinddatebrides.com appeared. Maybe she'd lucked out, and the system had kicked back her reply. And then she read the sender's name. Jim Guy. Oh, no. Not another one. She shook her head. Woohoo. James gave her a high five. Looks like you're Miss Popular. Want help with your reply to Jim Guy? Danny sighed. I know what to do. Unfortunately. Thanks, Danica. James backed out of the cubicle, much to her relief. I won't forget all that you're doing for the site. She stared at the $20 bill. Neither would she.
Chapter 4. How's it going? Joelle entered Bryce's office, carrying a pizza box with a paper bag sitting on top. The sense of oregano and freshly baked crust made his stomach growl. He glanced at the right corner of his monitor. 8 o'clock? He'd lost track of time, but that didn't surprise him with everything happening. Trying to stay a step ahead of the hackers isn't easy. They may have found a hole, but they didn't crack the encrypted format. That, unfortunately, wouldn't stop the thieves from trying to steal information again. Every time Bryce's engineers changed something, the hackers modified their programs to try to get around the new security. It didn't help that they used stolen credit cards to register and pay for memberships. If only he could run extensive background checks on every person who wanted to join, not just US citizens. That would crack down on foreign scammers. Talk about a cat and mouse game. It's never ending. Just remember to eat, Joelle said. The team? I ordered enough for everyone. Always thinking. Always one step ahead. Sometimes Bryce thought Joelle was able to read his mind. Thanks. She opened the bag and pulled out a styrofoam box and packets of Parmesan cheese and chili peppers. Start with the salad, please. He grabbed a slice of sausage and mushroom pizza and bit into it. You sound like my mother. You think? Joelle's mouth quirked. Well, then, as soon as you fix this problem, why don't you reward yourself by seeing if those matchmaking algorithms you developed can find you a few dates? An image of San Fran Danny wearing her red bandana popped into his mind. Bryce nearly choked. He swallowed and wiped his mouth with the napkin. You've been talking to my mother. Those words are straight out of her playbook. Joelle's cheeks reddened. After 6 months of his mother's lectures about him dating, he'd finally said no more. She'd stopped. Now he understood why. She was having someone else take up the cause. You have a profile set up, she said. You should keep it public, not just when you're investigating clients or trying to flush out scammers. I'll tell you what I told my mother. I spend all my time working on blinddatebrides.com. It's a win-win situation. Others find love. I make a bunch of money. I can't handle a relationship right now. He thought about his message exchange with San Fran Danny. That was the closest he'd come to flirting in weeks. Or was it months? Can't or won't? Joelle challenged. There could be a keeper on the site waiting for you, her perfect guy, to message her. I can fire you. She tilted her chin. Yes, but you'd never be able to replace me. True. One of the most successful online dating websites was no longer a one-person show. It had started that way in the beginning, but now Bryce needed help, and he could never replace Joelle, who handled everything from finances to human resources. She didn't mind answering the phones, either. Her title of business manager was far too bland for all she did. Business goddess would be a more apt description. He couldn't run blinddatebrides.com without her. "Are you this hard on Connor?" he asked. "Harder," she admitted. "But my husband understood what he was getting into when he married me. You, however, had no idea when you hired me." "No regrets." "At least none yet." Her smile brightened her face. "You must admit that it would be excellent PR if you married someone you met at your site. Just look at the interest in your sister's engagement." "Stop. Now." "Okay. I'll stop. Only because you have more important things to do, but tomorrow." "Out. I'm going." With a grin, Joelle left his office. As Bryce waited to hear from an engineer, he ate dinner. The attack on the website was momentarily forgotten. Instead, he thought about San Fran Annie. Had she replied yet? In his inbox, he found a message from her. The corners of his mouth curved. The thrill of the catch, he told himself. To Big Brother. From San Fran Annie. Subject, Colonel Brandon. Wrong on all counts except the uniform. It could go either way there. The Colonel was always there for Marianne. That's what makes him a genuine hero. But I won't hold it against you if you meet me for coffee tomorrow morning. 8 o'clock. Crossroads Cafe on Delancey. My treat. SFD. She was assertive. Interesting. She'd also picked a great spot, a cafe that hired people who had hit rock bottom and were trying to turn their lives around. But he was wary. Why would she make a date with him when she'd rejected everyone else? It wasn't his knowledge of Jane Austen. Wrong on all counts. So, was San Fran Annie a spy? A scammer? Worse? He pulled up her profile on the website and ran a compatibility match with his questionnaire. The program deemed them highly compatible, potential soul mates. That surprised him. He studied her picture. The lighting was better than on the print version he'd seen, but not by much. Bryce didn't like being caught off guard, but it had happened more than once today. Flushing out the scammers who probably used hacked computers to do their dirty work was near impossible, but catching San Fran Annie might be fun. What did she want? Only one way to find out. Coffee tomorrow morning. My treat. Bryce smiled. He looked forward to it.
Kanga girl, remember, Danny. Proposals made after 1 cup of coffee are rare. Have fun. Marissa's message, delivered while Danny slept, brought a needed smile to her face. She'd been a bundle of nerves ever since Big Brother accepted her invitation. Stop thinking about that. Him. English crumpet, don't think of the meeting as a date. Remember, it's nothing more than market research. Grace's message echoed what James had said. It was good advice Danny intended to follow. She wouldn't let Big Brother's profile picture or information influence her. Okay, so she'd liked what he'd written about the importance of family. But experience had taught her most guys would say anything to get what they wanted. Big Brother was probably misrepresenting himself at least a little. She winced. And she was misrepresenting herself a lot. Face it. Under these circumstances, going out with Big Brother, or anyone, wasn't possible. James and her friends were correct. This coffee was nothing but a way for her to gain product information for her company. If she thought of Big Brother as anything other than market research, it would be a mistake. Downright wrong. He wasn't a potential date. He never would be. And neither would she be one for him. Big Brother appeared to be a nice guy, the type who might be a little shy and easily hurt, but she wouldn't lead him on. It was time to scare him off. She walked into her closet. Fortunately, most guys never looked past the surface when they met her. If she kept the packaging unattractive and her chest covered, Big Brother would lose interest. Her hand wavered over the fitted jeans and sharp jackets hanging on the rod and settled instead on an ex-boyfriend's sweats and an oversized hoodie from her college days. She braided her blonde hair into a single plait and tied a bandana around her head. She didn't put on makeup but wore a pair of cheap sunglasses. She squinted at the results in the full-length mirror hanging on the back of the closet door. Perfect. Perfectly awful. She grimaced. Danny rode the bus to an area locally referred to as Soma, south of Market, filled with loft warehouses, galleries, and restaurants. As she walked toward South Beach and the cafe, a place known for giving second chances, something she desperately wanted herself, her breath hung on the air. Mornings in San Francisco were usually cold and foggy, no matter the time of year. As she stepped inside, warmth blasted her. The scent of freshly brewed coffee and pastries filled the loft-like open space and made her mouth water. A good thing. She planned on spending every cent of James's money this morning. The din of the other customers grew louder. Danny glanced around. She'd stared at Big Brother's photo enough that she should recognize him, but none of the people looked familiar. Had she beaten him here? Or did her darkened sunglasses keep her from seeing clearly? San Fran Danny? A male voice asked. She turned. A man sat at a table against the wall near the bookstore portion of the cafe. He was staring at her. She studied him, resisting the urge to push her sunglasses above her forehead. Thick dark lashes framed clear, warm eyes. Brown, almost black, hair carelessly styled, as if he'd used his fingers, not a comb this morning, fell past his collar in the back. He hadn't looked like this in his picture, or the cap might have hidden it. Either way, his hair changed his looks completely. But no complaints. Big Brother? She asked. He nodded. Heaven help her. The contrast between his dark hair and lighter complexion and eyes was, in a word, stunning. Talk about a picture not doing someone justice. His photo had been cute, but it didn't show the real him at all. Was he hiding something like her? She would take her chances. As she walked toward him, he stood. Wowza. He was tall, over 6 feet. Fit, trim, perfect. Men who looked like him only existed in magazines, or the movies, or her dreams. Yet, she was having coffee with him. Her pulse quickened. Pull yourself together. Danny extended her arm. His large warm hand engulfed hers, and his shake was solid. She cleared her throat. Nice to meet you. He pulled a chair out for her. Good manners. Thanks for suggesting this. She wanted to thank his parents for having him, and James for forcing her to ask Big Brother out. Intelligent, handsome, polite. A blind date didn't get much better than this. Or him. Danny took the seat he offered. You're welcome. He sat across from her. Their gazes met. Her heart bumped. Oh, boy. She crossed her legs, tilted her head, and gave him her best buy-me-a-drink smile. He looked faintly startled. Why? I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. She leaned forward a little. It's an old photo. But I had no trouble recognizing you from your picture. Danny frowned. My. And then she realized. He'd only seen the horrible photograph she'd uploaded and how she was dressed today. No wonder he looked taken aback. Big Brother was totally hot. And she looked totally not.
Chapter 5. Bryce watched San Fran Danny tug surreptitiously on the waistband of her baggy sweats. He bit back a smile. Nice hips. But what she wore. She looked like a kid who dressed with her eyes closed or a co-ed slumming in her boyfriend's clothes. Obviously, she didn't care what kind of impression she made on him. He didn't know if he found her confidence attractive or insulting. They stood and made their way to the end of the line in front of the counter. What will you have? She asked. 2 shots Americano. She pushed her sunglasses on top of her head to read the menu. Breakfast? No, thanks. Sure? As Bryce stared into her sparkling blue eyes, he suddenly wasn't sure about anything. Where had those beauties come from? I'm not hungry. She stepped up to the counter to order a 2-shot Americano, a white mocha, and 1 lemon poppy seed waffle. As the barista, a young man with pierced ears and a tattoo on his forearm, pulled the shots, Bryce removed his wallet. San Fernando handed the bright-eyed cashier a 20. My treat, remember? Confident. And it was attractive. You pay, he said. I'll carry. A beat passed. And another. Fine with me. As she placed her change into her pocket, he gave her the once-over. Okay, all was not lost. The bulky sweats hit every curve. But with those stunning baby blues and full lips most women paid big bucks to achieve, San Fernando wasn't so bad. She raised an eyebrow. See something you like after all? Bryce broke into a reluctant grin. I'll stick to coffee. Suit yourself. He picked up their drinks and followed her past a leather couch to their table against the wall. She sat across from him, took a sip of her white mocha, and then licked foam off her upper lip. Just what I needed. A blonde strand had fallen out of her braid and threatened to slip into her drink. He reached forward and tucked it behind her ear. Her hair was smooth, and her cheek was warm. She narrowed her eyes. Bryce sat back, feeling foolish. Your hair, it was about to fall into your whipped cream. Oh. She flushed. The curse of long hair, I guess. Is that why you wear the bandana? She touched the cloth as if to remind herself she was still wearing it. The simple gesture reminded him of Caitlin when she was little and wore a tiara every day. I figured you might be some kind of cowgirl or something, he added. Ha. Actually, she leaned her elbows on the table, cradling her drink. I used to work in a stable. Bryce studied her oval nails with their pink polish. Not the hands of someone who did manual labor. Tell me about it. It's not that exciting. She took another sip from her mug. My mother works on a farm in Central California. I muck stalls there and at nearby ranches to earn money. I used bandanas to keep my hair out of the way. They also work well as sweat rags and, if you wet them, net coolers when it's hot outside. His family had horses. Caitlin wanted to ride competitively again. He knew what the work involved and was impressed. That's a hard way to earn money. Yes, but it was worth it. Not only did I get stronger from cleaning stalls, but I exercised the horses when their owners couldn't. The words tumbled from her mouth with excitement. Her expression became animated, but she seemed to catch herself and calm down. She raised her cup. So, that's where my attachment to bandanas comes from. A worthy attachment, I'd say. His respect for her grew. He recalled her picture. The shadows. Her red face. Something clicked for him. The photograph in your profile. Was it taken while you worked at a stable? She nodded. I still help at the farm when I visit my mom. One of my sisters took a photograph as a joke. Definitely a horse lover. No one else would offer to help with that job. But that didn't explain San Fernando using the unflattering picture. Why did you use that photo on your profile? He asked. She hesitated. I wanted to make sure men were more interested in who I was as a person rather than my appearance. That makes sense. She might be on the up and up. Caitlin had done the same with her profile picture. Have you found any guys who passed the test? You're here. Despite his suspicions, he liked her. I am. A cafe employee placed a plate and syrup in front of her. 1 lemon poppy seed waffle. Bryce liked that she wasn't a woman who lived off salads, rice cakes, nuts, and seeds to stay a size 0. He also liked her self-confidence. I'm glad I'm here. She spread butter on the waffle. The bandana didn't scare you off. It would take more than that to scare me. Do you wear it every day? No, she poured syrup on her waffle. But bandanas come in handy on those days I'm rushing out the door. Were you in a hurry this morning? She stared down her nose at him. What do you think? That no woman would go to such lengths to look less attractive than she was. You were in a rush or prefer comfort over style? He smiled. You said it, not me. The tension evaporated from around her mouth. I enjoy being comfortable, but I may have taken being comfy to the extreme this morning. Next time, I'll take more time getting ready. Next time, huh? He watched her eat a bite of the waffle. A drop of syrup hung on the corner of her lips. Man, she had a great mouth. So, do you do this a lot? She wiped the syrup off with a napkin. Go out for coffee and have breakfast? Online dating. Oh, no. She stared at her plate before raising her gaze to his. You're my. This is my first time. Bryce looked for a sign she might be lying. But she made eye contact, and her voice pitch also hadn't changed. She didn't fidget or blink. Then again, she might just be a good actress. He picked up his coffee. What's the verdict? Well, the mocha is delicious, and the food is tasty. Ask me again when we're finished, and I'll tell you how the company was. Bryce didn't trust her, but she was bright and had a sense of humor. He was enjoying this. Her. He sure hoped San Fran Annie wasn't guilty of anything. I will. What about you? Do you rush getting ready in the morning or take your time? He sipped his drink. Strong and hot, the way he liked his coffee. I'm a guy. Once we're out of high school, it's pretty much shower and go. She looked him over, but her expression gave nothing away. Well, at least no one could accuse you of being a slob. Thank you. The amusement in her eyes brought a smile to his face. I think. So I'm a newbie at this online dating thing. What about you? She asked. Have you gone on a lot of dates with people you met through blinddatebrides.com? Not many, much to the chagrin of my mother and sister. Why is that? Both of them want me to settle down. She raised her mug. Do you want to settle down? No. Bryce found her easy to talk to. Strange, considering his reasons for meeting her. But my opinion doesn't matter to my mother. She lectures me about being over 30 and single. She wants grandchildren to spoil. My sister, who is a member of the site, has jumped on my mother's bandwagon and sends me links to the profiles of women to contact. Your younger sister, right? A caution light flashed in his head. He hadn't told San Fran Annie anything about himself, so her knowing that suggested she'd been looking into him. Talk about a huge red flag. Yeah. How did you know? Your username is Big Brother. Okay, that made sense. But she still could be investigating him the way he was her. Caitlin picked the name for me. That's so sweet. She's a sweet girl. Woman, he corrected. Sometimes, I forget she's grown up. Does she mind that? She calls me overprotective, overbearing, and a bully, too. San Fran Annie's smile lit up her face. The two of you are close. It wasn't a question. Yeah, but Caitlin drove me crazy when we were kids. She followed me everywhere. I wanted to trade her in for a brother, but I watched out for her back then, too. That sounds so familiar. I looked out for my 3 little sisters, even though there were days I wanted to kill them. But if anything happened to them, it would have destroyed my mother, so I controlled myself. He grinned. 3 younger sisters must be worse than 1. Especially when getting ready for school with a single bathroom for the 4 of us. Catfights? Every day. She laughed. How about with your sister? She's one of my best friends, even though I still watch out for her. Lucky girl. She might disagree with that. Though Caitlin's luck had changed for the better. Contentment settled in the center of Bryce's chest. She recently got engaged to a man she met on blinddatebrides.com. That's exciting news. Very. He smiled, imagining Caitlin, all bubbly and glowing, showing off her diamond engagement ring. She'd thanked him for creating the website where she'd met her fiancé. That moment had made his hard work, the sleepless nights, and constant fires needing dousing, worth it. My sister and her fiancé prove the matchmaking algorithm works since that's how they found each other. San Fran Annie set her fork on the plate. You believe the site's algorithm works? He understood the doubt in her voice. Turning matters of the heart over to a machine wasn't easy. I do because relying on the program is the smartest way to find a compatible date. It's difficult for me to accept that a computer would do a better job picking a guy for me than I could. Is that why you haven't gone out with anyone before? She shrugged. It didn't seem right. Her response set off a warning bell in Bryce's head. Right? The right time, she clarified. But the compatibility program worked for a friend of mine who lives in London. They are married and expecting a baby. I'll tell my sister. She wants everyone to be as happy as she is. I have 2 friends like that. The pregnant one and another who is engaged. I met both on the website. They're pushing me to go out more. They mean well, but the pressure. Exactly. She drank her coffee, seeming completely at ease. Luckily, my mother doesn't care if I get married. She's not on the grandma track, then? Not at all. The only thing my mom wants is for my 3 sisters and me to pursue our passions and follow our dreams, whatever they may be. Bryce wondered what her dreams entailed. She sounds like a great mom. My mom's the best. My hero. San Fran Annie's eyes softened, as did the tone of her voice. She raised us on her own. We didn't always have a place to sleep, but we had food to eat and knew she loved us. No matter what was happening, there was more than enough love. Her words squeezed Bryce's heart. No place to sleep sounded like she'd been homeless. No one should have to go through that, especially an innocent child. Her background might explain the way she acted and her ambivalence about the clothing she wore for their date. His silver spoon upbringing, the overabundance of toys and clothes, the mansion and vacation homes, the revolving door of step-parents, and the trust fund he'd never touched, had been the exact opposite. His parents loved him, but they were so busy with their own lives and marriages, they'd left him and Caitlin in the care of nannies. There had never been enough love at his houses. Sounds like you still had everything you needed despite some tough times. I didn't think so then, but growing up like that made me stronger, more determined. To do what? Succeed. Make it on my own. Show the world I'm more than what others think I am. She raised her chin and then looked down. Sorry, that must sound arrogant. No. Not at all. Even though the 2 of them came from different worlds, Bryce understood because he felt the same way. That was why he'd taken a job as a web developer. He'd wanted to succeed on his own terms, not live off the rewards of his great-grandfather's real estate foresight over 100 years ago. It's important to make it on your own, especially if people said you couldn't. She reached across the table and touched his hand. You get it. He nodded, trying not to stare at her fingers. San Fran Annie's gesture was friendly, and he enjoyed her soft skin against his. When she pulled her arm away, he missed her warmth. I want to buy my mom a house. Nothing fancy, maybe a white picket fence. Just someplace that belongs to her. We never had a home of our own. A worthy goal. She nodded. Something to work toward, that's for sure. San Fran Annie seemed nice. She was close to her family, funny, and intelligent. A guy could do worse, but he couldn't forget why he was here. I'm a spy. Bryce straightened. He needed to figure out what she'd meant by that. Spying didn't always mean espionage. She might have joined the site to stalk a crush, a boyfriend, or an ex. Why haven't you gone on more dates? He wanted some answers. Have you used the compatibility matching program? The questionnaire seems thorough enough. Oh, it's thorough, all right. Her mouth quirked. That stupid thing took forever to fill out, with all its nitpicky and redundant questions. He'd heard the criticism before, but the questionnaire was far from stupid. The time you spend pays off. Let's be real. She leaned toward him. How do you know someone else will fill it out as carefully as you did? They might choose an answer they think another person wants to hear. That's built into the algorithm and the reason for so many questions, even redundant ones. To understand what a person needs in a relationship and a mate. Not what they think they need. You seem to know a lot about it. I work with computers, he admitted, waiting for questions to follow. So many people worked for technology companies in the Bay Area, yet some women wanted to know more: where he worked, his title, if he received stock options, to gauge future earning potential. Poor you. She poked her fork into her waffle and swallowed a bite. Was San Fran Danny disinterested in him or playing hard to get? She might just be hungry. Her breakfast looked delicious. I like computers, he said. And with anything internet-based, there's an element of trust involved. Not everyone plays fair. Bryce wasn't playing fair with her. But then again, she might be guilty of the same. He was here protecting his company and his customers. He doubted her reasons would be considered honorable if she'd come here under false pretenses. Did you have a bad experience? You're my first blind date. At least she was keeping her story straight. You don't seem the shy type. Her gaze, unwavering and strong, met his. I'm not. You just haven't wanted to date anyone. She nodded once. Why pay the monthly membership fee, then? Something with her story didn't add up. So why did you join the site? She opened her mouth. Closed it. An attractive pink tinged her cheeks. Curiosity? He didn't buy her answer. Don't you want to meet somebody? As she eyed him warily, she leaned back in her chair. For a first date, you're awfully interested in my sex life. Bryce grinned ruefully. You caught me. Sorry. No, I like it. Like what? Two lines formed over her nose. That I'm abrasive? Not abrasive. Confident. Willing to speak your mind and challenge me without getting flustered. Bryce might keep his identity secret, but he wouldn't deny what he liked about her. I find you. San Fran Danny raised her chin and boldly met his gaze. What? Interesting. She drew her brows together. Even looking like this? Yes. Be still, my heart. That's almost as good as saying I have a great personality. She was a tough nut to crack. Then again, he loved a challenge. You have a great personality. Oh, boy. What? Great personality. Her eyes danced with mischief. That's what guys tell you right before they say let's be friends. Nothing wrong with starting as friends and seeing where things go. She drank her mocha, feigning disinterest. Unless her indifference was real. Surprisingly, he found her charming. So, we've talked about dating and our families. What's next? The weather? Bryce laughed. Tell me about your job. Your profile says you're in sales. Yes, I am. She pushed up the sleeve of her sweatshirt and checked her watch. Oh. Would you look at the time? This has been great, but I need to go. So soon? Without answering his question. He shouldn't have been surprised. Yes. The regret flickering in her eyes appeared genuine. I'm sorry. Me, too. Her odd contradictions confused him. I don't know your real name. I'm guessing it might be Danny, based on your username. She bit her lip. Does it matter? Yes. No, not really, but I'm Bryce. He didn't say his last name. One visit to Google would expose who he was. Her face clouded with uneasiness. I'm Danny. Thanks, Danny. He might like her, but her evasiveness added to his suspicions. Bryce didn't trust her, but he wasn't ready to say goodbye just yet. He wanted to learn more about her. Who was he kidding? He wanted to see her again. Would you like to have dinner with me? Tomorrow night? I'd like that, Danny said. But tomorrow doesn't work for me. Got a date? He teased. She wet her lips. Actually, I do.
Chapter 6. San Fran Danny, thanks for agreeing to do a group chat outside of blinddatebrides.com. Now I won't have to watch what I say. Kanga girl, this is easier for me. English crumpet, me, too, so I don't slip up and type the wrong thing. San Fran Danny, you two are the best. Kanga girl, BFFs forever. English crumpet, so tell us about your date. Is he attractive? San Fran Danny, yes. His profile picture doesn't do him justice. You can't tell how green his eyes are. Or how kind his smile is. Or see the slight bump on his nose that makes him look a little rugged. Kanga girl, Bryce sounds yummy. San Fran Danny, I wouldn't mind a taste. Who was she kidding? She wouldn't mind gobbling him up. He appealed to her on a variety of levels, both physical and emotional. There'd been a connection with him. One she wanted to explore further. If only she could. Kanga girl, go for it. English crumpet, unless you already have. San Fran Danny, I haven't. We only had coffee. Kanga girl, sounds like you should spend more time with him. English crumpet, when do you see him again? San Fran Danny, he said he'd be in touch. But after I told him I had another date, I doubt I'll hear from him. That bothered Danny. More than she wanted to admit. A funny expression had formed on his face when she mentioned her upcoming date. Maybe she shouldn't have told him the truth, but his dinner invitation had taken her by surprise. The entire meeting had. She kept replaying their conversation in her mind. Not that it mattered with her job. San Fran Danny, it's no big deal. Remember, this is market research. Market research was better than spying. As she checked her inbox for the umpteenth time, Danny kept reminding herself of that. Not that she expected Bryce to contact her after saying goodbye this morning, but on the off chance he had. Kanga girl, ask him out. English crumpet, that's a brilliant idea, Marissa. San Fran Danny, I can't. Not unless I want to lie or tell him the truth and risk losing my job. And now, with my boss wanting me to go out with any guy who contacts me, it's too complicated. Kanga girl, perhaps, but look at Rick and me. That was complicated, but if it's meant to be, it'll work out. English crumpet, that's right. I never expected to fall in love again, let alone get married and have another baby. You never know how things will work out, Danny. Kanga girl, don't give up hope. Danny wanted to believe her friends, yet her doubts grew, and the guilt kept building. Her life had felt like a lie for half a year now. The job, the spying, and now the dating. Tomorrow night, she would go out with someone else. Jim guy seemed pleasant enough, but his email had been a sales pitch about himself. He mentioned nothing about her. Nothing like. She sighed. Bryce.
Bryce didn't know what to do. He tapped his pencil against his desk. The rapid tattoo matched the throbbing at his temples. He had work issues to deal with, but only one thing was on his mind, Danny. Actually, I do. She had another date. A date, Bryce had discovered when he probed deeper with someone from blinddatebrides.com. Bryce shouldn't care. He didn't care. He should be glad she was proving herself to be an ordinary client. Except there was nothing ordinary about Danny. Why would she suddenly go on dates? Not knowing the answer bugged him. He needed to find out what was going on. Not for his sake, but for the website. And he had the tools to do that. Bryce was the founder and CEO of blinddatebrides.com. The terms of service customers agreed to when they joined the website permitted him to read whatever he wanted. He had administrative access to everything, from chat logs to messages sent between users. Viewing a customer's account wasn't unheard of for debugging or monitoring metrics for site usage. Or tracking down abusers. Or possible abusers, such as Danny. Checking her account made perfect sense. Reading private messages for personal reasons was unethical but as part of an ongoing investigation. That was all he was doing. Investigating. It wasn't as if he'd asked Grant to pull her chat logs. He would let the filtering system deal with those. She'd agreed to the other date before she'd met him at the cafe. Bryce had figured out that much from what she said. Now, he just wanted, make that needed, to learn more. He logged into the admin system. Time to poke around in her inbox to see what was going on with San Fran Danny.
See anything you like? Danny's date asked from across the table. She peered over her menu at Jim Guy, aka Greg. He smiled back, smugly. Most women would be attracted to him, Danny supposed. His blonde corporate hairstyle, tanned skin, and bleached teeth reminded her of a weekend news anchor. Nice looking, but easily forgettable once you changed the channel. Though she wasn't sure where his username came from, he appeared to be more on the thin and weak side than fit and strong from working out at a gym. She glanced at the entrees. There's quite a selection. Although she'd suggested they meet for coffee, he'd chosen a popular restaurant in Cow Hollow for dinner and ordered an expensive wine, a bottle of Cabernet, over her objections. Either he wanted to impress her or had control issues. He might try to get her drunk. The salmon with the cranberry chutney looks interesting. Her budget didn't allow splurging on pricey meals, but James had given her enough cash to cover the entire tab, including tip, so she would order whatever she wanted. At least her boss wasn't a cheapskate. If he developed some ethics, morals, and a heart, she might love her job. Though the macadamia nut-crusted halibut sounds delicious. I noticed that one myself. Greg lowered his menu. And just so there's no tug-of-war over the bill later, tonight is on me. Danny must have misjudged his ordering the wine and everything else. He was probably being polite. And she wasn't. She couldn't blame him for not wanting to be here. It wasn't his fault she'd accepted the date under false pretenses, and her guilt kept growing. How could it not when the restaurant's ambience oozed romance, with white linen tablecloths, candles, flowers, and soft classical music playing? A tad much for a blind date, but his choice suggested he'd put thought into where to take her. Too bad she would rather be out with Bryce, whose bright, warm eyes brought a sigh to Danny's lips. She pressed them together. No sighing or swooning allowed, especially over a man who hadn't contacted her since their coffee date. At least Greg wanted to be with her. Thanks. She placed her menu on the table. But I plan to treat you to dinner. Greg's beaming smile showed 2 rows of perfectly white, straight teeth, but he had nothing on Bryce's easy grin. A good thing I beat you to it. Not really. Danny had to pay, or the mounting guilt might do her in. Once upon a time, she had a fabulous job, a sporty new car, and a 1-bedroom apartment with a peek of the San Francisco Bay out her living room window, and a reserved parking spot. Now she was dating strangers to get information her boss wanted. She reached past her wine glass to her water and drank. Danny hated to be going out with anyone like this. Relationships needed to be founded on honesty if they were to last. That was the healthy way to meet someone and fall for them. Unlike building a foundation on lies and half-truths. If she fell for any man from the website, she would have to come clean at some point, and people would get hurt. So, Greg raised his wine glass. You're a lot better looking than your photograph. I hoped guys might read my profile instead of judging me by a picture. That's what I did. His gaze dropped from her face to her chest. Smart move, for sure. Bummer. Danny's clothes, a skirt, blouse, and sweater, fit loosely to hide her curves, but he'd glimpsed enough to capture his attention. She should have worn the baggy sweats instead. Greg stared as if he had see-through clothing vision. Though you'd probably get more takers if you mentioned you had such nice melons in your profile. Danny choked. Coughed. Wiped her mouth with her napkin. Okay. So much for him being polite. But she'd learned how to deal with men like him. Learned all too well. With her napkin back on her lap, she straightened. Stick to the macadamia nuts. You can't handle the melons. His mouth gaped. He closed it. I sure would like to if you'll give me a chance. Greg leaned over the table toward her, and she noticed how his eyes were beady like a sewer rat. My place is walking distance from here. Why don't we skip dinner, head over there, and go straight to dessert? She bit back a sigh. So typical. And to think she'd been plagued by guilt for using him to get information when he wanted to use her for sex. At least Bryce had been a gentleman at the cafe. Greg raised an eyebrow and puckered his lips slightly. You know you want to go to my apartment with me. Jerk. She bypassed the water and sipped from her wineglass. No sense wasting an expensive bottle. Or the opportunity. Although lowering herself to his level left a bitter taste in her mouth. Considerate market research, she told herself. Or morbid curiosity. Do you do this a lot? Depends on your definition of a lot, but I can squeeze you in with my busy schedule. He sipped his wine. We will be so good together. She should have gone out with Bryce instead of this wannabe, who gave players a bad name. In bed, you mean? Where else? Greg took another drink. Women say they're looking for a long-term commitment on their profiles, but secretly they want an adventure. All they need is the right man to lead the way. You figured this out on your own? All by myself. His smug smile returned. Are you ready for an adventure, Danny? Greg reached across the table, past the flickering votive candle, past the bud vase containing a Gerber daisy, past her hand, to stroke the juncture of her chest with his fingertip. Disgust sent her flying back. She nearly fell. As she jerked to her feet, her chair crashed to the floor. The restaurant was dead quiet. Customers stared. The waitstaff, too. She didn't care. What are you doing? I'm giving you what you want. What I want. Danny's blood pressure soared. His words took her back to high school, where the boys elbowed each other and propositioned her when she passed by them. She'd ignored their taunts even though it hurt because she wanted to be part of the popular crowd. She was older, wiser now. No need to fit in with people she never liked. What I want is for you to crawl back into the hole you slithered out of. You're a feisty one, aren't you? He raised his eyebrows up and down as if performing a bizarre mating call. Women who play hard to get are usually good in bed. You'll never know. She picked up her glass of water and tossed the contents on his lap. That should cool you off. Greg jumped up, grabbed a napkin, and patted himself. Why, you little. Is there a problem? The male voice came from behind. She turned. Bryce. Surprise and a flash of joy skittered through Danny. Her mouth went dry. She'd been thinking about him tonight. Now he was here, looking gorgeous in a brown suit and concerned about her. She gloried in the moment, a wide grin on her face. And then she remembered. She wasn't alone. Her cheeks burned. Danny glanced at a red-faced Greg, frantically drying the front of his pants and muttering to himself. Are you okay? Bryce asked. The tenderness of his voice eased some of her humiliation. She stared up at him. So handsome. So strong. He had a looking for a fight gleam in his eyes. His desire to protect pleased her. Feminine power surged. And then she remembered the brawl scene from Bridget Jones's Diary. Oh, no. All she needed was two men who didn't know how to fight duking it out over her in a nice restaurant to top off the night. No way could she allow that to happen. Sure, she appreciated Bryce coming to her assistance, except this wasn't a dark alley or the back seat of some guy's car. She had this situation under control. I'm fine. Well, I'm not. Greg frowned. The water stains on his pants made him look as if he'd wet himself. I should have known a chick with such a nice rack would be nothing but a tease. A vein throbbed at Bryce's jaw. Why don't we step outside? Okay, she might not need rescuing, and she sure didn't want anyone fighting over her, but the way he'd challenged Greg was totally romantic. Totally Austen hero-worthy, too. Danny bit back a sigh. Greg must have agreed because he shrank before her eyes. He took 2 steps backward. You want to fight me? No, Bryce said. I want her to have more room when she kicks your scrawny wet butt. Her heart melted. A second later, Greg bolted from the table. She laughed. I never realized I was that terrifying. You have no idea. Outside, street lamps illuminated the crowded sidewalk. A breeze carried the salty scent of the bay. Danny stood next to Bryce. A foghorn sounded. The cyclical blares reminded her she was no longer the dirt-poor girl she'd once been, the housekeeper's daughter with a too big chest and hips too round. The girl no boy respected, but everyone wanted. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. She crossed her arms over her stomach. Bryce shrugged off his jacket and placed it around her shoulders. This will keep you warm. He was doing a good enough job, heating her up himself. With shadows on his face, he looked dangerous and sexy but acted more like a knight than a rake. She buttoned his coat. Not only because of the cold but because she wanted to feel closer to him. This might be her only chance. She wouldn't miss out. Thanks. You're welcome. I can't believe you were at the restaurant. Danny breathed in his soap and water scent on the jacket. Funny, but for some reason, she thought he would wear cologne. What a coincidence. He stared at a yellow cab driving by. Yeah, I ordered takeout, but decided to eat here instead of going home alone. Hope fluttered. He wasn't on a date, but she shouldn't care. She didn't care. Okay, maybe a little. But you had it covered, Bryce continued. You didn't need my help with that guy. It was nice to have backup. He bowed. Big brother, at your service. She gave a quick curtsy. We made a good team. We did. He glanced at the restaurant. But what happened in there shouldn't have. She waited for the familiar litany to begin, that she was the one to blame when guys got carried away. That she was at fault, asking for it with her clothing or her words. The guy was a total jerk. You deserve to be treated so much better than that. He should be kicked off blinddatebrides.com for his actions. Her heart melted again, the same way when he'd stuck up for her a few minutes ago. His anger seemed so sincere, so real. And though he had bad things, valid criticisms, to say about Greg, Bryce didn't use her experience to talk himself up. She respected that. She respected him. Danny wanted to hug Bryce. To thank him. To hold him. He was different, a gentleman. Someone who looked beyond the surface to see the person underneath. Someone who wasn't afraid to step forward. Someone who cared. About her. Her pulse raced as if she'd just completed a competition round in the ring. I'll file a complaint with the website. Do, he encouraged. They can suspend his account. Unfortunately, he'll go to another one and do the same thing with other women. What we've experienced is the dark side of online dating. Some people, and not just men, only want sex and will do or say anything to get it. blinddatebrides.com is for those who want a serious relationship. Bryce sounded frustrated, annoyed. Players and liars are everywhere. Even on blinddatebrides.com. It shouldn't be like that. Bryce sounded so idealistic. Those people should sign up for one of the casual sex sites like hookamate.com instead. Danny winced. His words were a slap to the face, and the truth embarrassed her. Worse, she agreed with him. She only wondered whether he would want to see her again if he discovered where she worked and what she did. Not everyone reads the terms of use, Danny said. Or cares. They should care. His eyes practically caressed her, and she sucked in a breath. I care. Oh. Her heart beat faster. She could care about Bryce someday, have something real with him, but not this way. Danny swallowed around the lump of emotion lodged in her throat. Not under these circumstances. She needed to get away from him before she messed up having any chance with Bryce in the future. I should go home so you can eat your dinner. I finished. His gaze locked with hers. Hypnotic. Once again, a mysterious connection drew him to her. They stood there, silent, staring at each other as if entranced. The noise of the city disappeared, consumed by the night. It was only her and Bryce. And that felt right. No, not right. Danny fought hard to break his spell. She didn't know enough about him. And he didn't know the truth about her, which made it nowhere close to being right, and a relationship couldn't be built on lies. She glanced at the sidewalk. It didn't look as if you ate dinner in there, Bryce said. Would you like to get something to eat? Yes. No. Life wasn't fair. Why had she met him now? Bryce was intelligent, kind, and hot. He was precisely the kind of man she wanted to meet in, say, 5 years when she had her career established and was ready to commit. With her life in such disarray, she wasn't ready for that. Thanks, but I need to go home. Far, far away from the way too attractive Bryce. I'll walk you to your car. She'd sold her car after she'd gotten laid off. I took the bus. He swept his hand through his hair. Would you like a ride home?
Chapter 7. What was he thinking? Some idiot had accosted Danny, and then Bryce asked her to get into a car with him, a stranger from the internet. He wanted to kick himself. That was what he got for acting impulsively. But he hadn't been able to stop himself or think straight. She brought out his impatience. He didn't like that, or how he kept staring at her. But she cleaned up well, even if her clothes appeared to be too big. If he wasn't careful, he would blow this. The investigation, he amended. I'll call you a cab, Bryce offered. I take the bus all the time. It's late. He didn't want money to be the reason she took public transportation at this hour. My treat. I can take care of myself. After seeing you in action tonight, you've shown you can handle any situation. But you shouldn't have to deal with anything else tonight. Danny's lips pressed together. The determined set of her jaw reminded him of his sister when she decided on something. He knew when to surrender. If you must ride the bus, I'll walk you to the stop. That was the least he could do, even though he wanted to do more. Thanks. She headed toward a lighted bus stop, and he fell in step with her. Guilt gnawed at him for using information from her emails to find her tonight. He'd ignored the temptation to read her chat logs, but he'd still felt like a jerk when she'd called his being at the restaurant a coincidence. No chance or luck had been involved in his witnessing her date gone bad. Frustration grew at both himself and Jim Guy. He hated how guys like that slipped through the system without being weeded out. Bryce was protective over Danny, the way he was with all his customers, and right now, a part of him wanted to hold her, except he rarely hugged clients. And a hug would go over as well as his offer of a ride home. He pressed his arms against his sides. The last thing you want to do is get into the car with a total stranger, or a player, or a liar. Bryce remembered what she'd said. Not that I'm strange or any of those other things, but you have no way of confirming that. I wouldn't. She stared up at him through her long eyelashes, but she didn't slow her pace. It's hard to separate the good guys from the psychos these days. Unless he's carrying around an axe or a chainsaw. That would be a dead giveaway. She stopped at a corner. Still, I can't imagine you wielding a knife with a crazed look in your eyes. Once you learn more about me, you'll realize I'm harmless. Danny hit the crosswalk button. Traffic zipped across the intersection. You make it sound as if I'm enrolling in Bryce 101? He laughed. If you were, I wouldn't be a stranger if you needed another ride home. She eyed him warily. You've got this all figured out. Working on it. What did you have in mind? Her wariness was clear. He would proceed with caution. Dinner and conversation. The walk sign illuminated. She stepped off the curb. As long as you don't assume what else is happening. I assume nothing. Bryce didn't want to let her go without getting a commitment from her. How does Wednesday sound? Why midweek? It's hard to have nefarious intentions when you have to work the next morning. It almost ensures you'll get home early. As he waited for her answer, he reminded himself that patience was a virtue. Okay, she said after what seemed like hours but was only minutes. Probably seconds. That sounds good. They reached the other side of the street. Great. A bus pulled to the curb, the brakes squealing as it rolled to a stop. The door opened. You can still call a ride or taxi, he said. Thanks, but I'm more comfortable taking the bus. She started removing his coat. Your jacket. Keep it, he said. You don't want to get cold. Give it back to me on Wednesday. She stepped onto the bus and glanced back at him. Thanks for everything. Bryce hated to see her go. Passengers on Muni get more interesting at night. Please message me when you're home. Will do. She smiled down at him. Bye. A disturbing feeling settled at the bottom of his stomach. Good night. An hour later, Bryce stared at his laptop monitor. No email from Danny yet. He'd checked to see if she'd logged into the website. She hadn't. His fingers tensed over the keyboard. Should he call her? She'd included her phone number when she registered for an account. And then he remembered. BlindDateBrides.com had her information. Not him. He glanced at the time. What was taking her so long to get home? Worry was premature. Still, Bryce should have called a cab for her, but his mind had been a jumble of thoughts since they'd had coffee. Had it only been yesterday? It seemed longer, and he wanted to learn more about her. Weird. Given the reason they'd met, his interest made zero sense. Yes, Danny was pretty, but so were other women. Tonight, she'd worn her hair in a ponytail, but had bypassed the makeup again. Her fresh-faced natural look appealed to him. And that subtle perfume of hers, vanilla with a hint of something else, something floral, smelled so good. He wouldn't mind having that scent around him all the time. But as Danny had said, cyberspace was full of players and liars. Thieves and spies, too, he reminded himself. Was she one of them? Bryce didn't think so anymore. When she'd seen him at the restaurant, her surprise had been palpable. Her relief, too. Not even an award-winning actress would have been able to fake that level of sincerity. Danny was probably a timid dater. Okay, she had taken care of Jim Guy on her own, but she just didn't seem like a scammer or spy, despite what she'd said in the chat room. Taken out of context, any word could sound suspicious. And that made his motives for following her appear suspect. Filters on her recent chats had triggered no warnings, but Joel was double-checking what automation might have missed. He would remain cautious. That was the smartest thing to do because he couldn't forget his responsibility in all this, make sure no one caused trouble on the website. BlindDateBrides.com was his priority. No getting sidetracked allowed, no matter how intriguing he found San Fran Danny. His cell phone rang, cutting through the silence in his house. The only person he wanted to talk to didn't have his number. The screen displayed Caitlin's name. She wouldn't call at this hour without a reason. Bryce answered. Hey, sis. What's going on? Mother doesn't want father to bring his newest girlfriend to the engagement party. Caitlin sniffled as if she'd been crying. And she wants me to tell him. If I do that, he might not come. He's not been the best dad, but I want him there. The crack in his sister's voice squeezed Bryce's heart. The ripples from their parents' divorce hadn't lessened. He would never forget the yelling, screaming, and breaking things that had led to their split. Don't worry. By the time the party rolls around, the girlfriend will probably be his new wife. That's what I told Mother. She got even more upset. You'd think, after 20-some years apart, with almost a dozen marriages between them, they'd be able to get over it. If it hadn't happened yet, it wouldn't. Caitlin was just emotional now. So, what would you like to happen at your engagement party? I wish mom and dad would push aside their differences and be a faux couple for one night, but not even you could pull that off. Do you want his new girlfriend there? We were friends when we were kids, and she seems to make him happy, so she's more than welcome to attend. If our mother would stop being ridiculous. Neither mom nor dad deserves you, sis. Bryce sat on the couch. I'll call mom and tell her to drop it. Thanks. Gratitude filled Caitlin's voice. I can always count on you. That's what big brothers are for. Yes, but are you okay? You sound different. He glanced at his laptop, sitting on the coffee table. I'm waiting for something. You've never been good at that. She laughed. Remember on Christmas Eve when you woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to open presents? I was 10. And now you're 32. Not too much has changed. Thanks, sis. Anytime. So, what are you waiting for at this hour? An email. Oh, work. She groaned. I was hoping it was a woman. He wouldn't go there. Sorry, not sorry. Haha, his sister joked. Don't forget to find a +1 for the engagement party, or you'll be fighting off all the single women and a few of the married ones, too. I can handle them, he thought about Danny, though I may have a lead on a date. Who? A woman. Give me a name. Initials. Something. Caitlin sighed, but he would guess she was smiling. Come on, Bryce. You said date without making it sound like a 4-letter word. That's huge. There isn't anything to tell right now. Inviting Danny to the party wasn't a smart idea, given the circumstances. But if the situation changes, you'll be the first person I tell. Promise? Caitlin sounded more like a little girl than a bride-to-be. She would likely tell their mother about his potential date. That might take some pressure off Caitlin and whether or not their father and his girlfriend attended the party. I promise, but don't get your hopes up. Are you kidding? Hope is overflowing. It's not that big a deal. Oh, yes, it is, she countered. The fact you're even considering getting away from your computer long enough to meet and go out with a woman is borderline miraculous. Bryce frowned. You make me sound like a geek. If the pocket protector fits. His laptop dinged. He glanced at his inbox and saw a notification from Danny. Finally. I have to go. You've been waiting on her. He clicked on the message. Good night, sis. It is. Caitlin laughed. Good night, big brother. Don't forget your promise to me and be sure to call mom. As soon as the line disconnected, Bryce turned off the phone. He grabbed his laptop and read. To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, made it. I'm in my apartment, though there were moments I doubted if I'd make it home or not. A group of mimes boarded at Divisadero and entertained me. Not a smart decision on their part. I would rather battle a psychopath wielding an axe than a clown. D. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, made it. Glad to hear you survived the trip despite the mischievous mimes. Sorry I wasn't there to see it. Note to self, leave face paint at home on Wednesday night. To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, made it. You didn't miss much except for seeing a grown mime cry. Good call on the face paint, or you'd be spending the evening alone and in tears. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, made it. Wouldn't want that. Meet me under the rotunda of the Palace of Fine Arts at 6:30 on Wednesday. I'll bring dinner, and we can have a picnic. To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, made it. What can I bring? To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, made it. I won't suggest dessert. To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, made it. I have no problem providing dessert as long as it's not assumed to be me. P.S. Looking forward to Wednesday. Bryce smiled. So was he.
Chapter 8. As Danny adjusted her purse's shoulder strap and walked along a path at the Palace of Fine Arts, she reminded herself tonight wasn't a date. If she remembered that, she would be fine. Marissa had texted, calling the not a date with Bryce another information-gathering meeting. Grace had agreed in her text, suggesting Danny keep the conversation focused on blinddatebrides.com and his dating experiences. Excellent advice from both her online friends, except for one thing. Danny wanted this to be a real date. Not that she wanted a boyfriend per se, but she enjoyed spending time with Bryce. And, to be honest, she didn't care if the dating website came up in the conversation. On her right, two swans swam across the lake. Elegant and graceful, a pair mated for life. A little envious, she watched them. A relationship that lasted a lifetime suddenly appealed to her heart and soul. Nothing in her life had lasted for long. Was it so horrible to want forever? Or to want to go on a date with Bryce? He was a nice guy. She enjoyed his company. No sense pretending she didn't because of what might happen. One date wouldn't stop her from finding a new job or moving forward with her life. One date wouldn't make her dependent on someone. One date wouldn't change anything. Danny walked to the center of the Romanesque rotunda and stared at the top of the dome. Compared to the vast structure, she was so small, so inconsequential. The way she'd felt since being laid off. She hated the floundering, frustration, and living a lie. The market research James required her to do crossed a line. In doing that, she wasn't being the kind of person she'd strived to be all these years. Danny wanted to make something of herself, make a difference, but now it was as if she were standing on a playground merry-go-round being spun around by a group of mean kids with no way to get off. She wanted off. Out. Danny hated having things being out of her control, of struggling to check the next item off her to-do list. She needed to lighten up and have fun. Tonight with Bryce would be a good start. So might something else. She remembered a piece of trivia she'd read about this place on a San Francisco tourist website. Danny clapped her hands together once. The sound echoed perfectly through the dome. I used to do that when I was a kid. She jumped, startled by Bryce's voice. He looked handsome in a green polo shirt and khaki pants. With his casually styled hair and steady grin, he reminded her more of a fashion model than a computer geek except for the paper bag he held. You don't have to be a kid to do it, she challenged. His gaze, intense and unwavering, met hers. Step aside. She did. Bryce handed her the bag. The scent of rosemary wafted out. He positioned himself at the center, looked at the dome's ceiling, and clapped. The sharp sound echoed through the rotunda. Satisfied? Very. Me, too. The way he studied her made her think she had a smudge of dirt on her face. What? You wore your hair down. She tucked strands behind her ears. My bandana would have clashed with my clothes. Your hair's longer than I thought it would be. His expression didn't tell her if he liked the length. Not that his opinion mattered. Much. I keep thinking I should cut it and go for one of those trendy new styles. Your hair looks great the way it is. You shouldn't change it unless you want to. He sounded as if he'd had this conversation before. And then she remembered, Caitlin. Spoken like a true big brother. Bryce shrugged, appearing embarrassed and more like his profile picture, that shy, easy-to-hurt guy Danny had imagined. It's sound advice, she added. Thanks. Just don't ask me to braid your hair. He shivered. I still have nightmares over that one. Caitlin, too. Danny laughed. Don't worry. I can braid my own. He made an exaggerated swipe at his brow. Good, I was worried for a minute. She was a little worried herself. Bryce was too cute. Intelligent, charming, attractive, funny. Her friends would like him. Her mother and sisters, too. Not a date, she reminded herself. Nice outfit, he said. Thanks. She'd chosen a pair of brown pants, a blue blouse, and a cropped lightweight jacket. Not super-fitted clothes, but these showed a few curves. She'd considered wearing her baggy sweats or another of the loose-fitting outfits hanging in the back of her closet and foregoing makeup. But she'd revolted at the thought of playing the ugly duckling again. She wanted Bryce to see her for who she was. Inside and out. His gaze, slow and appreciative, ran the length of her. Your shirt brings out the blue of your eyes. She drew back. You know what color my eyes are? You sound surprised. I am. Most guys. Most guys, he prompted. She might as well be honest. Most guys never see beyond my bra cup size. He shrugged. Their loss. Danny was used to men liking her body, not her. They saw her as a trophy, a piece of arm candy. She bit her lip, unsure what to make of Bryce. Close your eyes, he ordered. She did. What color are my eyes? Green. Correct, he said as she opened her eyes. Guess you're not just interested in my cup size, either. So we're even. Not even close. He left Danny off balance as if he'd spun her not-so-neat little world in yet another direction. She didn't like that. Ready to eat? He asked. Please. I worked through lunch, and I'm starving. Whatever you brought smells delicious. It does, but I can't take credit for the food. I picked up dinner at a place on Chestnut. Bryce led her to a path leading around the lake. I put down a blanket to claim a spot. With pleasant weather like tonight, I didn't want to take any chances. It's a beautiful day. She tilted her head toward the sky so the sun's rays kissed her cheeks. Though I'm not sure there are any bad picnic spots here. True. That's why I enjoy being here. Even with the tourists snapping pictures like crazy, it's still peaceful. I know. His words gave her the warm and fuzzies all over. I consider this place as somewhere to escape from the hectic pulse of life in the city. And you never know what you'll see. One time they were filming a television show. He stopped at a grassy area where a blue blanket lay. Here we are. Danny stared across the water. The two swans she'd seen earlier still floated on the lake, but this time they had the palace as the backdrop behind them. A veritable feast for the eyes with the water, plants, and architecture. It's like stepping back to ancient times with the Corinthian columns. And the Roman-inspired rotunda. All that's missing are gladiators and deities. She stared at Bryce. Thanks for choosing such a lovely place for our picnic. You're welcome, he said. This spot has sentimental value to me. A warning bell sounded in her head. Danny bit back a sigh, knowing a story about Bryce's ex-girlfriend who he brought here before she'd done him wrong would come next. Danny had little experience with that, but to be honest, she'd rather listen to him talk about a former love than deal with the I want you for your body dates who usually asked her out. She plopped onto the blanket, ready to hear his woeful tale. Sentimental, how? I had a nanny who claimed Bluebird days demanded picnics. She had our cook prepare us a picnic, sometimes two, if she planned on keeping us outside the entire time. Bryce patted the blanket. This was one of her favorite picnic spots. The affection in his voice brought a smile to Danny's face. Sounds like you had fun with her. We did. He removed white boxes from the sack. She was one Caitlin and I were sad to lose. You had a lot of nannies? Nodding, he pulled out plates and utensils. My mother and father paid them well, but the nannies earned every penny of their salary dealing with my parents, not us. Danny toyed with a blade of grass. It must be hard to leave your kids with someone for an extended period. I wouldn't do it. His adamant tone surprised her, but it didn't appear to affect him in the slightest. He placed asparagus spears with salad on one side of the plate and a scoop of couscous on the other. A chicken breast covered with mushrooms and a light sauce went in the center. "Do you plan on being a stay-at-home dad or having your wife give up her career?" she asked, thinking about her mother and all she'd sacrificed for her marriage and children. "I haven't given much thought to having a family. It's not something I'm interested in right now." Bryce handed her a plate. "But when I was a kid and got hurt or was upset, I wanted my mother or father. Not my nanny. I would rather not have to go that route with my children. Some people have no choice." Danny stared at her plate, overflowing with food, and remembered the times when she had little to eat. "When I was in 6th grade, we moved to Los Angeles. My sisters and I attended daycare, they called it aftercare when school got out, until 6 o'clock. We were also there before classes started. It was hard on all of us, but most especially my mom. She hated putting us there for so long each day, but she had no choice because of her job." "Sounds like you all did what you had to do." She nodded, scooping up a forkful of couscous. "That was the first time any of us started and finished a grade at the same school." "Did you live in Los Angeles for a long time?" "Just a year." Danny shook her head as she swallowed. "The company downsized, and my mom lost her job, so we moved on. I've lived in San Francisco my entire life. Well, except for college. My mother lives in the same house where I grew up." "Wow. I can only imagine how wonderful that must be." She inhaled deeply, caught up in her dream of homeownership. "I would love to put down roots like that and never have to move again." "Aren't you a little young for wanting that?" Oops. She didn't want him to get the wrong idea. "I should have added someday. That's not in the plan right now. But you're so lucky." His gaze locked on hers. "I'm fortunate." Danny was used to male attention, but Bryce's wasn't focused on her chest. If anything, his watchful eyes seemed to peer straight into her soul, to see not only her dreams, but also her heart and her secrets. She shifted her position on the blanket, angling away from him slightly. "Dinner is delicious. Excellent choice of food." "Thanks, but I haven't been a proper host. I forgot to offer you a drink. I have white wine, a Chardonnay or lime-flavored sparkling mineral water." Her favorites. "Did you check my profile page before going shopping?" "Of course." He grinned. "If you'd been vegan, this dinner menu would have been a flop. So what's your poison tonight?" Water was the smart choice, but she didn't care. "Wine, please." He uncorked the bottle. "Did you read mine?" Repeatedly, the same way she'd obsessively checked her inbox since he'd contacted her, but she wouldn't admit that. "I may have skimmed yours. I noticed baseball seemed to be a common theme to yours. And Jane Austen yours." He poured the white wine into glasses. "I thought about wearing a flowing white shirt." "How long did you consider that?" "A second?" "Try a nanosecond." He handed her a glass. "Cheers." "Cheers." Danny tapped her glass against his, and the chime hung in the air. She took a sip. "Great. But I thought you preferred red wine." "Red doesn't go as well with chicken." "You must have done more than skim my profile if you remember what kind of wine I liked." She ate another piece of chicken. "Yum." "Trying to change the subject?" "Yes." She wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Do you mind?" A devilish gleam flashed in his eyes. "Not this time." Did that mean he wanted to see her again? Excitement shot through her at the possibility. She forced herself to calm down. One date. That was all this could be, even if her heart might disagree. "If you compare our profiles and how we grew up, we're very different." He shrugged. "Everybody is, but the compatibility program declared us a match." It was her turn to shrug. "That's right." Bryce raised his glass to his lips. "You don't believe in the matching program?" She remembered the match page where the computer calculated who a person was most compatible with. She had visited there once to capture screenshots, analyze the information, and report to James. "I didn't realize that's how you found me." She cringed. Her words made it sound as if she'd been lost and needed a man, Bryce, to find her. He didn't seem to notice. "There are lots of ways to meet people on the website." "No kidding. Just look at her." Danny swirled her glass. She felt like the wine spinning around inside. Everything happening was out of her control. She was waiting for James to stop threatening her and tell her to disable her blind date bride's account. She kept hoping another company would hire her so she could start anew and wishing things could be different right at this moment. She wanted to take action and change her life, but had no idea how to start. Bryce refilled their glasses. If only she could tell him the truth about working for Hookamate.com and what her job required her to do. But she couldn't. She wouldn't risk being fired. Not when her family counted on her financial support. The words college tuition and medical insurance lit up like neon signs in her mind. That had been the reason for taking the job after she'd been laid off. Nothing had changed in the 6 months since then, which meant she was still stuck at Hookamate.com. But the least she could give Bryce was her gratitude. "Tonight has been wonderful," Danny said. "Thanks for going to so much trouble." It wasn't any trouble. As they finished their dinner, a comfortable silence descended. The breeze rustled the leaves of nearby trees, and an older couple strolled hand in hand along the path. They glanced her way and smiled. Danny wondered if they thought she and Bryce were a romantic couple or if they could tell this was the first dinner they'd shared. She sipped her wine. As Bryce put things back into the bag, 3 white limousines pulled up to the curb. The doors opened, and laughter filled the air. Members of a wedding party piled out of the cars. 8, 9. They kept coming. Bridesmaids dressed in lavender full-length gowns and groomsmen in black tuxedos with tails. 14 in total. Not counting the bride and groom. Danny stared in disbelief. That's a huge wedding party. Either they come from a big family or have money to burn. Or both. The bride's gown was a billowy confection of tulle and silk. 3 of the bridesmaids held up the dress to keep the hem from touching the ground. Danny thought about Marissa and Grace. They should get some nice photos with this lighting, Danny said. The sun shone high in the sky, even though it had to be past 8. She removed her cell phone from her bag and snapped a picture of the wedding party as they posed for the photographer. "You know," Bryce said, "a guy might get the wrong idea of his date snapping pictures of wedding parties." "Nothing nefarious. I'm not a wedding junkie or a bride wannabe. The photo is for my 2 online friends, Grace and Marissa. We met in the newcomers chat on blinddatebrides.com and have stayed in touch. They're the ones you mentioned before." Danny was pleased he remembered. "Yes. I've been trying to talk them into visiting me, but they are busy with their own lives, and now loves, I don't think it will happen soon. This photo might whet their appetite for a personal tour of San Francisco. My sister plans to have wedding pictures taken here." She wasn't surprised. This place was popular with bridal parties for a reason. "I'm sure they'll turn out lovely." "I agree, but the logistics are turning into a nightmare and causing arguments between my mother and sister, even though she isn't getting married until next year." He sipped his wine. "Caitlin wants to have photos taken before the ceremony so the wedding party can go to the reception without delay, but my mother says it's bad luck for a groom to see the bride, so they must do the pictures afterward." Danny knew nothing about wedding planning other than what Marissa and Grace had mentioned. "Why don't they do pictures the day before?" "My mother doesn't want Mark to see Caitlin in her wedding gown. Period. Search it." "Excuse me?" Bryce asked. "Find out in what percentage of divorces did the groom see the bride before the ceremony. That will either prove your sister's point or your mother's, and they won't have to argue anymore." That's brilliant. More like common sense, but thanks. It's not often I'm called brilliant. Then you're hanging with the wrong crowd. Being with Bryce was so easy. Conversation flowed as smoothly as the wine. The moments of quiet weren't uncomfortable. He was more like an old friend than a stranger she'd met only a few days ago online. As he packed away the remaining items, she handed him her plate. "Relax," he said. "I've got it." Danny couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so pampered. She watched a row of ducks, a mother and her ducklings, swim across the lake. Bryce knew what he was doing, but he didn't act like a player. Still, she wondered if he took every woman here. "Do you take all your dates on picnics?" Not exactly subtle, but she wanted to know the answer. "I don't," he admitted. "The last one was, around 4 years ago. But someone who wears a bandana seemed like the type who might enjoy a picnic." He sounded genuine. Danny wanted to believe him. Just because she wasn't truthful didn't mean he was dishonest. "I enjoy picnics, though I haven't been on a real one like this since college. The other times were brown bagging it and sitting on the grass." "It was time for you to do this the right way." Hair fell over Bryce's eyes as he finished cleaning up. Danny longed to push the strands back into place, to touch his face, to kiss him. It might be time. And not only for a picnic. She smiled. "Are you ready for dessert?"
Chapter 9. These are sinfully good. Not sinful. Danny's smile reached her eyes, raising Bryce's temperature a degree or two. Criminal, perhaps. No way could a woman who was as hot as Danny and made delicious candies be a spy. Bryce picked up another homemade bonbon. "I need more evidence before I can make a final verdict." As he lay on the blanket, resting on his elbows, he bit through the bittersweet chocolate covering to the softer tiramisu inside. The flavors exploded in his mouth. Sweet, decadent, and flavorful. Like the cook herself? Bryce wouldn't mind finding out. "What's the verdict?" she asked. "The calories are criminal but worth it." Danny beamed. A simple compliment pleased her so much. She wasn't like other women he dated, ones who wanted to eat at the newest restaurants and go to the hippest clubs. Danny appeared content to just be with him, no matter where that might be, a park, the sidewalk, a cafe. And when he was with her, everything cluttering his brain magically disappeared. He wasn't in the market for a girlfriend, but he could get used to this. Her. As she picked up a bonbon, her hair shifted forward. With a flip of her head, she sent the hair strands behind her shoulder. The movement was subtle yet sexy. He reached for his wineglass. "I haven't made bonbons in forever," Danny said. "I forgot how good they are." She raised the white chocolate-covered candy to her mouth. Her pink lips parted before closing around the bonbon. Heat rushed through Bryce's veins. He jerked his gaze away from her and focused on the lake. He'd rather stare at her full lips or luscious curves, but he didn't want her to compare him to the other men she dated. Guys like that jerk from the other night or the ones who didn't remember her eyes were a spectacular shade of blue. "My compliments to the chef," he said. She bowed her head. He picked up another. "Bet you have to know how to boil water to make these." "That skill might come in handy, but it's unnecessary. They are easy to make unless you mind getting dirty. By the time you're finished, your fingers are coated in chocolate sauce." Bryce grinned. "I don't mind getting dirty, especially if it involves chocolate. If you're interested in learning how to make them, I'll show you." "Sure." Danny and chocolate were a no-brainer combination. "But I'll warn you now. I'm not much of a cook. I grill, but that's the extent of my cooking talent. It's a family joke." Her gaze narrowed. "So, you weren't kidding about boiling water?" "I can do a little more than that, but I avoid recipes requiring oil and frying." "Were flames involved?" "Fire, smoke, and a call to 911, he admitted. Her eyes widened. "What happened?" He gave a half shrug, still embarrassed after all these years. I tried to make French fries when the cook was sick. Unfortunately, I made two critical errors. I took the telephone to my mother, who was in another room while frying. I also left the bag of potatoes sitting on the counter right next to the gas stovetop. Oh. The fire investigator wasn't sure which caught fire first, the oil or the plastic. By the time I returned to the kitchen, both were fully engulfed in flames, and the room covered in thick smoke. My mother and sister ran in while I attempted to put out the fire. I kept trying to remember what I'd learned about fires. One phrase kept running through my mind, so I yelled it: stop, drop, and roll. My mother dragged us outside and called 911. I wanted to go back in and use the fire extinguisher, but she wouldn't let me. She told me kitchens were replaceable. Children weren't. So I stayed outside, watching the flames grow and the smoke billow out. What happened to the house? The kitchen had to be gutted and redone. The rest of the house had smoke damage, but it was okay. He smiled. As soon as they repaired everything, my mother had our cook fill the freezer with bags of frozen French fries. Sometimes, my mother brings me a bag when she comes over. That's cute. Try embarrassing. That, too. Danny smiled. But now that I understand the extent of your cooking abilities, do you mind if we make the bonbons at your place? Just in case there's another fire. I don't have renter's insurance at my apartment. She winked. Hilarious. And smart. Bryce laughed. I don't mind at all. He would give a souffle or a creme brulee a try if it meant spending more time with her. He hadn't enjoyed being with a woman this much in years. Yes, he dated, but only casually because he didn't have time for a relationship. Besides, finding a woman intriguing enough to put his work second probably would never happen. So, where do you live? She asked. Not too far away. Bryce recognized the expectant look in her eyes, but he preferred keeping his personal life private and didn't open up to just anyone. Except, he hadn't been as guarded with Danny. Still, he wasn't ready to tell her about living in one of the more exclusive neighborhoods in San Francisco. It had been a gift. Each Delaney received a house when they graduated from college, a family tradition. He thought about donating the house to charity, but practicality overcame his objections. So he'd taken the house and rented it, donating the profits to a local charity, until he'd tired of apartment living this spring. I used to live in Cow Hollow, but I recently moved to Presidio Heights. If the neighborhood surprised her, Danny didn't show it, but she glanced at the row of elegant, pristine houses on the opposite side of the street. That's a lovely neighborhood, she said. There's a great consignment shop on Sacramento, and I love that old theater, too. Not that I see too many movies these days. What about you? Where do you live? Inner Sunset. Not as trendy as around here, but there are some wonderful places to eat, and it's easy to get where I need to go by taking public transportation. Except when you run into a band of menacing mimes. Her smile lit up her face. Except then. She had a pretty smile. Pretty face. Pretty everything. Before I forget. She reached into her large bag and pulled out his jacket, neatly rolled. Thanks for letting me borrow your coat the other night and saving me from a cold walk home from the bus stop. Anytime. Bryce glanced at the sun, sinking toward the horizon. Soon, it would be dark and the temperature colder. Almost time to say goodbye. Or maybe not. It's not that late. How does seeing a movie tonight sound? He asked. Her brows drew together, making it appear as if she were considering the offer. Good. That was better than a straight-out no. Okay. She placed the remaining candies into a yellow insulated lunchbox. We can sneak what's left of the bonbons into the theater and finish them during the movie. Bringing outside food is usually against the rules. Do you always follow the rules? I don't suppose you do. Not always. He appreciated her honesty, but her answer brought the suspicions he'd pushed to the back of his mind front and center. Instead of trying to flesh out the truth, he'd spent the evening flirting and having fun. What was going on? Bryce never lost sight of what he was supposed to do. He had never allowed his personal life to interfere with work. Until now. The line between investigating her and dating her was blurring to the point of being unrecognizable. He'd never met a woman who made him want to forget everything except her. Bryce had no idea if Danny was being honest with him. Yet he hadn't cared because being around her made him feel good. Still, he mustn't forget he didn't have time for a girlfriend because he didn't want to lead Danny on. Though, she might be leading him on. Face it. Something out of the ordinary was happening. Here she was, dressed nicely and showing off her real looks like this was an actual date. Not one where she dressed down, acting suspicious, like on their first meeting. Why the difference? Maybe it was time to say goodbye. If you're tired or would rather not go, he offered. I want to go, but on one condition. A condition would give him an out. A way to get some much-needed distance from her. He interacted daily with women at work, but not with this kind of relaxed interaction and flirting. The switch in her from the other day bugged him. He didn't get it. Was the change because of what had happened with Jim Guy, and she now trusted Bryce? Or the elusive something else? What's the condition? Bryce asked. I pay for the movie. He hadn't expected that. He stretched out his legs in front of him. Her paying for coffee had been an anomaly. Women, especially those who recognized the Delaney name, assumed he would pick up the tab and never offered to pay. Of course, Danny didn't know his last name. I'm the one who asked you out. So? She stared down her nose at him. You bought dinner. I get the movie. What's the big deal? Not a big deal. He wasn't old-fashioned or chauvinistic, but he had more money than he knew what to do with. Based on what she'd said about taking the bus and purchasing things at a consignment shop, Bryce assumed she didn't have much money. He didn't want her spending what she had on him. Especially given the circumstances. Like it or not, he had to get to the bottom of what she was doing on his website. But what if I want popcorn? He asked. And a soda? No problem. Amusement danced in her eyes. Order candy, too, if you'd like. After her bonbons? He'd better say no. Are you always so difficult? She offered. Easy. Her eyebrows shot up. Excuse me? Not easy as in sex. But in dating. The way her eyes narrowed told Bryce he was digging his own grave here. Easy as in making things more equal. She tilted her chin. Why should one person foot the bill every time because past generations did it that way? If things, especially finances, are so lopsided, it won't bode well if a couple wants to have an equal partnership. That's smart thinking. I wish I could take credit for it, but I found it on the website. Website? He asked. BlindDateBrides.com, the site has advice on how to have a successful relationship. Bryce's team put up new content all the time, but he'd been so busy putting out fires and thinking about Danny this week he hadn't read the latest additions to the site. Sounds like you've been studying up on the subject. Not really, since I'm not in the market for a serious relationship. Ouch. He wasn't looking for a commitment either, but the way she dismissed one with him so easily stung. Danny might not know who he was, but several women considered him a catch. My friend Marissa emailed me the link, she added. His suspicions shot up. Had Danny mentioned him to her online friends? Maybe they'd provided the link to help her plot how to snag a guy. That might explain why she was on the site, started dating after so many months, and wanted to continue their date at the movies. Did the article say what to do if a man wouldn't let you pay? He asked. Drop him like a hot potato because he likely has control issues, she teased. He didn't consider himself a control freak. Or an unlimited supply of money. Even the richest man in the world might like to be treated to a meal or movie sometime. She stared up at him, her eyes full of warmth and anticipation. So, will you let me pay for the movie? The hopeful tone shot straight to his heart and doused some of his suspicions. Okay, she might not be on a husband hunt. Danny appeared to be self-reliant, tough, and evasive, But at this moment, she wore her emotions for the world to see. He enjoyed seeing this side of her. I'd be honored. She placed the yellow insulated lunch box into her bag. The theater will never know they're here. But Bryce knew. And that made him wonder. What were the other rules Danny didn't mind breaking?
English crumpet, what happened next? Kanga girl, don't leave us in suspense. Danny sat on her bed, placed her glass on the nightstand, and caught up on the text she'd missed. Her friends cracked her up. They'd been waiting for her to spill the details from her date. She imagined a silly grin on Marissa's face, too. Not that Danny minded. She'd been as curious about their dating lives. She remembered when Marissa wrote about her temporary boss, Rick, even though she'd been dating men she'd met through blinddatebrides.com. And Danny would never forget Grace's panic before her first date with Noah that her 19-year-old daughter, Daisy, had set up. Funny how the three of them had grown closer since then, even though they'd never met in person, but Danny had no extra money to travel anywhere. So far, neither Marissa, with her upcoming wedding, nor Grace, with her pregnancy, had time to fly to San Francisco. Maybe someday. San Fran Danny, sorry, I was getting a glass of water. Kanga girl, I assumed you lost your connection. San Fran Danny, nope, thirsty. So, the movie turned out to be one of these epic battle guy flicks. No plot. Lots of special effects and death. English crumpet, forget the bloody film. Tell us about you and Bryce. San Fran Danny, LOL. I am. San Fran Danny, the movie was so bad we made fun of it as we watched. He has the best sense of humor. We kept laughing. People must have thought we were drunk. Kanga girl, were you drunk? San Fran Danny, no, we had wine with dinner, but we were just having fun at the theater. English crumpet, tell us what happened next. Kanga girl, and leave nothing out. Danny pictured her friends, oceans away, with their eyes glued to their phones, waiting for her to finish telling them about the date. They wanted to hear details, describing a romantic evening for two, complete with tender gazes and passionate kisses. Too bad nothing like that had happened. San Fran Danny, the rest of the date was uneventful. He drove me home, walked me to the door, and said, good night. English crumpet, did he kiss you? San Fran Danny, no. Kanga girl, did you kiss him? San Fran Danny, no. As she stared at the no on her screen, regret and disappointment gnawed at her. She shouldn't have expectations for a not a real date, but still. Danny wasn't used to a guy not staring at her body or trying to steal a kiss, especially when she wanted him to kiss her. San Fran Danny, there was an almost kiss during the movie, but that's it. Kanga girl, you didn't mention that. What happened there? San Fran Danny, oh, sorry. It's 1 a.m. here. Past my bedtime. English crumpet, you can tell us the rest later if you're tired. San Fran Danny, sleep will be impossible right now. Kanga girl, good, because I'd rather not wait. San Fran Danny, well, we shared the popcorn. Bryce leaned over to whisper something. We both reached into the bag, and our hands touched. Really, our fingers. They sort of intertwined. I looked at him, and his face was so close to mine. He was staring at me. Kanga girl, sounds romantic. English crumpet, very. San Fran Danny, it was the perfect moment for a kiss. Even the music soundtrack was right for it. My heart was pounding. I wanted to kiss him, but then I turned my face away. English crumpet, why? San Fran Danny, I didn't want to. It seemed wrong to kiss without him knowing the truth about me. Kanga girl, this is serious. English crumpet, no kidding. You must like him, or you wouldn't have worried about what he would think if he found out about your job. Kanga girl, did you make plans to get together again? San Fran Danny, we didn't, but. English crumpet, you like him. San Fran Danny, yes, I like him. But we only just met, so I'm not sure why. I mean, he's gorgeous and all that, but it's a bit disconcerting. Kanga girl, been there, done that. English crumpet, welcome to the club. San Fran Danny, I said like not love. Kanga girl, for now. San Fran Danny, I just want to be honest with him. Kanga girl, if that's what you want to do, then tell him the truth. English crumpet, he'll find out at some point if you keep seeing him. If that was the case, Danny shouldn't see him again. Not if telling him the truth jeopardized her job. Her paycheck was too important, or she would have quit. She'd already wasted over 6 months of her life at hookamate.com. She hated the thought of staying there much longer. Kanga girl, if you're not sure what to do, then wait. You'll be able to tell when the time is right. Danny hoped so. But, after hearing what Bryce said about where she worked, she wasn't sure he'd understand anything she told him. And that realization tied her insides up into a knotted jumble. English crumpet, think about what you might want to do, Danny. After all, what do you have to lose? My job. My heart. Danny wasn't sure which she wanted to keep safer. Both were at stake, and that scared her. It might be better if she never saw him again. She thought about his green eyes and his beautiful smile that warmed her heart. Maybe not.
Chapter 10. The next morning, Bryce crawled out of bed. A sleepless night left him longing for extra shut-eye, but falling back to sleep wouldn't happen. He was supposed to meet his team for breakfast in an hour, but he wasn't that hungry. Not exactly true. He wanted something. Not food, but someone. Danny. Why hadn't he kissed her last night? He'd had plenty of opportunities, but he'd been trying to be a gentleman. To make up for her experience with other men. Bryce had wanted her to find only safety and comfort with him, but he needed to remember that a gentleman still kissed his date goodnight. He headed to the French doors leading to a balcony and looked down at his yard. Below, a hummingbird hovered near a blooming bougainvillea. The rapid wing motion and the way the bird flitted from one flower to the next, feeding off nectar, reminded him of Danny. Even though she'd sat with him during the picnic and at the movie, she never slowed down, relaxed, or was simply in the moment. Was it her personality, nervousness, or perhaps her age? She was only 26. 6 years younger than him. He wanted to find out which. The hummingbird flew off in search of another flower. Bryce wasn't about to let Danny get away so easily. He went downstairs to his computer and typed her an instant message on the website. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, Saturday? I had fun last night. Any chance you're free for lunch on Saturday? To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, Saturday? Not unless it's a late lunch. I'm working in the morning. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, Saturday? That won't work for me. I have a family thing. On Sunday afternoon, I need to check out a horse my sister is considering in Danville. Want to come? To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, yes. I love horses. I can be ready by 1 if that works for you. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, yes. 1 o'clock works fine. Where do you want me to pick you up? To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, yes. Pick me up at the corner of Howard and Beale. Near Starbucks. If you're running late, just text me at 415-555-2328. See you on Sunday. Smiley face. Yes. A date and a phone number. Bryce reread her replies, noting the exclamation marks and the smiley face on the last message. He grinned. Many women liked flowers. Others preferred chocolate. Some favored sparkly jewelry. But who would have known the way to Danny's heart was with a horse?
How was it? The best ride of my life. Danny sat atop a gorgeous 14-hand bay gelding. Giddy with excitement, she smiled at Bryce. He's a magnificent horse. Fabulous gait, compliant, good attitude. How does he handle? Wonderfully. I'm in love. He'd only asked her to ride the horse because she was close to Caitlin's size and hadn't ridden in months, but Danny didn't care about the reasons. She leaned forward to pat the horse's hot neck. Did you see those lead changes? They're fantastic. He smiled up at her. So are you. She sat taller in the saddle. Thanks. I've always been comfortable with horses. It shows. You're fun to watch. He was, too, with his dark hair gleaming in the sun and a wide smile brightening his face. I appreciate you letting me ride him. And thank goodness Danny had brought her paddock boots, or she might have missed the chance. What an opportunity and day. This morning, while she finished a project for James, she'd even made him happy. He'd asked how dating was going, and she could honestly say great, and she had another one that afternoon. Not quite the best day ever, but she hadn't enjoyed herself this much in months. With a final reluctant pat, she dismounted. She'd taken the horse through his paces and given Bryce the information he needed. Her job was finished. Her booted feet hit the ground. She held the reins in her left hand and removed the borrowed helmet with her right. I forgot how much I enjoyed riding. That's what Caitlin said. He took the helmet from Danny and fell in step beside her. Her fiancé, Mark, sensed she missed riding and told her to buy a horse. She used to be competitive, and he's encouraging her to go for it again. As Danny led the horse around the ring to cool, she glanced toward the entrance to the indoor riding arena where the owners, a man and woman in their mid-50s, spoke to a male rider. Danny wiped her sweaty palms on her jeans. The couple kept their distance once they'd realized Danny was an experienced rider. She appreciated the vote of confidence. Caitlin can do whatever she wants with this handsome fellow. She'll be happy you said that. Bryce moved with the grace and agility of an athlete. Danny would love to see him ride. The vets completed an examination. He looks like a winner. I'll tell Caitlin to buy him. The horse snorted. Danny didn't blame him one bit. She wrinkled her nose. Is that really your job? Who else's job would it be? Caitlin's. His grin crinkled the corner of his eyes. That's one thing I admire about you, Danny. You say what's on your mind. If I didn't, you wouldn't know what I was thinking. It works both ways. I'm not making Caitlin's decision for her. She asked me to come out here and give my opinion. That's all. There's also something you don't know about my sister. His eyes darkened. What? Bryce paused. His lips thinned into a narrow line. His serious expression worried Danny. What is it? He took a deep breath. Caitlin fell in love with a man who wasn't what he claimed to be. He stole her money and broke her heart. I don't want her to be hurt again, so I watch out for her, whether it's with love or horses. Danny respected how he looked after his sister, yet. That's admirable, but what about your father? Isn't he the one who's supposed to do that? My father is into his own thing. He was never around much when he and my mother were married, and it's gotten worse over the years. Bryce's jaw thrust forward. He spends his time seeking young wives. How young? Bryce grimaced. His current girlfriend is the same age as Caitlin. He's not big on parenting these days. He acted nonchalant about his father, but an edge of bitterness in Bryce's voice made her want to reach out to him. The horse butted her with his nose. Okay, she would take the hint. Danny touched Bryce's arm. Muscles rippled under her palm. At least your dad's still around. He could have just. Bryce's brows slanted. What? She pulled her hand away from him. Left. As she led the horse toward the gate, Bryce followed. My dad took off when I was 6, she explained. My youngest sister was 3 months old. He said he loved us and would be back, but we never heard from or saw him again. Bryce's eyes clouded with sympathy. I'm sorry. She didn't want his pity. Thanks, but my mom said he wasn't cut out to be a husband and father, and we were better off without him. You must miss him. Danny shrugged. I don't remember him. I have some of his DNA and his last name. That's all I ever want from him. What I miss is the idea of having a dad, but my sisters and I have done great, thanks to my mom. Bryce shook his head. I can't fathom what would lead a man to desert his family. Neither did she. Especially since her father had left them with nothing. But Danny wouldn't allow his selfish actions years ago to ruin this beautiful day. The sun warming her already heated face, she looked up at him. Not all men are like you. Me? Yes, you. A welcome breeze blew through her sweaty hair. When you get married someday, you'll be a great husband and father because of what you do for your sister. I can't help being protective over the things I care about. Would he ever care about her? Danny wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. As she led the horse out of the ring, his hooves kicked up dirt. Protectiveness is an honorable trait, but not many guys would spend a weekend afternoon driving to the other side of the bay and checking out a horse their sister wanted to buy. Well, spending $300,000 on an animal deserves due diligence. Danny stumbled. She clutched the reins. 3. The price was so ridiculous, the amount was frozen on her tongue. Bryce nodded. Caitlin thinks he's worth it. Of course, she would. The question is, do you? Now that I've seen you ride him, yes. The words came out strong and sure. His certainty gave her confidence about her riding abilities, but she had trouble coming to terms with the cost. Doesn't that price seem a tad? She searched for the right word. Indulgent and ridiculous wouldn't go over well. Excessive? He shrugged. It is expensive for a horse, but you get what you pay for. 300,000 would buy a lot. If she added up her entire family's salaries, it wouldn't come close to that amount. A teenage boy wearing jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, and paddock boots approached them. I'll take him from you. Danny stared at the kid with acne on his face and a love of horses shining in his eyes. She'd been like him, mucking stalls to be around the animals she loved and exercising them when their owners didn't have as much time. Bryce stood waiting, hands in his pockets. She hesitated giving the horse to the kid until she remembered that was his job. Danny didn't want to get him into trouble. She handed over the reins. I put him through his paces. The teenager smiled. I'll take care of him. Thank you. As Danny watched him lead the horse away, she noticed his boots. Scuffed and creased after years of use, like hers. New ones were unaffordable, so she kept cleaning the leather with Murphy's oil and saddle soap. Bryce's boots were the opposite of hers, new and very expensive. Uneasiness crept down her spine. Danny and Bryce were from different worlds, but being here with him drove the point home. He was a horse owner, she was a stable hand. She'd spent her high school years surrounded by people who'd treated their animals with more respect than they'd treated her. She'd lived in apartments, a car, and a single-wide trailer. He'd grown up in a world of nannies, chefs, and chauffeurs, where his father dated women young enough to be his daughter, and paying 6 figures for a horse was normal. Her heart twisted. Thanks for helping me out today, he said. It was my pleasure. And it was. Despite the jolt of reality, she'd enjoyed being with him. Truth be told, Danny didn't want the day to end nor their differences to come between them. She wanted to focus on the good things, not what gave her pause. For the first time in a long while, Danny wanted to believe in happy endings, that obstacles, no matter how big, would be overcome. That just because two people came from opposite worlds, things would still work out. That loving someone didn't mean you'd eventually be left with nothing but a broken heart. This afternoon has been like a dream come true, she admitted. For me, too. The intensity of his eyes made her feel as if she were the only woman in the world. I wouldn't want to be here with anyone but you. She wanted to be the only one for him. Danny's breath caught in her throat. She forced herself to breathe. She didn't want to care. A lifetime of being disappointed, of struggling, of surviving, didn't want her to care. But, heaven help her, she cared. About what he'd said. About him. She couldn't help herself. Me either, she said. Desire flared in Bryce's eyes, but his attention didn't make her feel cheap, like some man's possession or plaything du jour. His longing buoyed her, making her feel special, cherished. A way she hadn't felt in forever. She wanted him to kiss her, so her lips parted in hope. He lowered his head. The touch of his mouth brought a jolt of electricity crackling through her. His lips ran over hers with such tenderness tears stung Danny's eyes. His kiss flowed through her, a current of affection, filling all the empty spaces inside with warmth. He tasted like the coffee they drank on the drive, warm, strong, and rich. But there was more: salt, heat, male. She drank up his kiss as if she'd never taste another drop. As he increased the pressure of his mouth, her knees went weak. The phrase "being kissed senseless" came to mind. She finally understood what those words meant. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders to keep from falling. If he kept kissing her this way, she would be a puddle on the ground. Danny didn't think she would mind. The familiar sense of dirt, hay, and horse reminded her of the farm, but here in Bryce's kiss, she'd found the only home she needed. His arms wrapped around her, pulling her against his chest. Danny wanted to get closer. Body pressed against body. She hadn't realized he was so firm, so solid. All the while, his lips caressed. Sensation pulsated through her. She hadn't known feeling this way was possible. As every nerve ending sizzled, her stomach quivered. Her heart melted. She'd dreamed of being kissed like this someday, but Danny was in shock it was happening now. Here. With Bryce. She hadn't been looking for a boyfriend, but somehow she'd found him. And even though she didn't want a relationship, she might need one. The realization should have scared her more than it did. As Danny ran her hands through his hair, he trailed kisses along her jawline. She arched her back, wanting more. He returned to her mouth, stealing her breath and her heart. Oh. With her hands on his shoulders, she pulled her lips away from his. The emotion in his eyes and the smile on his face tempted her to kiss him all over again. But that would be too dangerous, because she didn't want to lose herself in him. She couldn't. Danny tried to catch her breath, regain control. He pushed a strand of her hair off her face. That was amazing. Awesome was more like it. She wanted to memorize everything about him, from the faint lines at the corner of his eyes to the way he smoothed her hair with his hand. Yes, amazing. Somewhere a horse neighed. Ready to head back to the city? Bryce asked. No. A sense of inadequacy swept over her. She wanted to go somewhere else, a neutral place, where they could be themselves and not have to worry about their jobs, their families, their lives, and their differences. Not really, she admitted. Bryce laced his fingers with hers and gave a squeeze. We can come back. We. Hope surged. Danny didn't want to let go, because she didn't want to say goodbye. The tenderness in his expression brought a sigh to her lips. Happiness bubbled, threatening to spill from her heart. She wanted this to last. Today, tomorrow, always. That wouldn't happen unless she did one thing. Tell Bryce the truth. About her job. About everything.
Chapter 11. Would you like something to drink? As she stood in the doorway to her kitchen, Danny wrung her hands. Eat? Bryce wanted to put her at ease, not make her wait on him. She'd been quiet on the drive home. No, thanks. She rubbed the back of her neck. Her nervousness disturbed him, especially after the great time they'd had at the stable. He understood, though. They were alone in her studio apartment after some hot kisses, and he was on edge himself. A little conversation might help. Nice place. Bryce noticed the sofa that probably doubled as her bed. He looked away. Comfortable. Thanks. Her voice sounded shaky. It's small, but it works. A photograph of her riding a large black horse caught his attention. Even in the still frame, the fluidity of her body as she and the animal made a jump was apparent. Where was this picture taken? Her faint smile relaxed the rest of her face. A horse ranch where I sometimes worked during high school. She had on the same old paddock boots in the photo as today. Functional and well-worn. She deserved new ones. You should come out to my family's stable and ride. Uncertainty crept into her eyes. You have a stable? Oh. He'd wanted to put a smile on her pretty face, not make it worse. Not me, my family. She paced in front of the compact kitchen's entrance. She reminded him, not of a hummingbird, intent on reaching its next destination, but of a cat, trying to decide whether or not to chase after a mouse. The indecision was out of character for her. Something must be on her mind. Bryce hoped she hadn't assumed he wanted to take their kiss further. He wanted to go back and change things because, though he liked Danny, he didn't like the complications relationships often brought with them. Not that kissing her meant he was in a relationship. Yet, she'd gotten under his skin. Her friendliness, her sense of humor, even her evasiveness intrigued him. And he wouldn't deny he wanted to kiss her again. Bryce crossed the room and held her hands. Today has been great, but since we got here, you seem a little tense. Don't be. There's no rush. The only thing I want is to see you smile. I'd like to smile, except. He led her over to the couch and pulled her down, so she was seated next to him. He kept hold of her hand. Tell me what's going on. She took a breath. And another. Well, I've told you how I grew up. Bryce nodded. You didn't have it easy. No father. No place to live at times. We're very different. She'd mentioned that before. Bryce wanted to ease her concerns. In some ways, we are. No matter whether or not someone's family has money, a person has to make their own way in life. I've done that. And so have you. I respect how much you've overcome. I just wish you hadn't had it so tough, but look at who you are now. Where you are. That's what counts. Danny stared at the floor. I'm not happy with where I am now. I mean, I'm happy with you, but not my job situation. The sadness in her voice squeezed his heart. He'd been wrong about what worried her. He rubbed her hand with his thumb. When I graduated with an MBA, I wanted to put the past behind me and make something of myself. She got a faraway look in her eyes. I was sure I had everything I needed. A dream job, a cool apartment, a new car, enough money to more than cover my expenses, student loans, and still be able to help out my family each month, and then I was laid off from my marketing position at ClickSnow's at the beginning of the year. One of the buyout casualties. She nodded. He squeezed her hand. I'd recently been promoted and gotten a big raise. Her voice sounded wistful. I suppose the signs were there, but we were working too hard to notice them. We assumed things were okay, that we'd be taken care of, but all but a handful of us soon found ourselves on the street with a thanks for your hard work goodbye and a pitiful, insulting severance package. He placed his arm around her. That's terrible. She nodded. I had a savings account, but I helped my youngest sister pay for college and my mother with her medical insurance, so the money didn't last long, especially with my school loans. Bills piled up fast while I searched for a comparable position. I downsized, moved into this place, and sold my car. But I didn't have the luxury of waiting for the perfect job to materialize. I needed a paycheck, so I took a job that under normal circumstances I would have never considered. Her worried eyes watched him as if afraid of his response. So this was what she'd been keeping from him. Relief flooded him. That explained why she didn't mind him not discussing his work. She hadn't wanted to talk about hers, either. He remembered what he'd checked on her profile. You're in sales. Kind of, sort of, but not really. She blew out a puff of air. It's complicated. Life is complicated, but I promise we can work through anything. A beat passed. A clock ticked. I have a job. She cleared her throat. It's just not something I'm proud of. Hey. He touched her arm, wanting to give her support. Nothing wrong with flipping burgers. Unless it doesn't pay. She sounded more dejected than frustrated. Okay, so she must be doing something other than food service. He squeezed her arm. Then what? Her hopeful gaze met his. She stared at her lap. Lap dancer? Okay, that was a leap from fast food, but she had the looks and the body. Plus, the money might be good if it was a top-notch club. Bryce smiled. Not exactly the job he'd imagined Danny doing, but he wouldn't judge her. You found a job that worked given your circumstances. I would never hold what you do against you. Her hopeful gaze met his. Are you sure? You're more than what you do, Danny. More than what's on the outside. I like your tenacity, your character. I care for you. Relief filled her eyes. The tightness disappeared from around her mouth. Thanks. I needed you to say that. He kissed the top of her hand. So, what do you do? She straightened and took another breath. I'm the marketing director for Hook'em8.com. Bryce flinched. He let go of her as if she were a grenade with a missing pin. Lines creased her forehead. Bryce. He looked away, trying to come to terms with what she'd said. I'm a spy. Hook'em8.com. Everything clicked into place. He swallowed. I don't believe this. Her gaze implored him. You promised my job didn't matter. That was when I assumed you were a stripper. She stiffened. A stripper? Or a lap dancer? That's so insulting. Her chin jutted forward. I thought you were different from other guys, but you aren't. You believe I can only use my body to make a living, not my brain. Come on. James Richardson didn't hire you to be one of his lackeys because of your IQ. Her mouth tightened. I've made a difference at Hook'em8.com. Oh, yeah, I'd be real proud of the results of your spying on me. You? Bryce ignored the confusion in Danny's eyes, pretended not to see her lower lip tremble. He focused on the problems blinddatebrides.com had been having with scammers. Issues he should have been investigating instead of wasting his time with her. I used to work with the guy. He's had some vendetta against me since I resigned to start my own company. That led him to start his own and go into competition with me. You worked with him, so that means you're Bryce Delaney. Her face paled. The founder and CEO of blinddatebrides.com. He nodded once. She slumped against the couch. The hurt in her eyes told him she hadn't known who he was. At least she hadn't been using him to get information. The realization didn't lessen her betrayal. You knew about me this entire time. Disbelief and anger dripped from each word. I had no idea why you were on the site, but a chat filter picked up the words I'm a spy. He kept his voice cool, calm. We've been trying to figure out what that meant ever since. We? My security team and me. She winced. So all of, our dates. An investigation. Who was the one lying now? Bryce didn't care. Danny bit her lip. So while I was spying on blinddatebrides.com, you were spying on me. I've been investigating you, he countered. Without my knowledge. Yes. She sat only 2 feet away from him, but the space appeared to be insurmountable. He liked her. Or had liked her. He wasn't sure what he felt now. He should have known it would involve James. She glared at him. Guess that gives new meaning to your username. Don't put this on me. Bryce stood, not wanting to be drawn into an argument. You're the one who broke the terms of service. Everyone's questioned why hookamate.com's traffic ranking has been up for the past 4 months. Now I have the answer. Were you there to steal content, or was hacking and sabotaging the site part of your job description, too? None of the above. She rose and walked to the opposite side of the room. I gave James screenshots, but I stole nothing. I used the site to get ideas and create new content for ours. Traffic is up because I've been doing my job. And an outstanding job at that. As she placed her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowed. And I did nothing else on your website. No hacking. No sabotage. I might have broken your TOS, but I followed every other rule, especially when another user contacted me. That's why I turned down dates. It wasn't fair to lead them on when I had no interest in dating. I find it difficult to believe you. His words sounded harsh to his own ears, but he didn't care about remaining in control. What did you say that night after your date with Jim Guy? Players and liars are everywhere. Guess you spoke from experience. You, too. Her lips narrowed. You admitted following Hookamate's traffic rankings. Every company checks out their competitors. It's irresponsible not to. That's called market research. Yes, I crossed the line when I joined the site, but I was only doing my job. Your job? Bryce's temper flared. Is that what you call joining a community, making friends, going on dates, and having men fall? Idiot. He'd known about the red flags, yet he'd wanted to believe she was on the level. So much for taking care of his website, customers, and company. He was no smarter than those suckers who were conned out of their hard-earned money by responding to foreign spammers asking for money to be wired overseas. Still, curiosity got the better of him. Why did you go out with me? James wanted me to put together a clientele profile and see what clients said about blinddatebrides.com. I only went out with you and Jim Guy. No one else contacted me after that. I turned off your participation in the compatibility matching program and site search engine. Why? The investigation. I had to make sure you weren't a troublemaker and trying to cause problems with clients. She pursed her lips. You didn't want me going out with other guys. A beat passed, and another. Maybe not. Definitely not. And, from her expression, she knew it. That night at the restaurant. You knew I'd be there with Jim Guy. Bryce nodded once. How? She asked. Your message inbox. And you're upset over what I've been doing. Her eyes darkened to a midnight blue. You reading my messages is an invasion of privacy. It's part of the terms of service you agreed to when you signed on to blinddatebrides.com. It's still not right. We've both been keeping secrets, but, except for not disclosing where I worked and why I joined the site, I've been open and honest about everything. I never lied to you or invaded your privacy. I was doing my job. And I was doing mine, she countered. I had misgivings, but it's part of doing business on the internet. I'm sure other competitors have signed up for blinddatebrides.com, too. But he hadn't just kissed them passionately or wanted to kiss them again. If I find out about them, I'll kick them off. I want the site to be a safe place. Safe doesn't exist, Bryce. You just proved that to me by saying my job didn't matter when it does. At least I was honest, unlike you. I've been honest. If that's your version of honesty, I'd hate to see you being dishonest. She pressed her lips together. What I did wasn't right, but neither was what you did to me. And, just so you know, I didn't want to join your site or go on dates, but James threatened to fire me if I didn't. I couldn't afford to quit. You've thought about quitting? Every single day since I signed up for an account on blinddatebrides.com over 6 months ago. I didn't graduate from business school to do this. It's not in my official job description. It's not anything close to what I want to be doing. But if I quit, my youngest sister won't be able to pay her fall tuition, and my mother's medical insurance will be canceled. That's why I'm still working for James. Danny's sincerity clawed at his heart. Everything he believed people capable of, misrepresenting themselves and lying, was right here in the room. He was guilty of it himself, which made this all the more confusing. He was speechless. Everything they'd experienced, everything they might share in the future, was unraveling. The way they argued reminded him of his parents fighting. Part of him wanted to walk away and not look back. Yet another part didn't want to imagine never seeing Danny again. Never kissing her. As blood pounded at his temples, a headache threatened to erupt. He squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them, she was staring at him. I never wanted to hurt anyone. That's why I wrote the profile I did. So guys wouldn't want to go out with me. I'm sorry if I hurt you. That wasn't my intention. Her eyes glistened. I'll cancel my account tonight. Bryce hated having his heart ripped out this way, but he also hated seeing Danny so upset. What about your friends? We've exchanged contact information. After I told them why I joined the website, we've been using a group chat to text each other. What about your job? The truth was obvious in her eyes. She expected to be fired. She raised her chin. Why do you care? He shouldn't care. Because you told me what drove you to take the job. I'm not the bad guy here. No, you're just the hypocrite telling me one thing and doing another. I trusted you and what you said. But you used my falling for you to set a trap. Had she fallen for him? Bryce wasn't sure what to think right now. I just wonder what your reaction would have been if I'd been a stripper. I doubt you'd have been so understanding then, either. Her criticism stung. The disapproval in her voice made him feel like a jerk. Don't cancel your account until you find another job. Her shoulders sagged for a moment before she straightened. I've been trying to find one for months with no luck, so that might take a while. As long as you work for James, you can use my site for chatting with your friends, but nothing else. She raised a brow. Will you be checking up on me? Bryce's jaw clenched. What do you think?
San Fran Danny, Bryce's reaction was so disappointing. He's allowing me to use the chat rooms on the site, but I don't want to do that. I'm sure he'll kick me off the website soon. English Crumpet, I'm sorry, but don't worry, Danny. We've been using this group chat app, and it works fine. San Fran Danny, thanks. Kanga Girl, has Bryce contacted you? Anger surged. Granted, Danny was the one who'd joined the website under false pretenses, but Bryce had had no reason to set her up so she'd spill her soul to him and then have him turn on her the way he had. Whatever they'd shared before no longer existed. She wondered if the connection ever had. San Fran Danny, nope. It's been a week. At least she'd apologized for her part in the mess. His allowing her to remain on the website didn't count as an apology in her book. English Crumpet, what about your job search? San Fran Danny, still nothing. It's like my resume disappears into a black hole every time I send one out. It's so frustrating. James keeps asking about my dates. I've been putting him off, but I must tell him something soon. English Crumpet, a position will turn up. Kanga Girl, fingers crossed. English Crumpet, will you contact Bryce? San Fran Danny, no. We're over. English Crumpet, I'm sorry. Kanga Girl, me, too. I know you liked him. San Fran Danny, thanks, but I'm more angry than sad right now. I'll survive. And she would. Danny had wanted to believe there was a man out there she could trust and love. She'd wanted him to be Bryce. But once again, life had proven to her that happy endings didn't exist. San Fran Danny, it's not like we ever would have made it as a couple anyway. We're too different. English Crumpet, different? San Fran Danny, he's rich. I'm poor. Kanga Girl, oh, Danny. The heart doesn't care about differences. San Fran Danny, but our backgrounds are opposite. So are our lives now. English Crumpet, listen to Marissa. Love isn't logical. Just because you live similar lifestyles or make the same amount of money as another doesn't guarantee a successful relationship. Kanga girl, Bryce may not be the one, but if someone else comes along with a different background than yours or earns more or less than you shouldn't just dismiss him. English crumpet, you might miss out on something beautiful if you do that. San Fran Danny, I never considered that. English crumpet, please, do. Kanga girl, and promise us, you won't let surface differences stop you or make you doubt a person. What matters is on the inside. San Fran Danny, I'll try. That, and get through this, was all Danny could do right now.
Chapter 12. Check this out. In his office, Bryce turned the monitor on his desk so others would see what he'd spent his days and nights working on this week. He needed something to focus his attention on so he wouldn't think about Danny. Except it wasn't working. He couldn't forget about it or how horrible he'd felt since walking out of her apartment on Sunday. Grant stared at the HTML page displayed. His smile widened. That is one sweet honeypot. Where? Peering over Grant's shoulder, Joelle adjusted her plastic-rimmed glasses. I see nothing except code. Grant continued reading the screen. That's because you're a non-techie, Joelle. A non-techie who makes sure you receive a paycheck, she quipped. Look right here. Bryce highlighted lines of commented-out code that gave clues of how the website internals were implemented. When a hacker tries to exploit the code, he'll think he's hit gold, except all he's found is fake user info on an isolated network. We can hunt him down from there. I want to catch one of these losers trying to mess with the site. And if you can't catch them? Joelle asked. The data we get will help us mitigate our risk, Grant said. Bryce leaned back in his chair. At least he'd managed to accomplish something this week. I just hope someone takes the bait. I'm sure they will, Joelle said. You're good at setting traps, boss. Every muscle tightened. Bryce straightened. She'd meant the words as a compliment, but they echoed Danny's a little too closely. I trusted you and what you said. But you used my falling for you to set a trap. She was correct. That was precisely what he'd done. He'd misled Danny by saying one thing and then doing another. The same way he'd built the honeypot into the code to catch hackers. Danny hadn't been honest about who she was, but neither had he. His intentions had been good. Hers hadn't. But she'd been honest about her feelings. And he'd broken his promise to her and not followed through on what he'd told her. Betrayal, anger, hurt had kept him from seeing the truth. Bryce sighed. He owed her an apology. The only question was, after their fight, would Danny even want one? To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, pot. Kettle. Black. I'm not Colonel Brandon, but I'm not Willoughby either. I owe you an apology for setting you up the way I did. It wasn't intentional. How does meeting at Crossroads before work tomorrow to discuss things sound? My treat. B. To Big Brother. From San Fran Danny. Subject, pot. Kettle. Black. Well, no one would ever mistake me for Marianne Dashwood. Open to discussion, but busy in the morning. Free for lunch. Anytime from 11:30 to 1:30. Let me know. D. To San Fran Danny. From Big Brother. Subject, lunch. See you at noon. Just look for the black pot. B. As she sat in her lonely cubicle rereading Bryce's emails, uncertainty filled Danny. She stirred in her chair, unsure what meeting him would bring. Still, a kernel of hope remained. Hope that Bryce meant what he said about apologizing for his part in their fight. Hope that he forgave her for her part in all this. Hope that he wasn't the same as other men and things between them might not be totally over. Hope that her friends were correct and their different backgrounds and worlds didn't matter. Do you have more dates lined up? James asked from over the cubicle's wall that separated her space from one of the programmers. At least she wasn't the only one he bugged. Yes. I'm having lunch with someone today. She didn't dare tell him her dates were all with the same person. Excellent. Keep up the good work. He smirked before winking. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. At noon, Danny entered the cafe. Lunch customers packed the place. Conversations from the crowd filled the air. She spotted Bryce at a table near the one they'd occupied the first time they'd met. He wore a gray suit with a white dress shirt and a yellow tie. Danny was still angry over what had happened in her apartment, but the butterflies flapping and wreaking havoc in her stomach had nothing to do with her being upset and everything to do with attraction. He seemed to have gotten better looking over the last week. That sucked. A glass crashed to the floor somewhere in the background. An omen, perhaps. She wasn't sure whether to move forward or retreat. Maybe he hadn't seen her. Bryce's gaze caught her. His face brightened. Was he happy to see her? Or, perhaps, he wanted to get this over with. Danny inhaled deeply to muster her courage. She could do this. She had no choice after saying she was open to discussion. Unlike him, she wouldn't renege on her word. He offered her a forgiving smile and raised a small black pot in the air. She half laughed. He hadn't been kidding about the pot. Okay, she might be overreacting. She would have lunch with him and listen to what he had to say. She wove her way to his table, taking advantage of the time to prepare herself. All she wanted from him was an apology. Not a handshake or hug or kiss. Bryce stood. Miss Kettle? Mr. Pot, I presume? He nodded. Tension simmered between them, a potent mix of anxiety and attraction. Danny swallowed. Agreeing to meet him was a terrible idea. A cell phone rang somewhere near the bookshelves. Do you want to order lunch before we sit? Bryce asked, finally. Sure, she said, even though she didn't have much of an appetite at the moment. She followed him to the counter where they ordered sandwiches and drinks. At the table, Danny sat across from him. The typing of keys on a laptop sounded nearby. She squeezed a slice of lemon into her iced tea and stole a glance at his face. He stared at her. I'm sorry. Bryce's voice cut through the surrounding noise and the silence at their table. You took responsibility for your actions. I didn't. I apologize for not being honest with you, for setting you up like that, and everything else I said and did. It wasn't fair of me. Danny needed to hear those words. Thank you. I know you feel betrayed over something important to you. I appreciate and accept your apology. Good, because I hate how things are between us. She stirred her iced tea. There isn't anything between us. I want there to be again. He spoke with such heartfelt honesty she dropped her spoon. After everything that's happened, I miss what we had. I miss you, Danny. I might have first met you for all the wrong reasons, but I never faked my feelings for you. The things I said on our dates, the kissing, all that was true and not part of my investigating you. She stared at him, transfixed by the emotion in his eyes and his voice. You said you weren't interested in dating, but I want to keep seeing you, he continued. If you're game, I'd like for us to start over. Start over, she repeated, fighting the tumble of confused thoughts and emotions in her head. Yes, we wipe the slate clean, he explained. Knowing what we know about each other now, we put what happened behind us and start fresh. This could be our first date. The unexpected proposition had her heart dancing a two-step, but doubts swirled. Danny wasn't about to run onto the dance floor just yet. What about my job? I still haven't found another one. Did you sign a non-compete clause? She nodded. That means I can't offer you a job. Nothing personal, but I wouldn't work for you. I learned from my mother that it's best to take charge of your own life and not rely on others to give you what you need. Her mother had done that after she married and paid the price when Danny's father abandoned them. Danny wouldn't make the same mistake. A woman with a short asymmetric haircut delivered their sandwiches and walked away. I understand that, but what if I send your resume to people I know? Bryce offered. I have connections that might come in handy. Former coworkers had found jobs through contacts. That was how many found new positions. And she couldn't pretend her job search had yielded anything except feelings of futility. As long as you only give them my resume and promise to do nothing else. I don't want something handed to me because of you. I'm just opening the door. It'll be up to you to get the job. Satisfied with his response, she smiled. Okay. Thanks. Are you always so independent? Yes. Email your resume when you get home tonight. I will. Something he'd said, however, needed clarification. You mentioned starting over. How does that work? Do we wait until I get a new job or? I don't want to wait, Bryce said with no hesitation. I want to see you as much as I can. I'd like that, too, she admitted. But we have to be honest with each other from now on. You have work and so do I, plus, I need to find a new job. Given the circumstances, we should take things slow. Bryce smiled back. Slow works for me. San Fran Annie, trying to work things out with Bryce. You two were right about me not letting our differences get in the way. Cross your fingers. TTYL. English Crumpet, good luck. Keep us posted. But please be careful. Kanga Girl, fingers crossed. Watch out for yourself, okay?
Kanga Girl, do you know what's going on with Danny and Bryce? I'm a little worried. English Crumpet, no idea. But she sounded hopeful. Why don't we give her another day or two and then check in?
Chapter 13. Over the next 2 weeks, Bryce's work and travel schedule kept him busy. He saw Danny only twice but stayed in contact with her via calls, texts, and an occasional video chat. By the time Friday rolled around, he couldn't wait to see her. Thoughts of their date tonight kept him going through an interview with a technology podcast, a call from his father, and a meeting with his attorney. As Bryce ran from his car to the Palace of Fine Arts, rain pelted him. He was supposed to have met Danny here 20 minutes ago, but the relentless storm had flooded roads, turning the city streets into gridlock with backed-up drains and fender benders. He lengthened his stride, his feet pounding against the wet pavement. Water beaded on his jacket and dripped from his hair. A foghorn blared in the distance. The entire park was deserted, and the conditions were far from ideal for a romantic picnic beneath the stars. Bryce should have checked the weather forecast before leaving the office. He tried to call Danny but had gotten her voicemail. Not that he would have canceled. Storm or not, he wanted to see her. He only hoped she hadn't been caught in the downpour, too. Up ahead, lights illuminated the columns and the interior of the dome. He thought she must be waiting underneath the rotunda the way she had been the first time they'd been here. Anticipation surged. Bryce sped up. For once, they had nowhere else to go. Nothing else to do but be together. He focused on the dome. Almost there. Cold water shot up his pants leg. His shoe squished against the concrete. Bryce glanced at a big puddle, shook his foot, and continued forward. A little more didn't matter when he was soaking wet. He hurried underneath the dome. The first thing he saw was Danny. She leaned against a column, looking like a goddess from ancient times except for the small cooler and picnic basket at her feet. The sight warmed Bryce. Water dripped from the hair plastered against her head and onto her wet pale blue jacket. The thin, damp fabric clung to her like a second skin, accentuating every curve. He tried not to stare. I guess I'm not the only one who forgot an umbrella, she said. Her wide smile sent his pulse sprinting. Nope, but I'm glad you forgot yours. Danny raised her chin. Why is that? Because you are hot, Miss Bennett. He walked toward her. With a wry grin on her face, she met him halfway at the center of the dome. You're not so bad yourself, Mr. Delaney. The darker sapphire flecks in her eyes mesmerized him. He hadn't noticed them before. It's only a few weeks ago since we were here last. I do get a sense of déjà vu. Except for the rain. Her gaze remained locked on his. The darkness. And this. Bryce covered her mouth with his. She tensed before relaxing and moving her soft lips against his. He didn't know how long they stood there with only their lips touching, but kissing her was what he'd been dreaming about and wanting to do since he last saw her. Okay, ever since the kiss at the stable. Bryce wouldn't rush. He wanted to savor the moment. Danny's kiss, full of sweetness and warmth, like the woman herself, was addictive, intoxicating. A mysterious elixir with a secret ingredient. As he wrapped his arms around her, he deepened the kiss. Sheets of rain fell from the sky, drumming against the dome and the cement beyond the rotunda. The pounding water matched the beat of his heart. His hand splayed her back, the wet fabric beneath his palm, and he pulled her toward him. Danny went willingly, eagerly against him. She wrapped her arms around him, running the palms of her hands over his shoulders. He moved his lips away from hers, trailing kisses along her jawline. She arched, giving him access to her neck, and he accepted the invitation, showering kiss after kiss. She moaned. Heated blood pulsated through his veins. Danny wove her fingers through his hair. She rose to kiss him but bypassed his mouth and went straight to his ear. She nibbled on his earlobe. As Bryce felt himself sinking into her, losing himself, he didn't care. The only thing he cared about was her. The realization jolted him, and he pulled away. She stared up at him with wide eyes. He cupped her flushed face, her normally warm skin was wet and cold. We said we would go slow, but I don't want to go backward, Danny. Me, either. And Mother Nature has ruined our picnic. My living room floor will work, he suggested, not caring where they ended up as long as they remained together. It won't be the same as this place, but it's warm and dry. Sounds good. No kidding. Time spent at his house with a rain-soaked, gorgeous, intelligent woman on a dark and stormy night was as good as it got. Satisfaction flowed through him. Let's make a run for my car. When Bryce told Danny he lived in Presidio Heights, she assumed he meant a condo, not a multimillion-dollar home. She stood in Bryce's gourmet kitchen and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. Her clothes were in the dryer. A drawer opened and closed behind her. She pulled up his sweatpants that kept slipping down her hips. Her lips tingled from the kiss under the rotunda, and her body was cold without his arms around her. Face it. She liked him, a lot. The realization didn't terrify her as much as it once would have. But she needed to be smart and move slowly. Yes, her heart was at stake, but so was her job. What she'd relayed to James about her albeit limited dating experience had appeased him, but he wanted more. A pop sounded behind her, the cork from the wine bottle. She shot a sideways glance toward Bryce. His damp hair curled at the ends. In his long-sleeved brown t-shirt and green track pants, he seemed more real and less like some fantasy guy in a designer suit from a glossy magazine. That made him even more appealing. It was time to proceed with caution. First step, she should make sure they didn't kiss again tonight. Otherwise, she might rush into something with him. That wouldn't be smart. Danny wrapped her hands around herself. Your clothes should be dry soon. Bryce handed her a glass of the red wine she'd brought for their picnic. I have a bottle of Chardonnay if you prefer. The hunger in his gaze suggested he wanted a taste of her. She wouldn't mind one of him. Danny gulped. No more kisses, she reminded herself. Thanks. She tried to sound relaxed, even though every muscle bunched up in a knot. She took a sip of the Pinot Noir. This goes better with dinner. Whatever you brought smells delicious. So did he, which meant she should eat fast and take off before she did something stupid. Danny set her glass on the counter. I'll plate the food so it doesn't get cold. I'll lay out the blanket in front of the fireplace. Oh, boy, that sounded romantic. Dinner at the kitchen island might be less so. Before she could say anything, Bryce disappeared through the butler's pantry, leaving Danny alone. She hadn't wanted a man in her life, but she seemed to have found one. If she weren't careful, she might find herself in a relationship. That didn't sound like such a bad thing at the moment. With a resigned sigh, she padded barefoot across the wide planked hardwood floor. Music played, streaming from speakers she hadn't known were there. Bryce must have turned on a sound system. As she placed a marinated steak and vegetable kebab on each plate, a soft melody filled the kitchen. "Do you like to dance?" he asked. Danny realized she was swaying to the music. She stopped, embarrassed. "I have little opportunity to do that except in my apartment by myself." As he stood behind her, he placed his hands on her shoulders. "But you enjoy dancing." It wasn't a question. Still, Danny nodded, not trusting her voice with him so close to her. She fought the urge to lean against him because that would be too couple-like. They weren't one, not yet anyway. She straightened and added a scoop of rice pilaf. "What about you?" "No. My mother forced dancing lessons on me when I was a kid." "Let me guess." Danny placed salad with fresh strawberries and poppy seed dressing on the plates. "You didn't like the lessons." "I hated them." Bryce raised his wineglass. "I'll never forget dancing in front of so many people, all family members of the students, but knowing they watched me, saw each mistake, was a living nightmare. One I don't want to repeat." She picked up the plates and silverware, wrapped in napkins. "Everything's ready." He tucked the wine bottle in the crook of his arm and grabbed their glasses. She followed him into the living room. A blanket lay on the floor in front of the roaring fire. The flickering candles on the built-in shelves and mantel added to the romantic atmosphere. A mix of emotions welled inside her. His thoughtfulness at making their picnic special touched her heart, but she worried she might get caught up in the moment. Danny sat on the blanket. "This is lovely, Bryce. Thanks for going to so much trouble." "You're welcome. But you deserve the thanks for preparing us a home-cooked meal." He took a plate, sat across from her, and swallowed a forkful of rice pilaf. "This is fantastic. Where did you learn to cook?" "My mother taught me." Danny removed the stick from her kebab. "During college, I worked at a cafe near campus." "Is there anything you can't do?" She drank wine. "Find a job. You will. Your resume is out there." He touched her hand. "Remember, finding the right position doesn't happen overnight. Give it time." Staring into his eyes made her believe everything, job, life, even love, would work out. Somehow. "Okay." As they finished eating dinner and he explained where he'd sent her resume, she noticed the living room's architectural details, moldings, wood-paned windows, French doors. She imagined herself in the drawing room at Netherfield. Only, he was sharper than Mr. Bingley and more amenable and approachable than Mr. Darcy. "This is a beautiful house." "Thanks." Bryce placed his fork on his plate. "I've remodeled 2 rooms." "Are you doing heavy construction or surface, cosmetic stuff?" "No wall moving. Just painting, window coverings, and new furniture." She smiled. "The fun stuff." "You might think so." "I do. I would love to decorate a house." She searched for the right words, a dream come true for many people. "I remember." "What?" "Nothing." Self-conscious, she stared into her wineglass. "It's silly." "No holding back," Bryce urged. "Please tell me what you were going to say." "When I was younger, I drew floor plans for houses. There were tons of scrap paper with my scribbles on them everywhere. One Christmas, I received a book, a thick magazine really, with house plans. It was my favorite present. I still have it somewhere." "Did you want to be an architect?" The flames danced in the fireplace. "No, I just wanted to have my own house. If you have ideas for mine, I'm open to suggestions." "Be careful," she warned. "I'll share those as much as my opinions." "I don't mind." Bryce refilled her wineglass. "That's better than my mother having interior designers call to set up appointments I don't want." "Echoes of your dancing lessons?" "Yep." He grinned. "She can't understand why I'm not in any hurry to have the house done right away." You should live here a while and get a feel for the place first. That's what I told her, but I doubt she'll listen. He leaned back on his elbows. My mother enjoys getting her way, but now that Caitlin and I are older, that doesn't always happen. Most people prefer getting their way. I know I do. What would you like right now? Bryce asked. A kiss. No, that wouldn't be smart, considering the circumstances. She'd go for second best. How about dessert? Chapter 14. An indoor picnic, okay, any meal, with Danny was what Bryce needed. He hoped this was the first of many evenings they spent together at his house. This brownie is so rich. The calories will go straight to my hips. Danny's pink tongue darted out and licked her lips. These have to be homemade, but you said you couldn't cook. Busted. Bryce wouldn't lie. I never said I made them. Just that I would bring dessert. So the question is, who baked them? She studied the small piece remaining on her plate as if she were a jeweler examining a flawless diamond. Was it your mother, your mother's cook, your sister, or an old nanny? Nope. Danny tilted her chin. Then, who? A hotshot programmer on my team named Christopher. He's a real rock star, but his hobby is baking. She straightened. There's no way a computer geek made these tasty morsels. It's true. She snagged another brownie. You'd better give the guy a raise, or a restaurant will steal him away. I'd set him up with his own bakery before I let that happen. Danny sighed. He didn't understand the reaction. The brownies? You. She studied him with observant eyes. I've never met anyone like you. Same. He appreciated her quick thinking and sense of humor. I'm happy you're here. Me, too. Bryce brushed his lips over hers, tasting chocolate and Danny. The corners of her mouth curved. Now, that's the perfect end to this dinner. I suppose it's getting late. She glanced out the window. The rain is coming down harder. He started to speak but closed his mouth until he imagined her wanting to take the bus and not letting him drive her home. Do you want to wait it out by watching a movie? There's a home theater and media room upstairs. That's the other room I had redone. Nothing better than playing video games on a large screen. Video games? Interest flashed on her face. Can we play instead? You like games? I love them. The more time he spent with Danny, the more perfect she got. She was a woman worth making time for. I'd rather play video games than watch a movie any day, she added. What platform do you have? A PlayStation 4 Pro and Xbox One X. She shimmied her shoulders and stood. I'm in heaven. So was he. Danny was, in a word, stunning. Not because of her looks. It was the person she was inside, though he enjoyed seeing her in his clothes. A man after my own heart, she added. Well, maybe not her heart. He grinned. At least not yet. So, are you ready? She asked. Her question startled him. He jerked his gaze to her face. She squared her shoulders and gave him a pointed look. Okay, he deserved it. She'd caught him ogling her, but it wasn't in the way she thought. Ready? For an apology, another brownie, a kiss. For what? Danny winked. To lose? Weapons blasted. Targets exploded. Pulse-pounding music blared. The controller button toggled beneath Bryce's fingertip. I'm not dying again. Danny fired back. Yes, you are. He shot her a sideways glance. Her tongue stuck out between her teeth. So hot. And distracting. He needed to focus on the game, so he wouldn't keep losing. How did you get so good at video games? He asked. The break room at my old job had different platforms for us to play at lunch and during breaks. Bryce launched a missile, nearly wiping out Danny's avatar. She sent him a challenging glare. You're going down, Delaney. No way, Bennett. Adrenaline surging, he jumped to his feet. Frustrated, yes. Defeated, no. He tapped faster, firing in rapid succession. You're the one who'll be history. In your dreams. She shot at him. Direct hit. His character exploded into red, orange, and yellow flames. Yes. No. She raised her hands in the air. I'm officially the undefeated mistress of the galaxies. The title fit her in more ways than one. Bryce tossed his controller onto a leather game chair. If you expect me to bow before you. I didn't. Mischief gleamed in her eyes. But now that you mention it. You're a worthy opponent, but I don't get on my knees for anyone. She winked. We must work on that. Desire rocketed through him. We could start now. Danny glanced around the room, avoiding his eyes. It's late. Her coyness added to her appeal. Late is a relative term. He checked the time and did a double take. Though 1 o'clock in the morning is late by anyone's standards. Her mouth formed a perfect O, it can't be past midnight. It is. He switched off the game console and sound system. We lost track of time. Do you know what this means? Yes. She plopped into a chair and buried her face in her hands. I've turned into a gamer geek. Then what does that make me? A grin replaced her look of despair. With this choice setup, you're a gaming guru. I like the title, but not as much as I enjoy having you here. Danny blushed. Not exactly the reaction he expected from a gaming goddess, but, then again, he never knew what to expect from her. At first, that had bugged him, but now he accepted her unpredictable nature as part of who she was. She stood, lifted one of the blackout shades, and peeked out. It's still raining. Bryce noticed the dark circles under her eyes and the weary lines around her mouth. He wanted her to stay, but only if she wanted to. You're tired. I'll drive you home. Not in this rain. This late. She wrung her hands. I'll call for a ride. No. I drive, or you spend the night. She bit her lip. Bryce wouldn't rush things. Her. She should realize that by now. He dragged his hand through his hair. There's a guest room. You can borrow pajamas and lock the door if that makes you more comfortable. The corners of her mouth curved. I don't mean to be difficult. And I won't push you into anything you're not ready for. The gratitude in her eyes made Danny's decision clear. Honestly, he was okay with that. He saw the two of them being together a while. Not that I think the mistress of the galaxies would do something she didn't want to do, he teased. As Danny laughed, the sound floated on the air and smacked him right in the gut. Smart man. Her tone was less tense. So, where's this guest room of yours? Bryce led her down the hall, making a quick stop at his room to grab pajamas out of the dresser. These are brand new. Washed, never worn. I sleep in shorts and a t-shirt, but no matter how many times I tell my mother this, she continues to buy me pajamas every Christmas. Thanks. Danny rubbed her fingers over the flannel fabric. I usually wear a t-shirt to bed, but these are so soft they'll be a treat to sleep in. He pictured her wearing one of his t-shirts. So which door? She asked. Her words jostled him from the fantasy forming in his head. Right here. Bryce motioned to the one across from his room. In the bathroom drawer, you'll find toothbrushes and other items you might need. Have that many overnight visitors? Her tone sounded icy. Nope. The idea she might be jealous pleased him. I get a lot of freebies. Her eyebrows raised. He grinned, enjoying seeing her green-eyed. From hotels and airlines. Help yourself to whatever you need. Her relief was palpable. He'd known the attraction wasn't one-sided, but he liked having more data points to confirm it. Thank you. She placed her hand on the doorknob. Tonight has been fun. Sleep well. That was the smartest thing to say. You, too. She stared up through her lashes at him, her eyes full of affection. Sweet dreams. He wanted to kiss her, but she didn't want to rush things, and he didn't trust himself not to. If only she would open the door and get away from him. "Good night, Danny." She rose on tiptoes and kissed his cheek. A chaste peck, really. Not at all close to what Bryce wanted, but he would take it. Danny went into the guest room. "Good night." The shy, sweet smile on her face hit him like an arrow to his heart. He almost stumbled back. She closed the door. The lock clicked into place. As Bryce leaned against the wall in the hallway, he blew out the breath he'd been holding. Another second with her and he would have been on his knees.
Chapter 15. As sunlight stole through cracks in the wooden blinds, Danny stretched her arms over her head. She hadn't been this rested in months. No doubt a real mattress, complete with a pillow top, and not the hard fold-out sofa made the difference. She enjoyed resting on a cloud. Okay, this bed. Did Bryce have the same one? Danny smiled, hoping he slept as well as she had. She owed him a home-cooked breakfast for his hospitality. She appreciated how he respected her for wanting to go slow. She'd never felt so comfortable around someone she hadn't known for long. And for all her talk of not wanting a boyfriend, he made her reconsider. Time to get out of bed. Danny threw back the duvet-covered comforter. She wanted to see him. After a quick stop in the bathroom, she headed into the hallway. Seeing Bryce's bedroom door closed, she went softly down the stairs and into the kitchen. "Good morning," a female voice greeted her. Danny looked over at the kitchen table where a pretty young woman sat. She had dark hair and green eyes like Bryce. "Caitlin? You know who I am, but I don't have a clue about you." A smile, complete with dimples on either side of her mouth, lit up the woman's face. "My brother is good at keeping secrets." The word secret prickled the hair at the back of Danny's neck, but only warmth flowed from Caitlin. "Not a secret. I'm Danny Bennett." An older woman with the same green eyes as Caitlin and Bryce, but lighter hair, strode into the kitchen with a cloud of expensive-smelling perfume in her wake. She carried a bag of frozen French fries. "His car is in the garage. He must have forgotten and slept." The woman's surprised gaze flicked over Danny with curiosity. "Who are you?" "This is Danny Bennett," Caitlin said without missing a beat. "Danny, this is my mother, Maeve." With expertly highlighted hair, porcelain skin, and designer clothing, Bryce's mother radiated beauty and wealth. She studied Danny with sharp eyes as if she were trying to decide if she'd found a masterpiece or a forgery. Talk about intimidating. Awkward. Humiliating. But Danny wouldn't let nerves get the best of her. She owed it to Bryce and herself not to act overwhelmed. "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Delaney." "I haven't been a Delaney in decades." The woman's friendly smile caught Danny off guard and made her appear more like a mom than a matriarch. She placed the bag of fries in the freezer. "Call me Maeve, please." "Thanks, Maeve," Danny said, trying out the name. "I'm a friend of Bryce's." Maeve raised a finely arched brow. "More than a friend, I'd say, since you're wearing the pajamas I gave him for Christmas." Embarrassed, Danny cringed. She imagined what Bryce's family must think she was doing here on a Saturday morning, in his clothes. "This isn't what you think. I mean, Bryce and I aren't." "We didn't." Maeve laughed. "Then my son's not as smart of a man as I thought he was." "You're gorgeous." An unwelcome heat crept into Danny's cheeks. She wished the ground would open up and swallow her. "Thank you." "And modest, too," Caitlin said. "Wherever did he find you, Danny?" Maeve asked. Danny shifted her weight between her feet. BlindDateBrides.com. The two Delaney women smiled like a pair of Cheshire cats. They seemed happy over what they'd learned, not concerned. Caitlin clapped her hands together. "Well, it's about time." "I must give Joelle a call," Maeve added. Danny stood there, confused, as if they were speaking a foreign language. "We've been telling him to use his own site for dating since he founded it," Maeve explained. but Bryce claims he works too much. He works hard, Danny said. Caitlin nodded. Bryce is always looking out for everyone else. It's nice to see he's finally doing something for himself. Maeve walked to the kitchen table and pulled out a chair. Come sit down, Danny. I want to hear all about you and my son. Sure. Danny sat, making a silent cry for help. She might have handled Jim Guy on her own and the mimes on the bus, but the two Delaney women, who looked as if they'd stepped from a window display at Neiman Marcus, absolutely terrified her. Where was her backup when she needed him?
Bryce hopped out of bed. Danny was in his house, in his guest bedroom. No reason to stay in his room when he could snag a good morning kiss. He opened the door to his bedroom and saw her door was ajar. Bryce peeked inside. Danny? No reply. Just an empty bed with the covers turned back. Eager for that kiss, he made a beeline for the stairs. Halfway down the steps, feminine laughter drifted up. Not just Danny, either. His heart plummeted to his feet. Today was Saturday. He was supposed to go out to breakfast with Caitlin and his mother. Bryce sprinted down the stairs. Poor Danny. He loved his mom, but she wasn't known for her subtlety. He skidded into the kitchen. The women sat at the table with steaming cups in front of them. Oh, they'd been there a while. Good morning, ladies, he said. 3 heads turned toward him at the same time like a trio of synchronized swimmers. But one person wore a different uniform than the other 2. His gaze focused on Danny, assessing any damage inflicted upon her. At least she was smiling. No blood or bruises. Though her cheeks were pinker than usual. Did you sleep well? He asked. I did. Thanks. She stared into her coffee cup as if the secrets to the universe were inside. I came down to get my clothes out of the dryer. And she found us, Caitlin interrupted. I used my key, Maeve added. You forgot about our breakfast date. The warmth in Danny's gaze made his senses reel. I've been busy. I see that. Maeve smiled. But, this time, I understand why. We've enjoyed chatting with your friend. His mother emphasized the last word. Danny isn't just my friend. Bryce didn't want her to be uncomfortable, but that seemed impossible under the circumstances. She and I are dating. You might have mentioned it, Maeve said. Her. He hinted, Mother, Caitlin added. Remember what I told you, but I'm sure he just wanted to keep Danny all to himself. That tells me Bryce thinks she's a keeper. As the color on Danny's cheeks deepened to a bright red, Bryce's chest tightened. His sister was right. He wanted to keep Danny for himself. As for her being a keeper, she might be one. But only time would tell. Right now, he wanted to pull her away from his family and spend the morning with her. The afternoon and evening, too. Caitlin leaned forward. Danny, has Bryce mentioned my... Later, he interrupted. But... I promise. His sister nodded, her face glowing as if she were walking down the aisle today, not in 9 months. I have a great idea. What if the 4 of us go to breakfast and then Mother and I can take Danny shopping? That would be a lovely way to spend the day, Maeve said. We should stop in at the Fairmont afterward. The Laurel Court puts on a nice afternoon tea. Oh, afternoon tea would be perfect. Caitlin clasped her hands together. There's also the garden court at the Palace Hotel. I love the harpist there. Danny sat still, not saying a word. A smile remained frozen on her face, but her eyes reminded him of a deer caught in the headlights of 2 semi-trucks approaching from opposite directions. No matter which way she went, she would be hit head-on. Bryce wouldn't let that happen. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gave a reassuring squeeze. Of course, there's always the Ritz-Carlton, Maeve said. Which do you prefer, Danny? I enjoy Lovejoy's tea room in No Valley, she said before he could put a stop to the nonsense. It has a cozy, eclectic atmosphere, but they have a high tea on the menu and the most delicious scones. Pride filled him. Danny didn't need his help at all. I've been to Lovejoy's, Maeve said. It's a charming tea house. Caitlin nodded. One of my sorority sisters had her baby shower there. It was so much fun. I'll call for reservations. Another time. Bryce rubbed Danny's shoulders. We have plans today.
Chapter 16. With the wind on her face, Danny hung off the side of the cable car later that day. She enjoyed Bryce's plans. Who was she kidding? She didn't care what they did as long as they were together. The driver clanged the bell. And, like the old song her mother loved to sing, her heartstrings went zing. For Bryce. She couldn't help herself. And that was okay. As she leaned farther away, he tightened his hand around her waist. Always the protector. Danny didn't mind today. She glanced back at him. I can't believe you were born in San Francisco and have never ridden a cable car. That's downright criminal. He shrugged. What can I say? I've never played tourist in my own town. You have no idea what you're missing. I see that now. She grinned, staring up at the overcast sky. More rain might be predicted, but she didn't care. The day was perfect, no matter what the forecast. After the cable car stopped, passengers disembarked. Bryce jumped off and extended his hand. Her fingers clasped his as he helped her down. Pleasurable sensations of wanting tingled through her. Thank you for showing me San Francisco. He raised her hand to his mouth and kissed it. The beat of her heart quadrupled. Fisherman's Wharf, North Beach, Chinatown. And now Union Square, she finished for him. Though this is more your part of town, so it's your turn to play tour guide. Bryce took over, leading her across Union Square. He stopped in front of a tall winged statue. This is the goddess Victory. You and she have a lot in common. Danny raised a brow. Trying to soften me up with compliments? It's either that, or I'll have to buy you chocolate. She studied him. You've got me figured out pretty well. He smiled. I'm working on it. Bryce was. That pleased her. The cars, trucks, and buses on the 4 streets surrounding the square were loud, but music rose above the traffic. The haunting sounds of a lone violin filled the air. A violinist stood on the corner and played. Warmth settled at the center of her chest. One thing she loved about the city was how the unexpected showed up day or night. There's something I've been wondering, Bryce said. She focused her attention on him. What? How does an evening of mayhem with my crazy family and over 200 of my mother's most intimate acquaintances sound? Danny eyed him warily. Is this a trick question? No, he brushed his hand through his hair. My mother is throwing Caitlin and Mark an engagement party next Saturday. Would you like to go? A family event? Danny quivered with excitement. Yes, I'd like that very much. Thanks. Thank you. Relief filled his eyes. If you'd said no, Caitlin would never forgive me. Then it's a good thing I said yes. With a nod, he led her to a crosswalk in the city's downtown shopping district. They stood on the corner, waiting for the lights to change. Please promise me you won't hold my family against me. The Delaney's are an odd cast of characters. I come from a line of men who foresaw what land in San Francisco and the surrounding Bay Area would be worth someday. They bought as much as they could and held on to it. Thanks to their real estate acumen, my relatives live off trust funds. Not you. I've never touched mine, and my family can't understand why. I accepted one thing, my house, a college graduation present from the family trust. But, like you, I want to make it on my own. Her respect for Bryce shot off the scale. You understand what I want to do. I told you we weren't so different. She was beginning to think he was right. Danny smiled. You did. And as I've said before, I admire your determination. His compliment sent a welcome burst of confidence flowing through her. The light turned green, and she stepped off the curb. As they crossed the intersection, she jogged around a woman pushing a baby stroller and drinking from a Starbucks cup. Danny followed him through a white iron gate to a pedestrian-only narrow street dotted with umbrella-shaded tables. Maiden Lane used to be the red light district during the Barbary Coast era, so I'm not sure where the maiden part came from, Bryce said, as tourists in baseball caps and sunglasses snapped pictures. He clasped his hand with hers. But the street has become upscale since then. As they strolled along, she read the signs of expensive boutiques and salons. Women dressed as if they were going to a fancy party and loaded down with shopping bags darted in and out of the shops. Even when Danny had earned more money at her last job, she hadn't shopped there. It's nice. This is nice. Bryce rubbed her hand with his thumb. I never thought I'd find someone I want to date using my website. Me either. I was anti-dating. And now? A man in a fluorescent orange warm-up suit walked a tiny black dog. Not so much. Bryce smiled. I'm happy we met, Danny Bennett. Me, too. A stunning green dress, displayed on a mannequin in the window of a boutique, caught her eye. She stopped to take a closer look. Now, that would be something beautiful to wear to the engagement party if she wanted to make a good impression. That's a pretty dress, Bryce said. Danny nodded. He pulled her over to the window. Do you want to try it on? She shook her head. New clothing isn't in my budget. You can still try on the dress. She shot him a look. He made a face. Don't tell me you've never window shopped. Caitlin dragged me along on one of her arduous excursions, and she said trying on clothes is half the fun, whether or not you buy them. Danny stepped back. There's no chance of me buying anything in there. Bryce pulled her to the door. Come on. Trust me. It'll be fun. Less than a minute later, she stood inside the elegant boutique with pale green walls and gilded fixtures. Cheerful music from a string quartet played. The air smelled of flowers and money. All the women were dressed to the nines, making it impossible for her to tell who was a customer and who worked there. She was out of place, wearing her work clothes from yesterday. A tall, thin woman with long red hair walked toward them. Pick a few things to try on, he encouraged. Danny selected 2 dresses, neither of which had price tags attached. Bryce gave her a third. I want to see how the color looks on you. She shrugged. Why not? That's the spirit. He sat in a big overstuffed chair. Gabrielle, the redhead who looked more like a supermodel than a clothing salesperson, handed him a drink. Fashion show time. In the dressing room, Danny found matching shoes to try on with each of the dresses and changed into the green dress from the window. Come out here so I can see, Bryce called. She studied herself in a full-length mirror. It's a little short. I'd like to be the judge of that myself. Oh, boy. She wedged her feet into the coordinating shoes, heels higher than she usually wore, with crystals, and wobbled out of the dressing room. Too short? I would say just right. He grinned like a kid turned loose in a Lego store. No more hiding those long legs of yours, okay? I normally wear pants. He waved her off. Try on the next one. Danny squeezed into a red cocktail dress. The halter neck style accentuated her chest, making her look like a woman who might have worked this street during the city's bygone era. She gulped. Do you have it on? Bryce asked. On his relative, she admitted. There isn't much fabric. Out, now, he said, sounding impatient. She jammed her feet into a pair of stilettos, afraid to see her reflection in the mirror, and carefully walked out of the dressing room so she wouldn't topple over. Bryce's eyes widened. Wow. It's a bit skimpy? You look hot, but I'm sure there'd be a fight if you wore that out in public. Although the dress would be perfect for an intimate dinner for 2 at home. True, except this wasn't her. I'd rather wear your sweats. Comfort over style. Danny smiled. You know it. Are you having fun yet? She nodded. Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Let's see the next one. In the dressing room, she wiggled into the blue cocktail dress Bryce had selected. She stared at herself in the mirror, not recognizing her reflection. She looked and felt like a princess. A warmth settled in the center of her chest. This must be how Marissa had felt when she'd finally found her wedding dress. Danny slipped on the pair of silver slingback heels that fit and were reasonably comfortable. Like a heroine from an animated movie, she pirouetted out of the dressing room. Stunning. Bryce leaned forward, cradling his drink in his hands. That's my favorite. Mine, too. She touched the soft fabric with her fingertip. But I'd better put on my own clothes in case someone wants to buy it. In the changing room, Danny stepped out of the shoes. Everything else she'd tried on had been removed. Gabrielle handed her a glass of sparkling mineral water with a slice of lime. For you. The places where Danny shopped limited the number of items a person could take into a dressing room. The only thing the attendants gave customers were plastic numbers. She placed the drink on a small table. Thanks. May I please have your dress once you have it off so I can put it on the hanger? Sure. Danny closed the curtain, took off the dress, and reluctantly handed it through the slit in the drapes to a waiting Gabrielle. Thank you, Danny. You're welcome. This was like no window shopping expedition she'd been on before. Even the dressing room was luxurious, with silk curtains, overstuffed benches, and gilded mirrors. She put on her clothing and walked out to find an empty chair. Bryce stood by the door with a glossy bag in his hand. Her heart fell. You didn't. The blue dress was made for you. Danny started to speak but noticed people staring at them. She exited the store. He followed, carrying the bag. We were window shopping, not buying, she said. That's before I saw you in the dress. She stopped in front of the store next door. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I'm not comfortable with you buying me clothing. It's a gift, he said as if he'd bought her a latte at the corner coffee shop and not a designer cocktail dress and, guessing by the box in the bag, the shoes, too. I'm sure you have a dress to wear to the engagement party, but I wanted to do something special for you. Is that wrong? He appeared so pleased with himself, she didn't want to hurt his feelings. It's sweet of you, but it's important to me that I do things myself. Buy things myself. Do you buy gifts for yourself? No. You don't like gifts. Danny noticed it wasn't a question. I'm not used to getting gifts. It's time for that to change. As Bryce hugged her, his soap and water scent made her heady. Let's start today. She loved being in his embrace, with his strong arms wrapped around her as if he'd let nothing bad happen to her. She enjoyed it. A little too much. Danny stepped back. I'm not trying to be difficult, he finished for her. Neither am I. Stalemate. She wasn't sure what to say or do. Her gaze strayed to the shopping bag. You know, I took your advice and checked out some of those dating articles on the website you mentioned, Bryce said. Compromise is the key to a successful relationship. So we've gone from dating to relationship? You've worn my clothes, kissed me until I couldn't see straight, spent the night at my house, and charmed my family. He smiled. If we aren't in a relationship, we're close. The air whooshed from her lungs. This was more than she'd hoped for. She stared up at him. The affection in his eyes matched how she felt about him. What do you say now? Bryce asked. This was the last thing Danny thought she wanted, but a wellspring of joy flowed through her, settling at the center of her chest. She looked at the shopping bag. I guess I'd better learn to compromise. To English Crumpet, Kanga Girl. From San Fran Danny. Subject, you won't believe this. I got your messages. Sorry I've missed our chats, but I've been with Bryce. We're back together. We've been spending time with each other. Dinners, movies, lots of dates. I even taught him how to make bonbons. It's been incredible. He's such a fantastic person. I know we haven't known each other long, but I think he might be the one. My one. Can you believe it? I'm attending his sister's engagement party tonight. Cross your fingers I make a good impression on his family. I'm nervous. I'll fill you in on all the details later. I hope all is well with you. Miss you. XOXOX. D.
Chapter 17. I'm almost ready. Saturday night, Danny's voice sounded panicky through the closed door to her walk-in closet. No rush. Bryce didn't mind waiting. Anything to make things easier on her. Take all the time you need. He was nervous, too, and dreading the evening ahead. His entire extended family would be at the engagement party. He felt like an outsider when the entire clan was together, so he was glad to be bringing Danny with him. They hadn't known each other long, but she understood him like no one else. He couldn't wait to spend even more time with her. Will the press be there? She asked from the closet. Yes. Delaney events bring out the society columnists, but because my sister met her future husband at the dating website I founded, the wedding has become a human interest story. It's unbelievable. No kidding. And he hadn't meant only Caitlin's engagement. Bryce hadn't brought a woman home in nearly 5 years. That had been his last serious relationship until its daytime talk show-worthy breakup. He'd been dating casually, sporadically, since then, but he hadn't wanted another girlfriend. Not until he'd met Danny. Sure, he'd fought it, but he had willingly surrendered. Their dates, their phone calls, their kisses were what had been missing in his life. And now he was coming to realize he may have found more than a date on blinddatebrides.com. Caitlin had called Danny a keeper, and the name fit. The closet door opened. Footsteps tapped on the hardwood floor, Danny's heels. Bryce turned. Hot. Attraction hit hard, sending his warm blood into the red zone. I didn't think you could look more beautiful than you did at the store. I was wrong. She radiated beauty and warmth. He'd chosen the dress because the color matched her eyes. But the style complemented her figure perfectly. You are captivating. And his. Danny spun on the balls of the silver slingback heels. The fabric of her dress wrapped around her thighs. The asymmetric hem made her legs appear even longer. She gave a slight curtsy. Thank you. Her smile was shy. So gorgeous. If my father hits on you, I'll slug him. Don't worry, I'm too old for him, she joked. Bryce's gaze traveled from the top of her shiny blonde hair to her hot pink painted toenails. His heart rate quickened. No doubt other men's would, too, and a protective instinct kicked in. A couple of years won't matter in your case. But he's not the only one I'm worried about. Well, mischief gleamed in her eyes. On the farm, parties never got going until a fight broke out. He laughed. The Delaney crowd is too civilized for throwing actual punches. They resort to verbal barbs to one's face and gossip behind backs instead. Sounds like high school. Close. Bryce wrapped his arms around her. But you won't have to worry about a thing. I'll be with you to make sure you're safe and comfortable. Danny gazed up at him. I figured you wouldn't desert me to go off socializing. Never. I have everything I need right here. He brushed his lips across the top of her hair. The scent of grapefruit tickled his nose. Is it sexist of me to say I'll enjoy having the most gorgeous woman at the party on my arm? Yes. Her shimmering glossed lips spread into a seductive smile. But since I'll be with the hottest man at the soiree, I'll let it slide. Soiree? She shrugged. When in Rome. You'll fit in fine, Miss Bennett. Danny fluttered her eyelashes. Why, thank you, Mr. Delaney. He extended his arm, no longer dreading the evening ahead. Shall we? With its marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and uniformed servants milling about with trays of champagne and appetizers, Maeve Delaney Stewart Whitney Roy Mayer's mansion reminded Danny of Pemberley. She tried to imagine Bryce, an active and curious little boy, growing up among the valuable artwork and antiques. Tried and failed. As she waited near the exit to a balcony, she watched him weave his way through the crowded room, carrying 2 drinks. He was the definition of suave and debonair in his tailored suit, white shirt, and tie. He stood out from the others. It wasn't his height or his looks but his presence. He exuded power and, though he would disagree with her, wealth. People followed him, trying to get his attention or catch his eye. Men who wanted his advice. Women who wanted him. Danny didn't blame them. She wanted him, too. Bryce said a word to one, nodded to another, and continued toward her, his steps never faltering and his gaze never leaving hers. Outside, he handed her a Cosmopolitan. Did the animals leave you alone while I was gone? I had a few close calls, but I survived unscathed. A man with his tie askew yelled Bryce's name from the doorway. Bryce acknowledged him with a wave before lowering his hand. His fingertips stroked her arm, sending tingles shooting upward from the point of contact. What happened? Don't worry about it. I want you to be comfortable. I am. She raised her glass. I'm Cinderella at the ball with Prince Charming at my side. At least you won't have to worry about the clock striking midnight, he teased. Your dress and ride home have no expiration time. Thank goodness. She stared up into his concerned eyes. What? Please tell me what happened. It was nothing. More funny than awkward. Bryce raised a brow. Fine. Your cousin Simone asked who performed my breast augmentation because they looked so natural. She's been redoing herself part by part. This tells me what's next on her list. That explains why she appeared disappointed to find out mine are real, but I appreciated the compliment. You should. He focused on her eyes. Anything else? I bumped into your great-uncle Edward. Or he bumped into me. Danny grinned. He wanted to cop a feel. He's known for that. She took a sip of the pink-colored drink. It was strong, so she thought she'd better limit herself to 2 tonight, especially since they'd drunk champagne during a toast to Caitlin and Mark. See, it was nothing. I'm not leaving you again. I told you I wouldn't desert you. I wanted a drink, but I didn't want to push my way through the crowd to the bar. It's okay. She didn't want Bryce to feel bad. I'm fine. I was intimidated when we arrived, but everyone has welcomed me, especially your mother. Things have been so much better than I imagined. And Caitlin and Mark are such a cute, nice couple. That's because they, and the rest of my family, like you. Music played. She couldn't tell if it was a live band or a DJ. Good, because I like them. Even my great-uncle Edward? She nodded. He's funny. He said if he were 50 years younger, he'd give you a run for your money over me. Then he said if I wanted to fly to Las Vegas and marry him tonight, he wouldn't make me sign a prenup. What did you tell him? Danny winked. I told him I couldn't desert my date, but if things didn't work out with you, we could talk later. Bryce laughed. No wonder he stopped me and asked my intentions toward you. Oh, no. She cringed. I was kidding. I'm sure he knows that, but hope springs eternal, especially when enchanting young women are involved. Bryce raised his glass. His words, not mine. Danny smiled. Is this the woman who Edward called dibs on? A handsome man with black hair and green eyes approached. Dressed in a tuxedo, he looked like an older, bronzed version of Bryce. Hello, son. As Bryce's eyes narrowed, he placed his hand on Danny's lower back. Father, this is Danny Bennett. Danny, my father, Peter. Peter kissed the top of her hand, holding onto it too long to be considered proper or polite. Edward wasn't kidding. You're stunning. The man looked at her as if she were the special of the day he could order off the menu, not his son's date. Thank you. A photographer asked them to pose. Danny stood between the 2 Delaney men, both of whom had an arm around her. The flash of the camera blinded her. She blinked. When the spots disappeared, Peter was checking her out. Bryce might resemble his father in looks, but the similarities ended there. His dad exuded charm, but his tone and mannerisms were too smooth. Too practiced. Too superficial. No wonder Peter Delaney went for younger women. Others would see right through his gentlemanly facade to the player underneath. He looked to be exactly the type to trade in wives along with his cars when their leases expired, for shinier, newer models. Danny appreciated Bryce's protective hand on her, and she inched closer. "Don't get territorial on me, son," Peter teased. "I promise not to steal this one away from you." "This one? Not that you don't have excellent taste. But your last girlfriend cost me a bundle." Peter laughed. "Of course, she would have cost more if I'd married her." "Ick. Marriages don't cost you, father." "It's the divorces," Bryce said dryly. "What can I say? I'm a sucker for a beautiful woman. And so, apparently, are you." Peter smiled again at Danny. His words rankled. "Bryce is no sucker, Mr. Delaney. Not that I would try to sucker him." Peter's eyes widened. "A woman with a sharp tongue who speaks her mind, eh?" "Danny's more than beautiful," Bryce said. "She's smart." "Then watch yourself even more, son." Peter appraised her from head to toe. "Those smart ones are dangerous and expensive." No doubt, the history between these two involved more than your typical father/son issues. She wondered if Bryce had gotten over what had happened or if that was why an attractive man like him was single. As Danny sipped her drink, an undercurrent charged the air. "I'm not worried," Bryce said finally. "Perhaps you should be." Peter's gaze bounced between her and Bryce. "Well, I'm off to find my girlfriend. She's probably lost trying to find the restroom. The same thing happened when she was here for one of Caitlin's sleepovers in 8th grade." Bryce raised his glass. "Good luck." "You, too." Peter turned his attention on Danny. "It was a pleasure meeting you. Catch you two later." He disappeared into the crowd. "Sorry about that," Bryce said. "No worries." She had questions, but tonight was neither the time nor place to ask about something that had happened before she'd entered the picture. "Let's just enjoy the party." He kissed her cheek. "Come on. Are we going to meet more people?" "Nope." He held her hand and led her inside and through the crowd of guests. Cinderella should dance at the ball. She stopped. "You don't like to dance." He grinned. "But you do." Chapter 18. Later that night, Bryce stood with Danny at her apartment door. Tonight was magical, she finished for him and then rose on tiptoe to kiss him on the lips. Magical was right. He'd never been happier. "Thank you so much for inviting me to the engagement party and dancing with me." Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled. "I had the best time. Uncle Edward and my father aside." Uncle Edward was sweet. And harmless. My father, however, is the ultimate player. He doesn't respect women or treat them well, but he has enough money that some don't mind. "Like your girlfriend?" "Ex-girlfriend," Bryce clarified. "She had her eyes on my father from the beginning and used me to get to him." "I'm sorry." Danny caressed his face. "I hope you know I would never." "I trust you." He kissed her gently, soaking up the taste of her. And then something changed. Something ignited, catching fire. He couldn't get enough of her kiss, of her. With his hands in her hair, he backed her up against the door. As she pressed against him, his lips moved over hers. Bryce pulled back to look her in the eyes, her pupils expanded. Her face flushed, she moistened her swollen lips before that shy smile of hers appeared. "I like you. I want to invite you in, but I don't want to make any mistakes or do something we might regret later if we go too fast. You're proving how smart you are." He gazed into her eyes. His affection for Danny grew with each passing second. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Us, she repeated, her eyes twinkling. Bryce nodded. He liked the sound of us. More than he imagined he would. And, for the record, he ran his finger along her jawline. I like you, too.
On Monday, the clock hadn't yet struck midnight. Sure, Danny was at work, but she was still floating from Saturday night. The entire weekend, really. She'd joined Bryce and his family for brunch on Sunday. Each Delaney welcomed her with open arms, and Bryce made her feel loved. Forget about falling for him. She'd fallen body and soul. Danny might as well wrap her heart in pretty paper, tie the package with a neat bow, and stick a tag with Bryce's name on it. Could love happen so quickly? Marissa and Grace thought so. Danny wanted to believe, too. Nothing else explained this all-consuming wonderfulness. An emergency meeting at blinddatebrides.com meant she wouldn't see Bryce tonight, but he'd called, texted, and emailed her. That had kept a wide smile on her face the rest of the day. At her apartment, a breathtaking bouquet of stargazer lilies was waiting for her with a note. I'm thinking of you. And I miss you. Can't wait to see you. B. Happiness consumed her. Definitely love. She held on to the vase and twirled, before hopping onto the group chat and telling her friends. A happy ending might be in her future, after all. She sure hoped so. Tuesday morning, Danny sat in her cubicle, brainstorming ways to build the Hookamate.com community. Even though she had 2 job interviews, courtesy of Bryce's contacts, lined up for later in the week, she wouldn't allow herself to do a lousy job now. James kept pressing her about dating, and Danny told him she'd had more. Not a lie, because she was going out with Bryce. She also tried to keep her boss happy by writing killer content for the website that earned her high fives from the engineers. But each ping from her inbox captured Danny's attention. She wanted to hear from Bryce, even though she was meeting him for lunch in less than an hour. I knew you were good, Danica, James said. I had no idea how good. She kept working at her computer. Is revenue up again this month? Yes, and traffic, too, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't understand. Way to go, getting on the inside, he continued, still not making sense to her. I've got to hand it to you. I wasn't sure if you were telling me the truth about going on dates, but I'm so impressed. I didn't know you had it in you, Danica. The approval in his voice made her nervous. She swiveled her chair so she faced him. What do you mean? He held out his phone with the local society page displayed. On it was a photograph of her with Bryce and his father. The description identified her as the date of Bryce Delaney, CEO of blinddatebrides.com. Her stomach roiled. She hadn't wanted James to find out about her and Bryce. Not until she had a new job and was handing in her resignation. If then. Congrats on hooking a really big fish. Her boss smirked. What kind of inside info have you discovered? Inside info? And then she realized. James thought she was using Bryce for information, not dating him for real. Nothing. Take your time. Excitement filled James's voice. Get him to trust you. Danny raised her chin. Bryce already trusts me. So soon? You must be good. James's suggestive tone brought a frown. I'm not dating Bryce to get information. I like him. Our jobs have no impact on us. At least no longer. Thank goodness. Perhaps not on him, but you must use this to our advantage. The emphasis on the word "our" made her straighten. I'm sorry, James, but I can't do that to Bryce or myself. I have more ethics than that. Ethics, huh? As James's features hardened, his eyes narrowed. He towered above her, boldly intimidating. You signed a non-disclosure agreement and a non-compete clause when you accepted this position. So, if you're not getting info out of Bryce, I must assume you're spying on Hook a mate for him, and that's a job-terminating offense.
Bryce hated seeing Danny so torn up. He sat next to her on a park bench and put his arm around her. But James didn't actually fire you. No, Danny's voice trembled. She clasped her hands together. No doubt if she hadn't, she'd be wringing them. Not yet, but his intent was clear. I use my being your girlfriend to get info, or I lose my job. That's blackmail. Anger burned. She didn't deserve to be treated this way. James is using you to get to me. He's had it in for me ever since I quit and founded blinddatebrides.com. That's the only reason he started his own online dating website. He always has to come out on top. He won't even say the name of your website. He calls it bdb.com. The guy is an idiot. Bryce pulled Danny against him. Just quit. I'll cover your expenses until you find a new job. She straightened, drawing away from him. I appreciate the offer, but I can deal with James myself. Her independence was admirable but unnecessary. This isn't only about you now. I'm responsible for what's happened. I worked for James. Please don't, she urged. You're Caitlin's big brother, not mine. My feelings for you aren't at all brotherly. Danny's hair caught on the wind. Simply beautiful. Who was Bryce kidding? There was nothing simple about her. She was complex, challenging, and even difficult at times. He wouldn't have her any other way. He kissed her forehead. I care about you, Danny. I care about you, too, but it's my job at stake. You remember how I told you my father left us? Bryce nodded. Well, my mother relied on him for everything. When he took off, she was left with nothing except the four of us girls. She dropped out of college to get married, never worked a day in her life, and didn't even know their checking account number. She learned her lesson and wanted to make sure her daughters didn't repeat her mistakes. She taught us to take charge of our own lives and ourselves. Be self-reliant. That's what I've been trying to do. That's what I need to do with James. I can handle this. Her eyes implored him. I need to handle this. He squeezed her hand reassuringly. You can handle anything. Thanks for understanding. That means a lot to me. I understand, but I'm here if you need backup. Okay. Except it wasn't okay. Back in his office, he wasn't so sure about waiting for Danny to ask for his help. James's behavior had everything to do with Bryce and blinddatebrides.com, not her. He hated seeing her caught in the middle and wanted to keep her from getting hurt. It was time to end this silly feud with James. That would smooth things over for Danny, too. That afternoon, while Danny was attending a training class off-site, Bryce arrived at the hookamate.com office. James didn't look surprised to see him. You're here about Danica. I am. Blonde bombshells seem more your father's type than yours. Don't let him get to you. Bryce flexed his fingers. The last time he'd lost his temper and argued with Danny, he'd almost lost her. He wouldn't do that again. The site's algorithm matched us. James raised an eyebrow. You believe it works? I 100% know it does. Doesn't yours? Of course. The words rushed out, and James's face reddened. But our clients are looking for something different from yours. A hookup, not forever. Sweat beaded on James's forehead. It's a highly profitable niche market. Bryce wasn't sure who the guy was trying to convince, but he didn't want to waste more time. Good for you. I'm sure Danica's marketing efforts have helped. She spied on you. Yes. Reported back to me. Yes, she did that, too. Yet, you still want to date her? I do, and I don't want you to hurt her to get to me. As James's mouth gaped, he placed his hand over his heart. Is that what you think I'm doing? Yes. But Bryce needed to tread lightly. I hope not, which is why I'm here. To let bygones be bygones. And bury the hatchet. Bryce nodded. No. Excuse me? I said no. James sneered. I told you not to quit when you worked for me, yet you did. Now the only thing left to do is take both you and BDB down. The guy was a lunatic. Stop taking out your problem with me on Danny. She has nothing to do with you and me. And stay away from my company, or I'll bring legal action against you. Boo-hoo. James glowered. You have no proof, so no prosecutor would touch the case. Bryce stared down his nose. They will if Danny testifies. Am I supposed to be afraid of Wunderkind Bryce Delaney's pitiful threat? A frivolous lawsuit to spend his trust fund on. James cackled. No jury will believe a disgruntled former employee who's sleeping with my top competitor. Bryce's blood ran cold. His coming here was backfiring. Former employee? Why, yes. James spoke in a smug tone. If there's any wrongdoing, Danica must be responsible since she went rogue and signed up at your website telling no one at Hook and Mate what she was doing. There are no expense reports or paperwork to suggest I had any idea about her spying. What else can I do but fire her?
Chapter 19. Fired. Danny's shoulders sagged, and her bottom lip quivered. Bryce hadn't listened to her. He hadn't trusted her to handle James on her own even after she'd explained why she needed to do that. As she carried the box of items from her desk and cubicle, Danny trudged up the stairs of her apartment building. I thought more of you, Danica. I never expected you would send your lover in to fight your battle. James's words had splintered her heart. She'd lost everything in one fell swoop. Because her boss was a jerk. Because her boyfriend was a control freak. Because she was a starry-eyed idiot. How could she let this happen? Danny had spent her entire life trying to make something of herself. To be someone. To do it on her own, so she'd never be in the same position as her mother had been years ago. Yet, she'd trusted Bryce, and that had cost Danny her job. And her heart. As tears pricked her eyes, she blinked them away. Turning the corner, she spotted Bryce. Concern clouded his eyes. Danny. For a moment, she longed to sink against him, to have him hold her and make everything better, but that would make James's accusations true. She wouldn't rely on Bryce. She couldn't. Danny swallowed around the gigabyte-sized lump clogging her throat. Go away. We have to talk. Raw pain stabbed her heart. Danny fought against the sting of tears. She was suddenly 6 years old, standing on the driveway as her dad loaded his suitcases in the trunk. I love you, Danica. I love all of you. I'll come back. Promise. But he hadn't, and he didn't. Her dad had said one thing and done another. Just like Bryce. Her chest tightened as if being squeezed by an extra-large vice grip. Why should I listen to anything you have to say to me? Bryce's gaze sought hers. You're upset. You have no idea how upset I am. He pressed his lips together in a thin line. I don't want to argue about this. Fighting won't solve anything. His coolness and rationality irritated Danny when her heart ached and nerve endings shrieked. Yet, he stood there, acting like Mr. Cool. Neither do I. Good. Let's. You don't get it. Or me. The unspoken words scorched her throat. I don't want to talk to you. Don't do this, Danny. She fumbled with her keys, opened the door, and hurried inside. She dropped the box. It thudded against the floor. Sort of like what her heart had done when James told her Bryce had stopped by, and she was fired. You cost me my job. James cost you your job. Bryce entered the apartment and closed the door behind him. The guy is a sleaze. That guy was my boss. You deserve a better one. Or maybe I deserve a better boyfriend. His expression froze. I have a lead on a job opening. A great opportunity for you. I talked to a friend this afternoon. You went behind my back. Again. He frowned. If you mean James, I did you a favor. A favor? She squared her shoulders. You did the exact opposite of what I asked you to do. Yeah. Bryce exhaled. I'm sorry. I was trying to protect. Your company? My company, my employees. And you. She took a deep breath, trying to keep herself together when she wanted to shout and cry. I don't need you to protect me. Yeah, you do. I don't want you to protect me, she clarified. What you want and what you need are two different things. He kept his voice calm. She rubbed her tight neck. I told you I needed to take care of this myself. I told you I was trying to protect you. His calm manner sent her temper soaring. You don't want to protect. You want to control me, Caitlin, and your users with that stupid matching program of yours. His mouth twisted. That program said we were highly compatible. There must be a bug in the code. Danny stared down her nose at him. I need someone who respects my independence. His eyes darkened, the green turning into that of a stormy sea. You care more about your independence than our relationship. What relationship? She crossed her apartment to put much-needed distance between them. Not that it was enough space. You want me to trust your judgment about James and my job, but there's no commitment between us. You've said we're dating, but you've never called me your girlfriend or asked us to be exclusive or said. Those are just words. He took a step toward her, but then stopped. What I do is more important than what I say. I did what I thought was best for you today. Tears choked Danny. You have no idea what's best for me. A vein throbbed at his temple. I can fix this. You've done enough. She stood in one corner, as far as she could get from him. But not even an ocean would provide her with enough separation from Bryce. I've fallen in love with you, but being with you has never been about what your wealth and influence could do for me. By going to James the way you did, you acted as if it was. As if I were no different than any of the women your father marries and divorces. Bryce's nostrils flared. I'm nothing like my father. No, you're like mine, promising one thing and doing another. He balled his hands before stretching out his fingers. You won't let me do anything for you. That's because you want to do everything for me. Danny waited for him to deny it. He didn't. Her voice cracked. I want you to go. Bryce's jaw clenched. I overstepped, Danny, but is this what you really want? No. She was angry with him, but she wanted him to say he loved her. She wanted him to say he would never leave her, even though she'd told him to go away. She wanted the impossible. Her pounding heart felt as if it might explode. Danny might want those things from Bryce, she might want him. But she didn't need him, she didn't need anyone. She raised her chin. Yes, I want you to go. At the kitchen table, Danny took a deep breath. As she typed a text to her friends, her fingers trembled. San Fran Danny, thanks for the emails and texts. I figured you guys would understand why I had to cancel my blinddatebrides.com account and make a clean break. My landlord found someone who wanted an apartment ASAP, so I packed up and rented a truck. I'm at my mom's trying to regroup. Hope you both are well. Miss you. TTYS. She hit send. There wasn't Wi-Fi at her mom's trailer, but Danny's new phone worked. It was strange being back on the farm. Danny had arrived 2 days ago, but it seemed like 2 years, the way time passed so slowly. She hurt so badly, too. She'd gone from standing on the edge of forever and having the elusive pot of gold at the end of the rainbow within her grasp, to falling into an endless spiral of regrets, heartache, and tears. Lots of tears. So many, she'd gone through 2 boxes of tissue. She missed Bryce so much. And she had only herself to blame. Something clanged outside. Danny rose from the table and headed to the window. The silverware wind chime they'd made for their mom on Mother's Day hung on a rusted nail. A fork with missing tines blew into a bent spoon. She laughed. Now, That's a sound I like to hear. Her mom, Dolly Bennett, to the rest of the world, spoke with a southern accent even though she'd spent only the first 20 years of her life in Mississippi. There hasn't been enough laughter around here since y'all moved away. Why did you keep that old wind chime? It's a masterpiece, darlin'. No way could I get rid of something you girls made me. Her mom handed Danny a plate full of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. These are your favorites. They'll help you find that beautiful smile of yours again. Danny set the plate on the table behind her and took a bite of one. The warm, gooey chocolate chips melted in her mouth. Thanks for the cookies and for letting me stay here. Thanks are unnecessary. You always have a place here. Her mother smoothed Danny's hair. This is your home, no matter where you end up making your mark on the world. Home. Her mom pulled her into a hug. It's homier when you girls are here with me. That's for sure. Emotion welled within Danny. For so long, she'd dreamed of a place to call home when she'd had one all along. Home wasn't something you bought, but the place where love surrounded you, whether a house or a beat-up station wagon or an old 2-bedroom, 1-bath single-wide trailer. She was home. Unfamiliar contentment filled her. This would be the perfect place to pull herself together and figure out what she wanted to do next.
Your father's here, Joelle announced from the doorway to Bryce's office. Do you want me to send him in or tell him you're busy? Peter Delaney visited whenever he wanted Bryce to act as a go-between with his mother. The two only spoke when attending the same social event, where they limited their exchanges to polite platitudes. He'd assumed the mediator role as a child, but dealing with his parents' endless battles when he was so broken up inside didn't appeal to him in the slightest. Did he say why he wants to see me? Bryce asked. Only that it was important. He stared at the code on his monitor. He'd thrown himself into projects for over a week now, but the long hours hadn't helped him get over what had happened with Danny. Work only made things worse. They'd met through the website. Every time he logged on, she came to mind. Danny would never admit she needed anything, not even love if that meant she had to rely on someone except herself. She hadn't wanted his help, nor had she wanted him. And there was nothing he could do about it. Not unless he wanted her to accuse him of trying to control. Boss? Joelle asked. Maybe talking with his father would take Bryce's mind off her. Something had to. He saved the file. Send him in. A minute later, his father entered, checking out Joelle's backside as she walked away. How's it going, son? Fine. As his dad sat, he studied the stacks of papers on the desk, grimaced, and looked at Bryce. Your mother's worried about you. Caitlin called you. No, Maeve called me herself. That was unexpected. He straightened. That's why I'm here, his father admitted. She's concerned about you. You haven't returned her phone calls. Bryce wasn't ready to tell his family he was no longer dating Danny. He hadn't wanted the questions or the company. It's been a hectic week. You haven't been home. Your mother and I stopped by your house last night. You and mother were together at my place? I hope I still have a house to go home to. His dad frowned. We may not be the best parents, but we're adult enough to put aside our differences for our children's sake. Bitter guilt coated Bryce's mouth. Even he could see his father was trying to help. Sorry. Rough week. Were you with Danny last night? No, I slept here at the office. I've been putting in more hours lately. Not that he'd been getting anything done. The lines on his father's face relaxed. Your mother will be relieved. He studied his dad, who looked older than he had at the engagement party. You seem relieved, too. We like Danny, but you haven't been together long. Your mother is worried you've rushed into a relationship and will follow in your Uncle Edward's footsteps by eloping to Las Vegas. Bryce winced. Not going to happen. But if things get more serious, you need a prenup. He shook his head. I don't have to worry about that. Not now. Bryce swallowed a sigh. One of these days, you will, his dad counseled. You have so much to lose, including half of your share of this company. Hear me out. His dad's gaze narrowed. You said Dani was a smart woman. She is. Her brains match her body. They do. Your mother is like that. He rolled his eyes. Women like your mother will take you for everything you've got. Dani's not like Mom. The words rushed out. His dad raised a brow. How do you know? I trust her. And Bryce did. Dani wants to be independent. She won't take anything from me. Not even my heart. His father stood. Just remember, son, a man has every right to protect himself. You don't want to protect. You want to control. Dani had been right about his trying to control things, but he hadn't known the reason until now. Being in control was the way Bryce protected himself. The realization brought a rush of shame and a flash of clarity. But controlling things hadn't worked. He'd lost what mattered most. Dani. His dad walked toward the door. Call your mother. I will. Thanks for coming by. His father smiled. Catch you later, son. Instead of calling his mom, Bryce wanted to talk to Dani. He clicked on her number. One ring. The line connected. Every muscle tensed. I'm sorry, an automated voice said. This wireless number is no longer in service. He grabbed his keys, told Joel to cancel his appointments for the day, and drove to Dani's apartment. He parked illegally, not caring if he got a ticket or had his car towed. He'd known what she'd needed from him but done the exact opposite. Sure, he'd told himself he was taking action for her, but he'd been thinking more about himself. Just like her father. Bryce raced up the stairs and then knocked on Dani's door. Something clicked. The knob turned. He breathed a sigh of relief. The door opened. What do you want? Asked a man dressed in a pirate costume complete with an eye patch and a real parrot on his shoulder. As realization set in, Bryce's heart fell. I was looking for the woman who used to live here. She's gone. Gone, the parrot mimicked. Long gone. Do you know where she went? Nope, but if you find her, tell her thanks for cleaning this place so well. It's spotless. Bryce trudged to his car, trying to figure out what to do next. He'd always let nothing stand between him and what he wanted. He wanted nothing, needed no one, as much as he wanted and needed Dani. Bryce would make things right with her, and then he would make things work between them. Somehow. But first, he had to find her.
Chapter 20. Dani speared a clump with a pitchfork. She hadn't mucked stalls in over a year, and the muscles in her arms and shoulders ached. A good thing she'd remembered gloves, or she'd have blisters on her hands. The pitchfork scraped the wheelbarrow. The smell of horse and hay reminded her of being at the stable with Bryce. The memory burned. Of her riding. Of the smile on Bryce's face as he'd watched her. Of the kiss they'd shared. Stop thinking about him. Dani squeezed her eyes closed, trying to force the images from her mind. It was over. She opened her eyes. Over. She stabbed another clump. As the horse from the next stall neighed, her boots crunched beneath the mixture of straw and shavings. Just be patient, Penny, Dani said to the sweet chestnut mare. Your stall is next. The horse snorted. I understand. She leaned against the pitchfork handle and rolled her shoulders. It's difficult being patient. But Dani finally had a plan in place. She wiped her sweaty forehead with her forearm. The last 3 days, she'd emailed resumes to more companies. This morning, she'd had a phone interview for a position in Raleigh, North Carolina. That might be on the other side of the country, but nothing was stopping her from taking the job. No one cared where she ended up except her mom, and she only wanted Dani to be happy. She sifted through the clumps. The physical work was satisfying. I wondered whether you'd be wearing a bandana, a much too familiar voice said. As Danny clutched the pitchfork handle, she pivoted toward the doorway. Bryce stood at the entrance to the stall. Her stomach fell to the tips of her paddock boots. He stared at her as if he were seeing her for the first time and liked what he saw. Danny ground her boot against the floor. She stole another glance his way. Sweat dampened his hairline as if he were nervous about something. Not so calm and collected today. That surprised her. Even with his sleeves rolled up and the top button undone, his dress shirt and pants were out of place. Out of place, but handsome as ever. Not that she cared what he looked like, Danny reminded herself. How did you find me? Once I figured out you'd moved, I found your two friends' usernames on a chat log. Unfortunately for me, Kangagirl and English Crumpet weren't about to give you up until I'd convinced them I had your best interests in mind. But they were easier to convince than your mother. Danny's mouth dropped open. She closed it. My mother? Bryce nodded. I spent the last hour talking to her. Whatever you said must have worked. Another nod. You went to a lot of trouble to find me. She eyed him warily. Why? I wanted to see you. Dirt covered his elegant leather shoes. Emotion clogged her throat. All that just to see me? And to explain. Go ahead, then. Danny kept her voice steady, but inside she trembled. Heaven help her. She wanted to hear what he had to say. I'm listening. Before I say anything, he strode across the stall toward her. I need to do this first. Do. Bryce pressed his lips firmly against hers, taking what he wanted and giving what Danny so desperately needed. His warm, wet kiss filled her up, and she wanted more. She kissed him back with an eagerness of her own. As he pulled her closer, she wrapped her arms around him. The pitchfork crashed to the floor of the stall. Bryce drew away, his gaze never leaving hers. Oh, my. Oh, no. Danny wiped her mouth with the back of her gloved hand, afraid what her response to his kiss might have told him. She raised her chin. Something else you think I need? Something I needed. His eyes gleamed. Anger or something else, she couldn't tell. I need you, Danny. Her breath caught in her throat. She hadn't been expecting that. I'm sorry for not trusting you to handle James on your own. Bryce's tone was genuine, and his voice was steady. I thought all this time I only wanted to protect the people I care about, but you're right. I've only been controlling things. I realized after you left that it's my way of protecting myself. Protecting my heart. The sincerity of his words, the honesty in his gaze, brought tears to her eyes. Deep inside her, a sliver of hope sparked. I've been doing that ever since my parents' divorce, to keep from getting hurt, but I didn't realize that until you pointed it out. I appreciate you coming all this way to tell me. She cleared her dry throat. It means a lot. You mean so much to me. You said I was like your father, but I'm not him. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Even if you push me away, I'll still love you. His words reverberated through her. The oxygen evaporated from the air. She might as well be 20 feet underwater, given the way she struggled to breathe. Bryce loved her. I've needed to hear that, she admitted, trying to slow her racing pulse. Even though you said they were just words. Words are important, and I can say them as many times as you want. Thanks, but saying it doesn't change things. Danny wanted to ignore the truth, but she couldn't. You need to be in control, Bryce. You enjoy protecting people. That's who you are, and I'm afraid I'll lose myself, the way my mother did with my father, if I'm with you. I know being independent is important to you, but I love you. I have to protect you. You're strong enough, though, to stand up to me and tell me when you need help or when you don't. And I'm smart enough to learn. He raised her chin with his fingertip. You're not your mother. You've never been her. A million thoughts ran through Danny's mind. But one came to the forefront, as clear as the Golden Gate Bridge on a sunny day. Bryce. You're right. I'm not. She stared up at him. But I never wanted to be hurt the way my father hurt me. I figured if I didn't rely on anyone, it couldn't happen again. I never wanted to hurt you, Danny. I see that now. Her cheeks warmed. And I never meant to hurt you, either. We've both been protecting ourselves. She nodded. I'm sorry, Bryce. I've been using anything I could, your background and your money, the same way I used my baggy clothes, to keep you at a distance. Just like a heroine from a Jane Austen novel. That's okay. He smiled. So long as I don't lose you to the Colonel. Don't worry about him. Danny removed her gloves and placed her hand on Bryce's chest. His heart beat beneath her palm. You might be a tech guy, but you're also a caring man who reaches out to others, whether it's me, your family, or blinddatebrides.com users looking for love. You're Colonel Brandon material. Even without a uniform? As warmth flowed through her veins, she nodded. You, Bryce Delaney, are my Colonel Brandon. Bryce's smile widened. From the moment you entered my life, I needed you. I'll always be here for you. I love you, Danny Bennett. Oh, Bryce. Joy overflowed from her heart. I love you, too. He kissed her. A kiss of hope. A kiss of promise. You decide what you want to do yourself and what you don't. I'll support you no matter what. He wrapped his arms around her. Together, we can make our dreams come true. She gazed up at him. That sounds wonderful, but it's not as simple as that. No? For this to work and last, we have to trust each other. Take care of me, but let me take care of you, too. I'll tell you what I'm thinking and feeling, and you have to do the same. His expression softened. I'm not used to being taken care of, but I want this to work and to last. I'm willing to try. You said you're smart enough to learn. That I did, Bryce admitted. Have no worries, Miss Bennett, I am, and I will. Tingles exploded inside of her. So, we're back together, dating again. He laughed. I'm sure we've skipped right on over to a serious relationship. Fine with me. Me, too. He brushed his lips across the top of her head. Now we just have to figure out what comes next. That's easy, she said with no hesitation. We go back to San Francisco. You're sure about that? She nodded. I finally know where home is. Bryce kissed her gently on the lips. A strange expression crossed his face. This isn't how I planned things, but hang on. Confused, Danny watched him run out of the stall and return with a large box that he placed on the ground. What? He dropped to his knee. You'll ruin your pants, she said. I don't care. He held on to her hand. A mixture of anticipation and nerves made her hold her breath. She was too stunned to believe, too hopeful to doubt. He stared up into her eyes as if she were the earth and heaven to him. Not being together showed me I want to be with you always. I don't want you to ever question what I mean by us being in a relationship. I said I'd never get on my knees for anyone, but you're more than the mistress of the universe. You're it for me. We can have a long engagement to get to know each other better or go the shorter route. I don't care as long as we're together. Will you marry me, Danny Bennett? Her heart soared, but her brain dragged her back to the ground. Was marriage to Bryce what she wanted? Her heart screamed the answer, and this time logic didn't get in the way. It was time to move forward with this man who loved her, a man she loved back. Yes. Danny laughed. Of course, I'll marry you. I love you, Bryce. I love you. He stood and sealed the proposal with a kiss. Ever since I was a little girl, I never felt like I belonged anywhere. But when I'm with you, I do. Danny smiled up at him through tears of happiness. I'm safe, secure, and loved. Nothing else matters as long as we're together. I don't have an engagement ring for you, but I have these. He removed the box's top and pulled out a pair of new paddock boots. I bought these after we looked at the horse. I figured you could use an extra pair. One to wear when you're hanging around the stable and another pair for when you ride. Danny touched the shiny leather. These are more practical than any ring. You're getting a ring. I want to put a big one on your finger. Not practical, but you deserve it. And I want the world to know that you're with me. Do you plan to carry me off like some caveman, too? She teased. He grunted. If that's what it takes. Things couldn't get any better. Danny's entire body seemed to smile. Can I put the boots on you? He asked. She stilled. Just like Cinderella. Well, if the shoe fits. Bryce reached for her left foot. But they aren't exactly glass slippers. Danny's heart sang. They're better. As she leaned against a wall of the stable, he pulled off the old boots one at a time and put on the new ones. These were what she wanted, what she needed, just like him. He knew her. This was a fairy tale come true, but with no fairy godmother required. How do they feel? Bryce asked when he'd finished. The love in his voice brought a sigh to her lips. She straightened, leaned back on her heels, and wiggled her toes. A perfect fit. Perfect fit, huh? She nodded. Just like us. I could have told you that. Your compatibility program did. He smiled. I don't need a computer algorithm to tell me what my heart's known all along. Danny saw not only her dreams coming true, but a lifetime of love in his eyes. What's that? The two of us are perfect for each other. Epilogue. BlindDateBrides.com is running 67 chat rooms, 164 private IM conferences, and 19,182 members are online. Chat with your dating prospects now. Private IM conference. 25, 3 participants. 2 English crumpet, Kanga girl. From San Fran Danny. Subject, let's schedule a chat. Bryce reactivated my blinddatebrides.com account. I have so much to tell you, but the biggest news is I'm engaged. Can you believe it? We considered eloping for about 30 seconds, but know a long engagement makes smarter sense. Plus, then maybe you both can come. Do you think 6 bridesmaids would be too many? My 3 sisters, Bryce's sister, and the 2 of you. XOXOX. Love. Danny. P.S. Bryce said you 2 told him where to find me. Thank you so much. You are the best friends ever.
Thank you for listening to The Date. A Keeper at Heart Romance, Book 5. Written by Melissa McClone. Text copyright 2020 by Melissa McClone. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa McClone.